Hey guys, what's up? Welcome in. This is the Ghost Stream with Little Root Plus 2. PJ's Ponderosa just wrapped up over at Walt Disneyland, so I figured I'd go ahead and launch. Before I get any further, Ace Snoopy 32 is still live. I believe he might be doing his sign off soon, but hop over there, give him a like, give him a subscribe, tell him I sent you, and give him a high five for me. But welcome in. I'm going to go ahead and just get everything finished setting up here. And yeah, we're going to do the thing again. Who's excited? I'm excited. I'm stoked. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? I'm looking for myself right now on YouTube to see if I can get everything rolling. There I am. And I'm waiting on the chat to load just so I can see what you guys are typing. Tonight we shouldn't have to worry about doing the whole changing of angles thing. I'm not using the gimbal. I am still kind of testing the phone battery on this. So I will be plugging you guys in probably in about 3 hours if it sticks to what it did last night. But welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I added a couple of friends behind me. So, you know, just because I get lonely sometimes on these things. But welcome in, everybody. Again, I'm Little Root Plus 2. This is the Little Root Plus 2 channel. We will be going live from Walt Disney World for our official launch date on March 15th of this year. We'll be there for 8 days, starting with Magic Kingdom, Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, no, that's wrong. Magic Kingdom, Animal Kingdom, Epcot, then Hollywood Studios, and then on my birthday on the 19th, we will be back at Magic Kingdom and probably hopping around doing whatever we do. So also, another thing coming down the pipe, just before we get started on kind of recapping all the stuff that happened on the West Coast tonight, we will also be at Busch Gardens Williamsburg in Virginia on May 16th through 18th for their Food and Wine Festival. Come check it out. It's going to be a great time. We're going to have great food, great drinks, and I think I'm going to start a game with my wife to see who can catch the other one the most on the camera from the ground on the ride. I think I already have a little bit of a head start on her because I've got a little bit of experience at that already, but more to come on that as we go. Real quick, just check a chat. Justin, welcome in, my guy. Mods, if you don't mind dropping his link for me, go check him out. He does a lot of cool things. Great guy. Go check him out. Mike Skellington, my dude, welcome in. Miss Garcia, always good to see you. We keep the same hours. I just, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. She was here last night, I think, for a good 4.5 hours or more of that stream. That also was our longest stream last night. Thank you for everyone that joined. Everybody that's coming in now, welcome, welcome, welcome. Victor Unboxes the World, what is up? How are you? Hi, this is me. Also, I know normally I've been wearing a hat. It is still next to me, and as we go, because I don't know how late we're going tonight, I don't have to work tomorrow. This is the last night where I don't have a day of work the next day for this week, so I will be going as long as you guys want to hang out here. Don't forget to shoot a like in there. Hit that subscribe button if you're Ninja watching. We love our Ninja watchers out there. We really, really appreciate it. We did hit 76 subscribers today. Shout out to PJ's Ponderosa. That happened through there. Also, another shout out to Ace Snoopy 32. We got one from him, his chat as well. They're always shouting me out. I really, really, really appreciate it. So let me make sure I'm not missing anybody in the chat, and we'll get started. Can you guys hear and see me okay? Just give me like a thumbs up or something in the chat, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Victor. I appreciate it. Well, I can't see without them. I used to do the round frames. Now I'm more of a, you know, I don't even know what you call these, like rectangular type frames. For what I do for work, they also have like the reinforced glass and all that so that nothing, you know, hits me in the face, and, you know, I come in like this with an eye patch. As cool as an eye patch looks, I'd rather that be an optional look and not something I have to do. Not a problem, my guy Justin. Always, always happy to have you here. Cheers. And again, welcome everybody. This stream started out as a stream for just people to come in and hang out after the streamers kind of shut down over there at the parks on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast for those that are just joining us for the first time. It is 3:30 a.m. here, and like I said, we will be going way into the night. So those that have been here before, feel free to hang out in the chat and let people know what's up. I don't remember, and this is mainly to the mods, I don't remember what the setting is because I'm still trying to get YouTube to get my phone to recognize the live stream. So as of right now, I don't know if the chat's set on subscriber only mode or if we're going to have all kinds of new friends pop in from everywhere. So be on your toes, get ready to use those wrenches, because I have no control over that. I can't even edit it at this point. Also, this will be staying up as long as it doesn't get too spicy or we do anything that's going to get us in trouble. I know the first time I did this, I did try to play a little music in the background and that kind of thing. But since we're trying to keep these streams up now, I'm going to try to kind of, keep it things that won't get me in trouble, in theory. But we're starting Spicy Hour. Dragon Blood HD, what is up? Welcome back. You were hanging out last night, and I appreciate you. Let me check the chat here. Darth Vader, welcome in. We might fight on opposite sides of that war, but respect, man, respect. By the way, speaking of Star Wars things, that's what we're rocking tonight. We got the Ahsoka shirt, and then, of course, we're back in the Grogu, Christmas pajamas, because that's just what I was feeling tonight. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate it. Wendy, are you in here? Did you pop in? Did I miss you? Hi, Wendy Girl. If you are here, thank you so much for coming back. We love some Wendy Girl over here. Everybody, welcome. Welcome. So basically the way this kind of works, if you've never done this before with me, and it kind of changes every night. I'm going to sit here and talk. If you have any questions about anything behind me, if you have any questions about me, if you have any questions about Disney World, if you have any questions about what happened tonight, or you just have random questions about my opinions on things, feel free to just shoot me a chat. I will do my best to answer unless it's something I can't answer, in which case I'll wink at the camera, and if I see you in the park, we'll have that conversation then. I think I talked about my hair a minute ago. This is what it just does. When I was talking about it, just curls up and goes, this is what I meant. So this is what happens when I get out of the shower and I haven't been at work all day and I'm not wearing a hat. So we're going with the curls tonight. I was feeling it. Figured you guys might get a kick out of seeing some random curls. Is light and sound and everything okay for you guys? Just let me know if I need to change anything. This is also me kind of testing some of my gear as well. It started out as doing just tests, and then it kind of morphed into its own thing, which is why we call it the Ghost Chat. Welcome in all of my people. This is the Little Roo No Sleep crew up in here. We will probably see some PJ in here tonight. We might see an Ace in here tonight when he finishes up. And of course, we got Chat All-Stars already in the chat. We got my Mod All-Stars doing their thing. Appreciate all of you. Does anybody have any questions before I have a couple of things that I can talk about, just a vamp or whatever. If you guys have some questions, shoot it to me. We all good. Love it. Thank you so much, Victor. I appreciate you. And chat is going nuts right now. I love it. Again, we're at 76 subscribers. I do also want to mention, if you're a Ninja Watcher, hit that subscribe button if you don't mind. You don't have to, but it helps me out, and it's free to do. And if we hit 150 subscribers before I get to Disney, which will be in March on the 15th, we're flying in. We should be there for Rope Drop at Magic Kingdom, hopefully. I was talking and I lost my train of thought. This is going to happen. I move very, very fast. I'm very ADH. Hey, there's a squirrel. So bear with me. But yeah, I've got a couple of things I want to talk about. If you guys have any questions, let's do it. Mike did send me that tarantula picture that we were discussing last night, I think it was. And I literally wrote back like, that is nightmare fuel. Thank you so much. And that was like right before we started. So that's still in my brain. That's part of the reason I'm like kind of glitching a little bit, I think, when I'm trying to talk. So we're going to kind of get rolling here. If you guys have any questions, like I said, you want to hang out, you want to chat, hit that subscribe button. Oh, that's what I was talking about. The dance emoji. Can somebody throw that dance emoji in there for me? There is a command in Nightbot that normally only the mods can use the Nightbot commands on my channel. However, if we hit 150 subscribers before I arrive on March 15th at Disney World, I will make that command open to everyone in chat. It will have a cooldown period, so you won't be able to do it like every 5 seconds, but you'll be able to do it as much as you want after that. And there it is right now. That's kind of our like beta version to begin with. I do have the ability to change that and customize it, so maybe we'll do an Ace night and it'll just be chili peppers, or who knows, because we get spicy up in here sometimes and it's a lot of fun. Justin, yes, everything else is going to be mods only, and there will be a decent length of cooldown there so it does not spam the chat. I appreciate your concern, and I'm already kind of taking steps for that, but I figured it'd be a fun little thing for people in the chat, to be able to play mod and hang out. So, kind of getting rolling on today. Earlier, Cordy went live with Theme Park Casual and Berry Place 28. They had a great, I think it was episode 14 of the Streamer Hangout. Go check that out on all 3 of their channels. Hit that subscribe, give them a like, put a comment in there with a high five and that I sent you. It was very, very informative. They covered everything from Gosh, the opening of Tiana's Bayou, to new food stuff coming up over at Walt Disneyland, to all kinds of things. They sit and they talk, and it's great because you get to see three different personalities, and they're just having a conversation about things that we all are interested in and enjoy hearing about. And so go check them out. Definitely check that out. Speaking of Tiana's Bayou, the opening date is sometime this year, which I have annual passes this year to Disney, so there will be multiple trips. I won't just be there in March. I should be there several times over the course of the year. When it opens, I do plan on making sure we try to get that filmed. I'm a little scared because I remember the Splash Mountain and the drop and all that. So you'll hear me make all kinds of fun noises as we go down. And also me like gripping my phone and praying that I don't lose it because I only have one. So, but that is coming. I'm going to talk about that probably a little bit more later. Jeanette, welcome in. So glad you made it. Always good to see you. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I keep up with everything. Yes, Ace does get spicy up in here. Also, quick disclaimer. I actually spent this morning, after we ended the stream, rewatching to make sure that everything was good to leave it up, just in case I said something or did something, or who knows. By the end of it, I'd been talking for almost 6 hours straight, and I did notice when I was going back over it, I did miss some of the chats, and I do apologize for that. So I definitely want to try and do a little bit better with keeping up with the chat tonight. So that's part of what we're doing too, is kind of me getting used to responding to you guys. I don't know if the chat is going to be up in the video when I post it later, like yesterday's. That's kind of an experiment tonight too, because I'm not going to touch those settings and see if it kept those. So also the other thing I'm going to try to do is do a little bit better about basically reading what you guys are posting before I talk about it. That way people, when they watch it later, can understand what I'm talking about. So again, I'm Little Roo Plus 2. If you're just joining me, hit that subscribe button, throw a thumbs up or a hey in the chat. If you have a question for me, shoot it my way and I'll do my best to answer. My buddy Figment's over my shoulder tonight, so I'm feeling really good. Feeling really good. Roo, I love your Woody and Jesse plushies, also your Figment plush. They're so cute. That was perfectly timed, by the way. So I borrowed these from my daughter. Don't tell her, she's in bed. But yes, that was actually her first Disney one. From Walt Disney World when we went last year, and then we got these two while we were at the park. And then I also have an older Mickey that was gifted to me. This is actually one of the more classic style ones. So I thought it was really cool. A friend of mine actually found it in their attic when they were cleaning it out. Had no idea where it came from. They weren't a huge Disney buff, but they knew I was a huge Disney buff, so they were like, I'm gifting this to you. You'll know what to do with it. So I cleaned it up and gave it to my daughter. I really appreciate those gifts. Also, I always appreciate any gifts or anything like that. The pictures you see behind me are all, they came basically as a bundle. They were a gift for Christmas and from a family member, and I really, really appreciate that. So let me catch up on chat. Like I said, I'm trying to do a little bit better about keeping up with the chat because, as you can see, I talk really, really fast, and there are times where I'm parched and need to take a breath. So I'm going to catch up on chat. You guys chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Victor Unbox the World said, at Justin Dilophosaurus, bro, I don't know. It just left me one day, LOL. I've been rejected by a bot. I don't even know what that means, but okay. I'm sure you guys do. I'll have to go back and try to figure out what on earth we're talking about there. Oh, you're talking about Victor's Nightbot. Got it. Nightbot so far has been kind to me, knock on wood. If for some reason it starts not being kind to me, well, we'll just deal with it. Also, my mods, real quick, if you don't mind, go ahead and exclamation point and command, the word command after an exclamation point. It should send you to my updated commands. I did just add one for Barry Place 28 as well as Theme Park Casual because I did want to shout them out because we were kind of talking about the streamer hangout earlier. I did go on all three of their channels and like them and, watch from all three at different points while they were talking. So go check that out and let me know if it's working. It should be working. It worked last night. Hopefully Nightbot's awake and ready to kind of rock out with us as well. Okay, let me go back up here and make sure I didn't miss anything. Everybody at once. Come in. They're yelling at Nightbot. Don't make him angry. He'll be mad. If it doesn't pop up in the next 2 minutes... Oh, wait. There it is. There it is right there. So go ahead and click on that. And there we go. Little Rue, did you get some sleep? I did get some sleep. I did not have to work today. The wife knows that I'm doing this and kind of is enjoying the fact that I'm doing this and everything. So since it's so popular and you guys like to hang out, I like to hang out with you guys, and I'm probably going to be up super late anyway, even if I wasn't doing this. She's kind of allowed me to like change my sleep schedule a little bit on my days off. So like today I did rewatch almost the entire video after we finished just to kind of make sure it was okay to keep up. And then I obviously renamed it, and then I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up from the couch, and then I did actually sleep in my bed for several hours. I did not get up until a couple of hours ago because I had a feeling that we were going to do this tonight. PJ and Ace did have me worried there for a second because when I first went on, I didn't see any like upcoming events, and I was like, oh, I guess nobody's doing anything tonight. And then suddenly, like all at once, everybody's like, oh, we're going to Disney. We'll be there in a little while. And I'm like, sweet, okay. And then I started setting this up because this is also my daughter's playroom that I'm in right now, which is why if the camera falls or something happens, I do apologize. I am surrounded by toys. But this stuff, all except for the plushies, goes away during the day and comes back out for this. So when I'm modding for the channels or I'm following, like tonight I was following Coda. Feel free to drop these links as we go because I love all these guys. Coda Bear the Explorer, who is back at Walt Disneyland. I loved watching him do all the other stuff with Japan. Go check those out, by the way. He was with Ron the Go in Japan. They did a whole bunch of really cool stuff. It was an absolute blast to watch. And then he did some Walt Disney World stuff. He just got back, and now he's back to doing Disneyland. So as much as I love watching him do that, I do also love watching him at Disneyland. It just kind of wasn't the same without him. So I was watching him tonight. I was watching Cordy and Theme Park Casual and Barry Place 28. I also was watching Ace Snoop 32, who hopefully will come in here and say, hey, PJ, I see you. What is up, my guy? I'm going to read your comment in just a second and figure out what it said because I just literally saw your name like scroll past. So I will do that in just a second as soon as I finish these shout outs. Obviously, PJ's Ponderosa. I was all in that chat. And then also SoCal Haunts and Parks. He did another awesome stream tonight. I don't know what the surprise is, but he's teasing something for tomorrow, folks. So make sure to go check him out. All of these guys should have links posted in the chat as we go. I know I'm going kind of fast, mods. I apologize. This is just me being really, really excited and actually having enough sleep to be this excited when we start the stream. So go check all of those people out. Hit the subscribe. It's free to do. Hit a like on one of their videos. Check out some of their stuff. Rewatch some of their stuff. They do great stuff. They're all a little bit different. They all have their own styles, but each one is awesome. So go check them out. I really, really appreciate that. PJ Ponderosa, Little Rue, I'm hoping to say hello, or hopping in to say hello. I can't read, as you can tell. I'm hopping in to say hello. I will be back when I get home. Drive safe, PJ. You and Jay were awesome tonight. It was so cool to see the younger ones with you and you guys in uncle mode. We don't see that very often on our end, so it was a treat for me at least, especially Jay with the popcorn. That was awesome. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out PJ's Ponderosa. Rewatch tonight's stream. Just whenever you get a chance. It was absolutely hilarious. Jay with the popcorn, and it was fun. Go check it out. Go check it out. Slim Devin, what is up, my guy? Thank you for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to scroll back up in the chat here real quick because we are talking tonight, which I love. I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss anything. Sorry, I'm just giggling at some of the chats y'all are having amongst yourselves. That's funny. I rewatch streams all the time, Wendy Girl. Honestly, I think my dream job would be if I had like a green screen and just even when I'm not awake, it was just constantly like a stream that was just Disney streamers. Go. Either when they're live and when they're not live, because there is that little bit of lag time where apparently everybody has to go to sleep and can't do Disney on the East or West Coast for a little bit. I always feel so like, what do I do now? So that's kind of also why we're doing this, is so we can hang out, chat about what we saw today, about what we liked, talk about the magic. Again, if you guys have any questions, I do try to keep up on some of the Disney news. Walt Disney World is more my forte because that's where I've been the most and what I know the most about. However, Walt Disneyland, obviously I'm trying to get a little bit more versed in that because I love watching y'all's streams. And I actually was able to tell someone where someone else was tonight, which was great because I know very little about that park. So again, thanks so much for joining. I'm going to go ahead and do my, thing again, and we're going to do this ever so often for any Ninja Watchers that happen to be out there. Guys, we love our Ninja Watchers. We really appreciate you. Please hit that subscribe button, that notification bell. I don't have a way right now to give a notification of an upcoming stream because of a technical issue with YouTube. We are working to resolve it. However, these streams do happen. They aren't always planned. And when they do happen, you want to know so you can be here. Also, we're going live from Walt Disney World for the official channel launch of the live streaming stuff at the parks on March 15th through 22nd. We are starting at Magic Kingdom, then Animal Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, back to Magic Kingdom for my birthday, which is going to be a great day, I hope. So we will see. Let me scroll back up and catch back up now that we're there. Also, please, if you're new here, hit that like button. Throw a subscribe in there if you haven't yet. I really appreciate it. It helps out the channel. We are just starting out here over at Little Root Plus 2, and we will be doing more than just me talking in these ghost streams. We will also be on the ground at a lot of parks. While I'm reading the stream, I'm going to try to talk at the same time and see if I can do it without messing up. May 16th through 18th, we will be at the Wine and Food Festival at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in Virginia. It's going to be a blast. You're going to love it. It's going to be a blast. So definitely check that out. All right, I am just kind of making sure that I didn't miss anybody. Slim's busy. Slim definitely. All right. No, Slim, Mike's just hanging out with us. Slim asked Mike, Mike Skellington, you having trouble sleeping? No, he's hanging out with us. He's got a wrench now and just doing his thing. Night, Slim. If you're going to bed, get some rest. I will probably see you tomorrow. In fact, I'm pretty sure I will see you tomorrow in the chats because I see all of you in the chats. So I really, really appreciate that. Oh, Victor. So Victor said someone may have told him about the new vertical streams on YouTube trend at the park and why the streamers are doing it. Victor, do you know something about what SoCal's going to announce tomorrow? Because if you do, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it for everybody. But I'm really curious, so feel free to, just shoot me a direct message. Let me know. I'm on Instagram. The links are at the top of my page. Also, check out my wife's Instagram. That is the +2 Instagram on there. There's a whole bunch more photos of food and things and wife and kid photos and all that kind of stuff on there. She's been doing the Instagram a lot longer than I have. We will be growing my Instagram as we go. But right now, hers is much larger. So check that out. Also, check us out on TikTok. Let's see. Oops, I lost my place. Oh, you guys do know something. Seriously, send me a message. I'm really curious. I'm really, really curious. Wendy, that's your home park? That's awesome. We've probably walked by each other. I had season passes last year, so I was there a ton over the summer, and then I was there for Christmas, and the only thing I didn't do was I didn't do the Halloween stuff, and it was just because I kind of had a lapse in the past where I had to add the Christmas thing on, and this year I'm not going to talk about that. More to come on that. We'll discuss, Wendy. We'll discuss. You'll still be up till 2 a.m.? Yes. Well, it's 10 to 4 here. So, no sleep crew. Here we go. Justin sending out good vibes. I'm not going to talk about on the stream exactly what's going on or anything I saw in other chats or anything like that. But send the good vibes to Justin. We love you, bro. We appreciate you being in here. Always fun to see you. Tina made it. Tina's like, I'll be okay if the surprise comes out early. I know you will. Me too. But I don't want to do it on my channel because then I don't want people to yell at me or be upset about it. Because he's definitely teasing it hard. SoCal Haunts and Parks, go check him out. He was teasing it hard tonight that something special is coming out tomorrow. I am super, super, super excited. So I accidentally have had to do a vertical stream. So the first two of these ghost streams, I accidentally, the second one, I set the phone in the wrong orientation when I started the chat. and started the stream and everything, and it kept it there the whole time. And that's part of the reason I took that one down. So we are trying to actually keep these up, though. I think they're a really fun time. Hopefully people, watch them the next day. I did see that several people did actually come in and watch last night's today before you guys started streaming over there at the parks this evening. So that actually made me feel really, really good. Hopefully people are enjoying this. I love hosting you guys. I like giving a space for everyone to kind of hang out and chat and just enjoy, the community that this is, because it's an awesome community. I'm privileged to be a part of it, and I really, really appreciate being welcomed in. And this is just my way of kind of being able to hang out with you guys, and we can just chat and, talk about whatever. I remember Justin used to complain about mine being vertical and shaky, lol. So on that note, I will be posting some content coming up on multiple platforms that is older. It's from last year from Busch Gardens, to kind of give you an idea of what we're going to do this year. When watching said content, I did not have a gimbal at this point. I was not doing live streaming at this point. I was not even active on YouTube at this point. So please forgive and forget, and, just kind of, that'll give you an idea of what we're going for when we get there. And obviously it should be a little bit better quality this time, because now we do have a gimbal, and we're trying to figure out Prism, and we're trying to figure out the live stream. We're doing all the things over here at Little Root Plus 2. And by we, I mean a lot of me staying up and doing all this kind of stuff, and then hanging out with you guys, and then staying up to check it, and then, getting Mrs. Rue to sit next to me while she's working and look at the stuff and see what she thinks. And, I'm trying to get better every night. So it's a learning curve. I'm trying to get there before we actually get to the park. Sorry, I'm not going to read all of these because a lot of these are to each other, but that's funny. I'm not being rude at all, Victor. So Victor said, y'all complaining about vertical streams, a bunch of hypocrites and being rude. I'm not complaining. I'm guilty of it myself. I prefer landscape, like this. It's just my personal preference. I think I can show a little bit more. However, I am guilty of doing that as well, so I cannot judge. It's just my personal preference. But to each their own. To each their own. Let's see. Rainbow of Disney, welcome in. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. Pardon me. All right. So, welcome in, everybody. A couple of things I wanted to talk about, just to kind of give us some stuff to chat about, maybe start some conversations, who knows. So Tiana's Bayou, like I said earlier, is opening at Walt Disney World first before it opens at Walt Disneyland. It is replacing, I know most of you know this already, but for those who don't know, it is replacing, in both Walt Disney World as Walt Disneyland, it is replacing Splash Mountain, which was based off the 1964 film Song of the South, which was riddled with problems. We're not going to get into that. This isn't that kind of stream, but you have to at least give credit that that is where the initial concept came from. It is very much the story of Brer Rabbit and the fox and all that kind of thing. And, throw them in the Briar Patch. That was the big drop. That was your show. It is being replaced by Tiana's Bayou, which will be opening later this year. I'm super, super excited. Hopefully I'll be able to get as much footage of that as I can once it does open. And I'll be sharing it with you guys. Quick disclaimer for the park stuff that is coming up. I am a Verizon customer currently. I am not going to be able to get an AT&T plan between now and then. I'm doing all this on one phone. So it will be a matter of how comfortable I feel with whatever the ride is, as far as whether we just get the queue, or we get the queue and the ride, or we get a portion of the ride and then the phone goes in the backpack. It's going to depend on basically my confidence level of, A, is my equipment going to go flying off the ride, which we don't want to happen, and B, lag and things like that. That being said, I always like to mention this for my West Coasters. I do know your Haunted Mansion is down. Check out that chat with Cordy, because they were talking about some of that, and they also had some pictures on there of the construction that they're doing over there on the West Coast. It looks, it looks like it's under construction right now. However, the East Coast Haunted Mansion is going to be open as far as I know. It is full of lag, even if you have AT&T. I know this from experience, as well as watching other streamers. So I do already have a backup plan to make sure we do have a video of that for you guys. I know you guys keep seeing me looking over to the side. I have a golden doodle puppy that is huge and a menace, and I'm just worried he's going to hop the baby gate and try to come say hi to you guys and destroy my lovely decorations that I put out, so you're not looking at a blank wall and extension cords like we have in the past. However, moving on, I got moths. It's North Carolina. Moths get in here. They're just a hassle. So I apologize for that. Moving on. Also, if you see a cat, throw a cat emoji, throw a wave, something like that. If you want to give one of my cats a shout out, I have 4 of them. I will be more than happy to give them pets and say who it's from. So just checking up on chat real quick. Right, so Victor Unboxes the World. That teen animatronic, though, I saw the picture, or the video, actually. It's a video. You can look it up. I don't have the link to be able to post it. I don't know if there's a copyright issue with that, so I'm not going to try. But go check that out. It's really cool looking, in my opinion. I'm still curious how exactly it's supposed to flow as far as the story. I do know that they're saying in some of the releases that it's supposed to be like the ultimate Mardi Gras party. So I'm very curious to see how that goes. But yeah, it should be opening very, very, very soon. I am very, very excited about that. And seriously, go check out that video. If you literally just Google Tiana's Bayou Adventure, opening date, it will pop up the article that I'm referring to and that a lot of us are referring to. That also includes the video of, it's like a teaser video almost. And it, I'm sorry, I got a message, that's funny. If we have any Figment fans, feel free to throw Figment, just the word Figment, or an emoji that's like a dragon in the chat. I'm a huge Figment fan. We can talk about Figment if you guys want. I love Figment. Figment is very near and dear to me. I rode the old one before they closed it way back when at Epcot, and then I didn't ride the one that was only open for like a month, and then I did ride the new one, and there's all kinds of stories we can talk about there. So let me just check on the chat here. Justin, wait, I'm already a cat. Cat-like reflexes. That's Justin, everybody. Go check out his stuff. Seriously, Justin's awesome. Victor said, here's the thing, R-Splash in Disneyland is fast in the show scenes, so why make a super advanced animatronic if the log speed through it? So, I am guessing that video was probably for Walt Disney World. I actually learned this earlier listening to Cordy's stuff. Apparently, the ride at Disneyland is a shorter ride than the one at Disney World. So there will be differences between the two rides. I'm actually really excited to see y'all's version. Y'all are really excited to see our version. We're going to swap versions. It's going to be great. Let's see. Justin is always out for some pins. Always out for some pins. Imagination. Yes. A little spark. Yes. Love it. Love it. Fun fact. The original Figment ride, when they first closed it, and kind of disassembled everything with the Dream Machine and all that, one of the original Figments is actually located at Walt Disneyland in one of your rides. If anybody knows which ride, I'm going to give it a few minutes before I answer, but if you know where that is located, drop it in the chat and I'll give you a shout out. Because it's actually kind of cool. At some point I want to get out there. It won't be this year because I have to focus more on East Coast, and I know I repeat myself a lot, but that's kind of the format we're doing. But on the West Coast, there is one of the original Figments from the ride at Walt Disney World. It is currently in a ride on display. If anybody knows where it is. Okay, Victor got it. Victor got it. So, we still have Tower of Terror on the East Coast. Tower of Terror on the West Coast, as many of you probably know, was basically surfaced to be Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't remember the full name of the ride. I've never ridden it. It's on my list. I've seen videos and it looks really fun. However, when you go into the collector's collection room, up in the ceiling, I think it's on the left-hand side, you will see one of the boxes that are kind of frosted glass. One of those boxes does have Figment in it, and it is one of the original Figments from the ride, as far as I've been able to research. So, fun little Easter egg there if you're a Figment fan. I miss the original so much. I think it was so much better. I really do. But we'll get into that another time, unless you guys want to talk about it. Let me go ahead and scroll back up here and make sure I am not missing anybody. Justin's like, if you watch my stream, stuff happens during my streams, LOL. Yeah, go check him out, guys, seriously. All right. Yep, it's in Guardians. I'm almost caught up, guys. Give me 1 second. Because, again, I'm trying to make sure that I catch everybody tonight. Yep. Victor said it's in the lobby of the Collector's Fortress above in a fogged-up collector's case. So keep an eye out for that if you're ever on that ride, or in the queue for that ride, I should say, at Walt Disneyland. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is the left side, Victor. I went down a whole rabbit hole, and this was months and months and months ago, because I'm a huge Figment fan, because I kind of wanted to know where the parts went. There are rumors that part of the Dream Machine is displayed somewhere at Walt Disney World or in a private collection. I can't remember. But it's not something that's accessed by the public. I don't remember if it was in a storage locker, backstage or something. But it's not going to make a reappearance, unfortunately. But there are still parts of it out there that you can occasionally, someone has found or will post. Mission Breakout. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate that. That is the name of the ride at Walt Disneyland. See, I always get confused that one with ours, which is Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, which is in no way like Tower of Terror. It is a roller coaster. It is one of the coolest roller coasters I've ever been on. It's probably my favorite roller coaster well, I know it's my favorite roller coaster on Walt Disney property. It's one of my favorite roller coasters in the world. One of the cool things about it is the ride vehicles themselves actually turn, I think it's almost 360. So as you're riding the ride, instead of it facing forward like a train, the ride vehicle is literally like if you're going around a curve, you'll be facing the inside of the curve, and then it'll swing you to face the outside of the curve. It's huge projections on the wall. Basically, when you first are going in, you go up and you kind of go into this room, and as you're going, you go towards the screen, and the cars do this number and line you up backwards, and then it fires you backwards into the ride, and then the cars spin around forwards, and they go sideways. It is insane. If you ever get to Walt Disney World, check it out. It is a very, very, very fun ride. Speaking of that ride, I'm already trying to figure out if I will even be able to show the inside of the ride. There are videos already on YouTube. I'm pretty positive I can at least get the queue, which there's a lot of cool stuff in that queue. So I will try my best to do that, as well as the pre-show before you get to the loading dock. However, I don't know yet if I'm going to be able to do the ride itself, because like I said, it is super intense, and I do mean super intense. So if you're ever there, check it out. I highly, highly, highly recommend. It's an awesome ride. Just kind of checking up on chat here. Haha, hey Snoopy in the house. Hey Snoopy32, everybody. This is my guy. He gets spicy. This is our spicy time of the night. Go check out his stuff. He does great stuff. Knott's Berry Farm. He does merch searches. He does food. I think he got a churro last night. It was still fun to watch. Tonight, he was getting chased out of Walt Disneyland by the Yellow Jackets. If you really, really like to see the park when it's a little bit more empty, especially, and you want to get some of those cool behind-the-scenes views as far as, like, the park empty with the castle and stuff like that, go check out my guy Ace. He is awesome, and he's also just a great guy. So go check him out. Let's see. Victor Unbox the World says, Cosmic Rewind is like the first ride I'm going on if I go back to Walt Disney World Epcot. I can almost guarantee it won't be the first ride unless you are really, really good at hitting that Insta-Q button. But I understand the sentiment. And yes to all of that. Do it. Do it. Yes, totally. It's an amazing ride. The queue itself could be its own attraction. I mean, literally could be its own attraction. And then you've got that amazing ride at the end of it. It's a lot of fun. Let's see here. Whoops. Why is my chat keeps erroring, so it keeps dropping me back down to the bottom and I have to start over. Sorry about that, guys. Victor Unbox the World. We need to do a spicy test with me and Rue because I can get pretty wild with my streams. Victor, hit me up. Right now, my main method of communication is through Instagram. So go to my Instagram. It's the Little Rue's Instagram, not the +2. The Little Rue one is literally something I check even while we're doing this. That's one of the things I was laughing at earlier was someone sent me a direct message saying they love Figment and they love that I have Figment behind me. If that person pops in later, we'll say who it was. But yeah, if you need to message me or you want to join up and try to do something like that, hit me up. I am always full of ideas and trying to just kind of, you know, get out there and do the thing and talk to you guys and hang out. And I mean, you guys seem to be enjoying this and I love doing this. So, I mean, that's how this came about. So I love it. Let's do it. Victor, send me a message. Hit me up. Seriously. Spicy time. Yes, it is, Ace Snoop. It is spicy time. You know it. It's always good to have you in here, Ace. It's always a good time. If you guys missed it last night, go back and check that out. There was a good portion, I think it was about an hour, where it was literally just like me and Ace talking for like the whole time. You are very welcome, my friend. You are very welcome. Thank you so much for that follow on Instagram, Victor. I appreciate it. Yeah, just send me a message. We'll chat about it. We'll see if we can work it out. If I can figure out the technology to make it work out, great. I'm trying. One of my goals with this, not only to hang out with you guys and give you guys a place to hang out after you're done streaming and to kind of relax and, you know, cut up a little bit, is also so that I can get better every stream. So, I mean, last night we had half of these decorations. I know that really doesn't matter that much, but I kind of was like, I want to add a little something because it's just so blank behind me. And then also trying to kind of troubleshoot the technology and figure out how to use it. I'm doing a battery life test on my phone, but tonight instead of using the gimbal, it's a stationary tripod. So I can literally just plug it in and we keep right on rolling. You shouldn't have to have that weird like down up view that's looking at my ceiling because I just don't like that view. The Spicy Crew. Ooh, does that mean we're the No Sleep Spicy Rue crew? Ooh, we got to come up with an acronym. Ace, get on that. We need an acronym. I am definitely going to watch Kung Fu Panda, Jeanette. I do enjoy some Kung Fu Panda. It cracks me up. It's one of those movies that I don't watch it so much for the story at this point. I watch it just because it cracks me up. Jeanette said, I have a Figment magnetic shoulder plush. Say that 5 times fast. A Figment, see, I can't say Figment magnetic shoulder plush. There we go. That's going to be one of my my enunciation warm-ups from now on. Thank you. And that's also really cool. I want one. I know Jay has a shoulder zero that he wears during Halloween season. So when it gets to be spoopy season again, I'm very, very excited to see the shoulder zero. Justin said he followed me on Instagram. Oh, thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate that. We need like a sports picture too. Do you want just like a random, like, you know, like baseball picture here or something? We'll figure it out. Ace Snoopy, not only does he provide you with live streams, he also provides you with decorating advice, and he's great at it. Let's see. Ace said, you going to watch Scary Farm streams? There's usually a lot of streams for that. I do want to watch Scary Farm streams. Because I've seen some of the behind-the-scenes stuff for those haunted houses, and I really am curious to see what they look like when they're running. And B, I have a friend who I'm not going to say their name, but if they ever watch this, they will know who they are, that works at Knott's Berry Farm. And if I see him, I'm just going to be like, ee! And like send him a message, be like, hey, I saw you in this thing. So, sorry about that. That was very high-pitched. But, yeah, totally. I'm glad everybody's doing so well. I mean, I'm just loving... It's so great to look down at the chat, and a lot of this, like, some of it's talking to me, and some of it's you guys just like, hey, man, how's it going? Your stuff was great. I loved your stuff. Such a great atmosphere. You guys are all awesome. I appreciate the positivity. That's what we're about here, is just spreading positivity, having a place to kind of hang out and chill. You know, the community all kind of getting together and be able to talk, because I know you guys are putting in the work and the steps out there, and there's a lot that goes into it. I am learning that firsthand right now, and I haven't even gotten to the parks yet. So having seen you guys and doing all that, it's kind of an honor for me to be able to kind of host this whole like little hangout. I know my funny looking face is the one you get to look at during all this, which is why I put all this stuff behind me. So if you're sick of looking at me, look at that. But it is an honor for me to be able to hang out with you guys and kind of have a place where we can all just kind of chill and cut up a little bit and stay up way too late and still enjoy doing it. So I really, really appreciate that. Real quick, it looks like a couple people might have just jumped in. If you're Ninja watching, welcome. I am Little Root Plus 2. I will be doing more than just the ghost streams, which is what this is, where we talk about Walt Disneyland, talk to some of the creators that are in chat, we talk to some of the mod all-stars, we talk to some of the chatters. I will also be on the ground at Walt Disney World for our official streaming launch on March 15th. We'll be doing Magic Kingdom on the first day, hopefully for Rope Drop, and then the next day Animal Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and then back to Magic Kingdom for my birthday. Don't miss that, and we'll still be there for 3 more days after that because it's an 8-day run that we'll be there for. After that, in May, I've already booked and set up a trip for Busch Gardens Williamsburg in Virginia for their Wine and Food Festival. It will be May 16th through 18th. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be food. There's going to be drinks. There's going to be cool things to look at. And there's going to be a lot of me and my wife trading off riding roller coasters, and the one with the gimbal is going to be responsible for trying to catch a shot of us on the roller coaster. So that'll be a fun thing. You guys can keep score from home of who's doing better. So definitely check that out. Also, if you are new here, please hit that subscribe button. You don't have to, but it really helps out our channel. We are a new channel, and we're doing our best to grow as fast as we can. Just so we make sure we don't have any issues with hitting some of our benchmarks to be able to keep bringing you guys cool stuff. Another teaser, since we're a little bit into the stream now, I did just, we just got a Jeep. It's a 4-door 2024 4xe. There will be more Jeep content if you like Wranglers. It's a Willys edition. But that will kind of enable us to be able to go out and maybe do some other stuff here more locally in North Carolina that maybe you wouldn't normally be able to go on. So I'll be bringing you guys along with me. I don't know if we'll camp or if we'll fish or what we're going to do. We will figure it out. We might do some hiking. We might do some trails. Who knows? Or maybe I do know and I can't tell you. Stay tuned. We'll figure it out. Also, if you don't mind, throw a like up in there. I really, really appreciate it. I see those hearts and I really, really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. I always love that you guys want to hang out with me when you're all done. It is an honor. It is really an honor. And yes, it is 4:10 a.m. LOL, Windy Girl. You're on the East Coast with me, so Windy Girl stays up just like I do. It is 4:13 here currently in North Carolina. So yeah, we're going to keep going until, everybody falls asleep. Hopefully not me, because I have to turn the camera off. Let me scroll back up and make sure I didn't miss anybody here. Ace is asking Windy Girl to stream. Let me know if you do stream, Wendy, because I want to see that. Or maybe we can get together and do something since you're actually pretty local. All I van stream are the cows and the deer walking by, which there are a lot of, I'm sure. That's funny. Hey, we can go cow tipping. I'm just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. YouTube just flagged me that quick. Justin and his jump scares. By the way, I found that video today of you jump scaring your own chat or your own stream. That was hilarious. And it was so good that we talked about it last night, and then somehow I they're always listening. But I was on, I think it was Instagram, and that video popped up, and I about fell out of my chair where I was sitting because it was so. My wife's looking at me like, "What is your problem?" I'm like, "You wouldn't get it." She's not part of the club, guys. I'm just kidding. Anytime she stays up late, she might join us, but she does have to sleep because she has to work tomorrow. So they're asleep right now. My little one is asleep as well, and I'm hanging out with you guys. Yes, Miss Garcia, we could go Bigfoot hunting. Kind of the wrong part of the U.S., but maybe. That'd be fun. I mean, there's other things in this area. There's other spoopy stories and places to go. I think in North Carolina, in fact, right down the road from where I grew up, there's a place that's famous for a banshee. Like literally within 2 miles of where I grew up. Yeah, I found the video. I mean, it just popped up. It literally just popped up. So I think the algorithm figured out that I wanted to see it. It was like, here. But it was great. Yeah, be careful anytime you're out there biking. One of my very close friends bikes everywhere or walks everywhere, and I'm pretty sure he's been hit by cars like 20-something times at this point. We keep joking that he needs to figure out where the target is and take it off his back. He's fine. He can still walk, talk, and do all the things. He just occasionally will come home and be like, "Oh, I got hit by a car." I'm like, again? What are you doing? Am I a good swimmer? Great question, Ace. Yes and no. As with everything with me, it's going to be a long-winded answer. So I am a good enough swimmer to do things like snorkeling, and I can do, ocean stuff I'm great with. Boating, I have no issue with. Pretty much anything that keeps my head above the water, I'm good. If my head goes below the water more than about 6 inches due to a thing with my ears, I have to have earplugs in, or I have to decompress with one hand the whole way down, which makes it a little complicated to do things like scuba diving and stuff like that, which I would absolutely love to try to do. However, with my ears, it's very, very complicated. I can do a little bit of like diving, as far as free diving when you have fins on, as long as I can keep one hand on my nose and decompress. Just like as you're going down. Otherwise, it literally feels like someone's like, and it's just not a good feeling. As far as form swimming, I know how to swim correctly. I just don't. That's pretty much it. So yes, I'm a pretty decent swimmer, Ace. I'm glad y'all are having fun in the chat. That's awesome. And like I said, don't forget to give us a like and a subscribe. We really appreciate it. Also, Patreon just went live 48 hours ago, I think it is. Right now, it's only got one video. We will be adding stuff to it as we go. So feel free to get in there. Right now, I did go ahead and fix some of that. I didn't realize the price was as high as it was because I didn't realize I could change it. And then I found out I could. So I definitely dropped that to kind of, if you guys want to join, feel free. It would be an absolute pleasure. And anything that goes into that will go right back into bringing more content to you guys. Also, there is a link, if the mods don't mind dropping it, for my Sweet Treat link. I have that set up that if you like something and you want to get me a coffee, I know we're here late. I don't really drink coffee, but I will get something with caffeine. Or if you want to get my daughter an ice cream bar or whatever you're feeling. If you just want to help us out with donations, they are never, ever, ever expected, but always appreciated. And like I said, all of that goes right back in to bring more content to you guys. Like I said, I am based on the East Coast. I am in North Carolina. It's about 13 to 14 hour drive to Walt Disney World. It's about 3 hour plus drive to Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. So, gas and food and hotels, all that kind of stuff, I'm all working out. Like I said, if you happen to just feel like you want to help us out, feel free. Hit up those links. I will appreciate it. I will figure out something as far as shout outs or anything like that if you would like, or if you want to stay anonymous, we can. But I really, really appreciate anything. And like I said, it's all going to go right back in to making sure I can bring you guys more content. Jeanette asked, is that supposed to be mangoes or is there such thing as a mangas? Are we talking like anime or are we talking food? Or no, that's manga. I don't know. I know very little about anime, to be very honest. I have several friends that are very into it, and they tell me things, and that's how I kind of know some of the lingo. But, I don't think I've ever read one, Jeanette. But I need to. And also, my friend's probably going to watch this tomorrow because he likes to kind of see what I'm up to this late at night. And he's going to go, okay, I got you. Like, he's going to be psyched. You just made his day tomorrow, Jeanette. Thank you so much. I'm scared to swim at night after watching Night Swim, LOL. So, Justin, I have in the past spent a lot of time at the beach. I lived at the beach in North Carolina for a little while. That's where I went to college. So I was down there for about 5 years. So I worked with different local programs, the turtle program, which I've talked about in the past. I worked with the Sea Turtle Protection Program for the state, and some other stuff. I've done kayaking. I've done a little bit of free diving. I've done snorkeling, which if any of you have ever been to the East Coast, the water is not crystal clear almost ever. It's like that color. It's like a greenish, brownish. It's just very dark. It's murky, so you can't really see very far in front of you. I like to swim in the middle of the day when it's hot, if I'm going to swim in the ocean. I do try to kind of steer away from, because I'm also, I like to fish. If anyone has anything against videos or streams on fishing, let me know, and I can do disclaimers or whatever if I ever do decide to post any content of that. But by free, don't get too impressed with Garcia. By free diving, I mean, like, I put on flippers, I go out where, you know, it's maybe 8 foot deep, and then I dive down under stuff and I look for stuff on the bottom. It's very quick. As long as I have the flippers on, I can put one like that and kind of do this number with the other hand. It's not like really cool free diving. So don't get too excited, but very cool. Okay, Jeanette, that's what I thought. Like I said, you just literally made my best friend's day. He's going to see this and be like, okay, I can fix that. And he's just going to give me like a stack of them. So I will try to get on that. I will try to check some of those out. I'm just now actually getting into some shows, and I'm not going to, well, I'm not going to list them, but there are some shows that I watch now, and I watch with my friend, and he goes, you know this is an anime, right? And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, it's an anime. And I'm like, oh, well, I like this one. So I will have to check out more stuff like that, Jeanette. Thank you. If you have any suggestions, shoot me on Instagram. Just shoot me a direct message, and I will give that list to him, and he will let me know how many of those he has at his disposal, which I'm sure is probably a good bit. But yeah, I don't really swim at night if it's an open water situation. If it's a pool, I'm all about night swimming. All about it. Love it. It's literally one of my favorite things to do at night if I can. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat here. All right, I'm just going to go over here and check on some stuff. Let's see. All right. Just kind of taking a look, just making sure all my stuff's squared away on this. And like I said, part of this is still a test on my end as well. So, all right, I am actually going to try to go ahead and rename this from test to Ghost Stream number 2 and see if it will let me do that while we're live, because I don't know, and the more you know. Well, I didn't see anybody disappear, so that's a good sign. All right, just making sure everything's set up. And like I said, I am still learning how to use a lot of this, so some of this is trial and error, and I appreciate you guys sticking with me. I really, really, really do. All right, let me hop back over into the chat here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I can hear myself. That's no good. Let me fix that. There we go. Thank you for those 9 likes, guys. I really, really appreciate it. If you're just joining me, I am Little Roo Plus 2. I will be going live from Walt Disney World on the 15th of March. I will also be at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg on the ground live streaming somewhere around May 16th through 18th. And not somewhere around, I will be there May 16th through 18th. So come check me out. We'll be seeing the Wine Food Festival, checking out some roller coasters. It's going to be a great time. Let me see here. Jeanette says, every time I go swimming, I paddle like a dog, lol. Hey, if it gets you from point A to point B, and like I said, because of my ears, I like to keep my head above the water. So I do like a variation, but my head's above the water. Or I do the paddle as well. And especially with the kiddo, you know, when we're in the pool and stuff, it's like, all right, I want to be able to see and hear her at all times. So there's a lot of like variations of like, okay, we're gonna... I look ridiculous right now demonstrating that, but... let's see. Miss Garcia's still here. Yay! Oh, Miss Garcia, are you going to stay up with me all night again? Let me know. Let me know. I have a feeling I know the answer already. Let's see. I don't know, Justin. I don't know. Perhaps. Perhaps. If I wear my Indiana Jones hat, will you stay up all night, Miss Garcia? Ace with the spice in the chat. I see you. I see you, and I don't want to get the inflection wrong, so I'm not going to read that. But if the chat's still up on the screen, you'll see it. Mike, was it a cookie or a brownie? And that's what we mean by the spice right there. If you know, you know. You have one too, Miss Garcia? That's awesome. Yeah, I got mine right here. So, never lose your hat, right? Let's see. Just making sure I'm keeping up with everybody here. You know, I think I know what you guys are innuendoing, and I'm not going to dignify that with a response. But we do like to have fun here. We get spicy. It's almost 4:30 in the morning over here on the East Coast. What time is it over there? Let's see. That makes it what? 1:30? 12:30? Math is hard. Just somebody drop it in the chat what time it is on the West Coast right now. Do I have a sweet tooth, Ace? I used to have much more of a sweet tooth when I was younger. At this point, it depends on my mood. Because, you know, they say your taste buds change like every 7 years. So there's some things I still really like. Thank you so much, Mike and Miss Garcia. So it's about 1:30 a.m., 1:28, 1:30 on the West Coast right now. You guys are so lucky. I was born on the wrong coast. I say this all the time in these. Let's see. So we were talking about sweet tooth. It depends. It depends. I like certain desserts, but I don't eat them as much as I used to. There was a time where literally I'd eat like 4 plates of food and then I'd pile up like a plate with nothing but desserts and just it'd all be gone. I don't do that anymore because I'm getting more grown up, we'll say. And when you start having that many sweets, the older you get, the more fun your life gets. And I don't mean that as fun. I mean fun your life gets. So I'm not trying to hurt myself. But yes, I do still partake in the sweets. Hey, Snoopy, you hit 361 subscribers. That is awesome. That is awesome. Congrats. Yes, Ace, exactly. Exactly that, among other things. and with family histories and all that on my side, like, let's not do that. That's awesome, though. Congrats, Ace. I'm super, super stoked that you hit 361. I think PJ's Ponderosa also is 4 away, I want to say, from 500 subscribers. So please, also, if you're new here and you haven't yet, go check out Ace Snoopy 32's channel. Go check out PJ Ponderosa's channel. Go give them a subscribe. They both are growing so fast and doing great things. Give them a subscribe. Put a comment in there. Tell them Little Roo Plus 2 sent you. They'll know who I am. Don't you worry. I appreciate that. And yes, I'm... Well, part of me focusing on my channel is I focus on you guys' channel right now. You know, I mean, you guys help me out, so I help you guys out. That's what I try to do. I appreciate that. But yes, our goal right now is we are trying to make it to 100. as soon as we can. The goal before Disney, where we get kind of some perks going for you guys in the memberships, or not memberships. That's not till 500. Let me slow my roll. As far as some perks that we could make accessible for people in chat and things like that, will be if we hit 150 before Disney. If we hit 150 before Disney, I'm gonna have to do something crazy for a video. I don't know what yet. I have no idea, but it's gonna be something. It's going to be something. But yes, if we can get to 100, that would be absolutely amazing. And I could not do it without you guys. I really, really appreciate it. Ace, you've helped me out a lot on your channel. PJ's helped me out a lot on his channel. Cordy's helped me on her channel. Winks is out there helping me out with my tech support stuff. So go check out Winks Wild Ride. He's a real hoot. I know I'm forgetting someone because I get talking so fast, and then after I finish the stream, I rewatch it and I go, why didn't I say so-and-so? Like, duh. But that's just how my brain works sometimes. Also, I think I actually started to say this earlier and I got sidetracked. So occasionally I will make errors in these streams. They are live and I don't edit them before I put them like public. I will usually rewatch them, and if there's something wrong, it will come down very fast. But I occasionally will make issues. I will make mistakes that could possibly be, upsetting to some people or something. For instance, last night we were discussing Grease. I wanted to go ahead and correct myself. I said there's Danny and Zuko. His name is Danny Zuko. I literally watched it later and went, what was I thinking? It's Danny and Kaneki. Wanted to make that correction when we were talking about the T-Birds last night. There were also a couple other times where even when my wife's watching, she's like, what did you just say? And I was like, I don't know. I was going a mile a minute at that point. So just wanted to let you know, if I ever make a mistake, whether it's a date or a history fact or anything like that, please do not hesitate to politely correct me or send me a link and be like, hey, by the way, I heard you say this. This is actually what it is. Because the more you know. And I'm all about trying to make sure that I give the most correct information I can. But yes, last night I literally went, you got Danny and you got Zuko. And I watched it later and was like, what, Joey? Like, you've played that role before multiple times. How did you mess that up? One job, guys. One job. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick here. I believe, so Ace Stupidity asks if I know if short clips count towards watch hours. He's always wondered that. If you go to your analytics stuff, you should be able to see if it's calculating watch hours off of it. I want to say it does, but I don't remember. And I can't check it. Well, I'm not going to check it right now, but we can definitely chat about that later. I can't remember. I think it does. Yes, Ace and Winks had a little bit of a date night last night at Knott's. They were, I believe Winks was whispering sweet nothings into his ear while they were on the scrambler. I know, Miss Garcia, and you were there and you didn't correct me. What in the world? That's funny. That's funny. Yes, it's very romantic, Jeanette. They're such a cute couple, aren't they? Now, Ace, are you going to give Winks the rose? Sprinkle some spice in that chat, Ace. Let me see it. Let me see it. That's okay. I missed it too, and I was the one saying it. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. It's always a good time over here. There you go. There it is. That's great. That's great. Let me see. What else can we talk about just for fun since we're all here? See, I talked about Tiana's Bayou already. I talked about Cordy's stuff. Cordy in California, Theme Park Casual and Berry Place 28 did a really cool thing today. It was episode 14 of a streamer hangout. They basically just talked about a bunch of Disney information, whether it was behind the scenes stuff or stuff that's upcoming or what the new festivals are going to have or opening dates or just all kinds of things. It was great. I had it playing in the background while I was kind of modding and doing everything earlier and watching. I literally had 5 streams and them going at one point. Luckily, like, that ended and then this one, and I was able to whittle it down where eventually it was like, okay, Mute. All right, now I go live. So I know earlier in PJ's chat we were joking around about the fact that I have all these voices in my head and whether or not they're real. Pretty sure that they are because they're your voices. Some of you, like Ace, and yeah, it was fun earlier. I got kind of caught up listening to like 3 people talking, and the PJ said something, and I was like, blah, blah. And I literally just typed in the chat like, "I'm sorry. What did you say?" Like, I missed it. I'm sorry. I was trying. Do I know why Disneyland has reservations still? It does seem kind of funny. So I'm not sure. I have theories, but I'm not sure. I know Disney World had reservations during the whole apocalypse, and then they did away with that in the last year, I think it is, for a standard ticket. But if you buy a season pass, like an annual pass, which is what I have, I think you guys call it Magic Keys out there, and there's different levels. If you're in Florida, there's the different levels, just like in California. If you're out of state, there's only one you can buy. And it's the top tier one. So, excuse me, that's the one we got. But if you have an annual pass, you do still have to make park reservations over at Disney World. Which is why right now I can tell you, I have those first 5 days of my 8-day trip. We're going to be here, and I have park hopper options. So if we want to see something over here, or we're over here and we want to go see that show, we can do that. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think it will be a problem getting reservations for where I want to go the last 3 days, but it's a rolling 5 that you're allowed at any time. So once I finish the first day, I'll be able to book the 6th day, 2nd day, 7th day, 3rd day, 8th day. So that'll kind of be how it goes. And then, of course, once we come home, I can go ahead and start booking my reservations as far as park reservations for the next trip that we're going to do. I am not going to tell you yet when I am going, but I am already planning the 2nd Disney trip. And it will be another big block of time that we are there. There is more to come on that, so please stay tuned to my channel and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of these fun times. I don't know for Disneyland, Ace. He asks, how much would the no blackout dates annual pass be? I can say that ours were considerably less than that for Disney World. So I can't imagine that it would be too much more than that out there, but I don't know. I haven't looked it up. But that's a good question. I'm actually very curious about that because eventually I want to go out there and I'd like to figure it out before I go, as you guys have probably noticed. Tina, you're still in the house. Thank you so much. You are a rock star. Doorables. What are Doorables? Jeanette asks, do you like Disney Doorables? Amazon released the Star Wars Doorables Galaxy. You know what? I'm going to go see what that is right now. Let's find out together. You said they were Star Wars Doorables, I think? Star Wars. Oh, those are cute. Well, they're Doorables. I never got into collecting these. When I was younger, I did collect, like, action figures. I stopped doing it because bills. And now, to be honest, any of my extra money is either going to this or it's going to, my daughter. So, but these are cute. Let me scroll through some of these. Do you have like a preferred one that you like? Let me hop back over so I can see your answer. Ace, I did collect baseball cards when I was a kid. I very, very much did. Ace, do you know who Mark Hamilton is? Just let me know in the chat. I won't elaborate on that unless you know who it is. Oh, I didn't know that, Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia said Disneyland still has blackout dates for all passes. All of them? Or I'm assuming like the top tier of those blackout dates are probably like, you know, the party dates and all that kind of stuff. Like when they do like the opening for each one. I don't know. Let me know. Yeah, started out in North Carolina, and I'm talking to Ace. So yes, he started out in North Carolina, and then he played for multiple professional teams. Is that, we're thinking of the same person, right, Ace? Because I may have said the wrong name, but am I saying the right name? Does this sound right? Yeah, yeah. So fun fact: when I played baseball, there was one day where we actually met before he got drafted, and he was hitting grounders to me, and he hit a one hopper, and I don't even know how I can grow a beard because literally it hopped once, came up, and the ball went zzz right here, and so I had a big old, like, you know, just raspberry. It was bad. But it was kind of neat because I knew him, and after that, like, we'd run into each other. We trained in some of the same places. We would go to some of the same fields to practice, and yeah, that was before he got really, really big. So, fun fact, I know him. Or I knew him. I haven't talked to him in years. I don't even know if I'd recognize him if I saw him now. But back then, I knew who he was. Very, very much so. I don't know much about overseas baseball. I will admit to that. And because I don't want to mess up any enunciations, I'm not going to read that one out loud, Ace, but I'm pretty sure that it will pop up in the chat for people to watch later. So I don't know. I don't know. So your favorite one, Jeanette, is Baby Grogu. I'm pretty sure I saw that one already, but let me double check. I have way too many tabs open on my computer. Earlier, I literally was trying to post something in one chat. It was when I was parroting the Beverly Hills song, you know, Beverly Hills, that's where I wanna be. Yeah, gimme, 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 gimme. Living in Beverly, but I changed it like streaming in Beverly Hills, and I posted it in like Coda's chat, I think, accidentally. So nobody had any idea what I was talking about, and I was like, "Oh no!" And I like quickly, like, you know, retracted it and everything, and then went over. So by the time I reposted it where it was supposed to be posted, it was just like, you know, living in Beverly Hills, streaming in, you know, Beverly Hills. That's where I want to be, streaming in Beverly Hills. I didn't even do the gimme gimme because we were so far past that reference at that point. I was like, oh. All right, I'm just going to throw this in here. Like, good fail there, Joey. Good fail. Good job. So let me see here. These are really cute, though. Something tells me my daughter, when she gets out of, like, this type of stuff stage, is going to wind up collecting something like this. Because, I mean, we collect things. I don't collect much anymore of any of my collections because I just really don't have the time or money or the place to put them. Because I'm remodeling several things in my house right now, and until all that's done, I really don't have a place to display them. So they're all kind of in storage right now, which breaks my heart. But yeah, I used to collect baseball cards, stamps, rock gems and minerals. I used to be very, very much a rock hound, by the way. Dinosaur bones, museum casts of dinosaur bones. All kinds of random stuff. I used to collect stuff, but yeah, right now I don't have anywhere to display them, so it's just kind of like this stuff. I got it, and I'm like, so we're gonna put it up in the house. I think eventually it's gonna wind up in my bedroom. I'm gonna do a whole like Disney wall because I think my wife will let me have that. The only reason they're out here and they'll eventually be on this wall, at least for when we do this, is because we kind of had to barter wall space. It was like, well, if you do that, I get this wall, and so it was an interesting negotiation. With Mrs. Rue. But yeah, eventually I'm hoping to have these posters up on this wall so that when we do this, you actually have something to look at other than this wall. Let me hop back over so I can see what you guys are talking about because I am currently still on Amazon looking at those doorables. And yes, Jeanette, Baby Grogu is very cute. Let's hear some country music. Really, Ace? Really? You guys just... Ace, you always trying to get me to sing. Was it you or was it Trish the other night that was like, let's do a sing-along? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. Let's see. I am not singing Achy Breaky Heart. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Respect Billy Ray Cyrus. But I refuse. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all, for coming in. So, Ace, you like country music. Like, give me some examples. Like, give me some examples. Either artist or song, either one. 1,000 subs, country song, sing-along. Now, that's something I could make happen. That is definitely something I can make happen. If we hit 1,000, tell you what, I will do a stream that is a country music sing-along. Why not? You heard it here first. Ace, why not? We hit 1,000? Sure. Maybe lock the door and turn the lights down low. That's not even the right key that I started in, but whatever. But yeah, like, Ace, tell me like artists, like which artists you like. Jeanette's asking everyone who's heard Achy Breaky Heart. If you've heard of Achy Breaky Heart, throw Jeanette a thumbs up in the chat. Carrie Underwood's good. LOL, just about not looking at the lyrics. It's about the right key. Yes, it does help if you start in the right key. Excuse me. Mike Skellington got you a thumbs up there, Jeanette. I mean, I'm very familiar with Achy Breaky Heart. Not familiar enough to sing it, but I am aware of the song. I know, I've listened to the song several times. I know who performed the song. But I'm not going to sing it. We hit 1,000K? Maybe. 1,000K. That is 1,000. See? This is what happens when it's 13 minutes to 5 a.m. here. Guys, if you're just tuning in, thanks so much for joining. I am Little Roo Plus 2. This is a brand new channel. I'm just going to do this ever so often just in case anybody's here that's ninja watching. Hit that subscribe button and say hey to me in the chat. Throw in a question. Ask what we're about. We'll be doing this kind of thing. We'll be doing possibly some other content that's similar to this. We'll also be doing Jeep Wrangler content with my 2024 Willys Edition Jeep Wrangler that we just got. That's a 4xe. So I'm still learning how all of the little quirks of the 4xe part of that work. The more that I figure out, the more I'll be able to make content about it, and we'll be able to go more places that are kind of cool. As well as we'll be at Disney World March 15th through 22nd, and we'll be at not King's Dominion. I was about to say King's Dominion. What am I doing, guys? I guess I need some coffee or something. We will be at Busch Gardens. There we go. Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in Virginia for the Food and Wine Festival coming up on May 16th through 18th. It's going to be a great time. I'm pretty sure I'm going to put the mods to work keeping score on who between my wife and I can catch the other one more on video on roller coasters. And maybe if it's a tie, we'll have the chat figure out, like which was the better shot. Jeanette, Dolly Parton is literally an American, she should be protected at all costs. Let's just say that. I love Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton's amazing. Working 9 to 5, trying to make a living. Also, did you know that there's a musical called 9 to 5 that is kind of like based off the movie 9 to 5, which is based off of, obviously, the song 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton. Fun facts. Jeanette said, I heard the Spanish version of Achy Breaky Heart. What was that like? Like, I really don't even know what that would sound like in my brain, to be honest. I'll have to check that out, just out of curiosity. Also, if my hair gets on my nerves too much longer, I'm going to put my hat on. Don't know if you guys care or not, just figured I'd share. Ace, did you go back and watch any of the stuff from the other night? Or from last night? The other night. I'm saying like it's a week ago. That was last night. Have you gone back and looked at any of that yet? Because I know you had asked me to keep it up and everything, and I did make sure it was set to public. So it should be accessible. If for some reason you can't get to it or anybody can't get to that one, let me know. Same with this one. Because I am trying to make sure these are all set to public, so we can just, somebody misses it, they can come back and watch it. I do, Jeanette. Jeanette asked, do you like Spanish music group? My dad actually lived in Spain for quite a long time, way before I was ever dreamed of. And I will probably talk about other things with that. I should probably ask his permission to tell some of his stories. but he did live in Spain for quite a while before I was even a thing. And so growing up, we would start, so Christmas would start with Christmas music, but it would very quickly, like after you hit all the classics, it would then go to like Led Zeppelin, then it would go to Gregorian chant, then it would go to Roy Orbison, then it would go to Beach Boys, and then it would go to Gypsy Kings. So I listen to pretty much every type of music that exists. But yes, my favorite is Gypsy Kings, as far as the Latin music stuff out there. So good question. Also, I'd love to dance to Latin music. Mike Skellington with a musical reference. Does the rain in Spain stay mainly on the plain? I'm not sure. See if I know what that's from. I know what that's from. Please let me know if you know what that's from in the chat. I'm just curious if you guys are on my level like that. Also, that's also from the same musical that has Get Me to the Church on Time. That's a fun one. That's actually probably one of my favorite songs from that musical is Get Me to the Church on Time. Has anybody here ever watched Singing in the Rain? I love Gene Kelly. I mean, really, I love all three of them that led that one. It is not Pygmalion and Miss Garcia. Well, I mean, there might be a reference to it in that, but it's actually from My Fair Lady. I did not know that, Mike. Thank you for that information. Like I say, the more you know. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna refresh the chat here just because it's lagging on my end a little bit, and I want to make sure I keep up with you guys. So it'll take a second to reload. Excuse me. So tomorrow when I'm watching this to double check I didn't say anything that means I need to take it down, my daughter's probably gonna come up and be like, "Daddy, I want to watch. What are you watching?" And then she's gonna be like, "Why do you have my toys?" It's gonna be great. Today, it was so cute. She actually walked up to me today while I was watching it. Now, mind you, I had stayed up all night with you guys. I had worked that day. I took like a nap that day, but I had stayed up all night with you guys. I stayed up enough to watch pretty much all the way into the last hour of the stream, which was the entire time that she was at preschool. And then when she got home, I was trying to knock out the last little bit before I set everything to public, which it turned out it auto set to public, which I don't know how I did that. I think I did it in a setting that I forgot how to get to, but I'll get to that in a minute. I'm trying to read that and I'm trying to talk and I keep getting sidetracked. But yeah, she comes up to me. I'm sitting on the couch, basically right here, like literally where I'm doing the stream. All this stuff was gone. I put it all away. It was just back to normal, like my living room and her playroom. And I'm watching the stream again. I'm listening to, I'm laughing at all the silly things that I'm saying and mistakes that I'm making and words that I'm not pronunciating correctly and just critiquing the mess out of myself. And she comes up, she goes, "Daddy, who's that?" And I was like, "It's me." And she was like, "What?" And she sits down next to me, she's like, "Daddy?" Like, just watch it like, I don't get it. Why are you watching yourself? So at some point I will have to have that conversation with her when she gets older. It's like, look, it's I'm not that vain. It's just I want to make sure, mainly I was listening to it. Like I want to make sure that I didn't say something that would get me in trouble so I could keep it up. So people could see it later if they don't want to stay up all night with us. Because I completely get it. If you want to go to bed and you want to watch this tomorrow, great. Throw a comment in there if you liked it and be like, hey, this was fantastic. I mean, yesterday's stream took a minute to kind of get up and running, but by the end, I think we had a lot of fun. So let me hop back into the chat here, see what we're talking about. So I think one led to the other, Mike. I think. I could be wrong there. Harrington? Maybe? I'm drawing a blank. That's a good question, Mike. Mike, Google that and let me know. Because I'm curious. You've actually got my brain working now. A little bit. What little I have at 5 o'clock in the morning. Ah, gotcha. It was Harrison. Okay, thank you. Jeanette, thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. Seriously. This is 2 nights in a row you've hung out in this stream. If we do another one, please come hang out again, and I'll definitely see you in everybody's chats. But get some rest. Seriously, get some rest. And thanks again for coming out. Yes, Wendy girl. Good night, Jeanette. Thank you so much. Everybody say good night. Everybody say good night to Jeanette. It's so funny because before I start these, I'm watching all these streams. I'm like, oh, I could talk about this if we have like a lull period, or I could talk about this. And then as soon as we start, I'm like, what's the chat talking about? Like literally in my brain, just because I've got like 18 things going at once. And I'm trying to keep track of other things that I'm tracking. Speaking of, I need to check my my phone battery. My apologies for my hand in your face. Let me go over here. Okay, we're at 58%. I'm going to let it run down to probably 10. But like I said, tonight we've got a stationary phone, and I've already got the charger right next to me. So as soon as it gets low, we're good to go. We're going to keep right on rolling through. Who's excited to see Coda Bear back on the West Coast? Just show of hands. I'm curious. Like, I really liked his Japan trip with Ron. There was some really cool stuff they did, so go check out their videos. They went to, like, the Gundam factory, which was insane. They went to the Cup of Noodles Museum, which I never... A, I didn't even know existed, and B, now that I know it exists, now I want to go. And then on top of that, they did a whole bunch of Disney in Tokyo, which still has classic Splash Mountain, and it also still has the Redhead and Pirates. Fun facts. I know, Mike. I saw him. So when PJ was leaving, I was doing all of them at the same time, and I was like, PJ, Coda's somewhere in the circle. Go find him. Jeanette, no, thank you. Seriously. Thank you. You're awesome. And I'll see you soon. Have a good night, Jeanette. Seriously, get some rest. You're a trooper. I appreciate you. If you're just now joining us, guys, I'm Little Roo. This is Little Roo Plus 2. We do a lot more than just this. This is a young channel, so we're just kind of starting out. But we will be going to Disney World March 15th to 22nd. So I will be live streaming and vlogging and making other content and making shorts and keeping up with my 4-year-old and hanging out with the wife and celebrating my birthday all at the same time while we're there. So please check it out. Also, we will be at, I don't want to say the wrong one again, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in Virginia for the Food and Wine Festival, May 16th through 18th. Please check that out. This is the Ghost Stream. We are the No Sleep Spicy Roo crew, and I feel like every night we had a new word to that, so I need an acronym for that at some point. But that's what we do here. Basically, I wait till my friends over on the West Coast finish up or are about to wrap up their stream, and then everybody just kind of hops in here and we chat. We got Mod All-Stars, we got creators, we have other chat All-Stars. It's just a fun time. So if you are new here, please hit that subscribe, hit that like, make sure you hit the notification bell because these are not always announced. Sometimes they just happen and you don't want to miss one because they are a lot of fun. And it is a chance to kind of chat with people that sometimes, you'll be watching their stream and now you can actually chat with them in chat. So definitely hit the subscribe, hit the like. We appreciate it. It helps the channel out immensely. You have no idea. We appreciate you. Also, if you're new here, hop into chat. Say hey to me. I'll say hey back. If you want to not talk after that, I'm fine with that. If you want to keep talking after that, I'm fine with that too. So feel free to ask me anything you like. It can be Disney related. It could be life related. It could be me related. If it's something I can't answer, I'll apologize and not answer it. But if it's something I can't answer, I'll be more than happy to hop in and say hello and answer whatever I can for you. Oh, thank you. She's so nice. We appreciate Jeanette over here. So who else we still got in here? We still got Ace. Is Ace still running around? There he is. I know you're not a Disney streamer, but why are there still Disney Channel night tickets? Would you by chance know? I don't know. Coda was talking about it earlier, I think it was. So you might want to go back and check like the last hour of his stream. He might be able to tell you on that. Because I did hear him mentioning that quite a bit. However, I don't know enough about out there to be able to answer. But I did hear him talking about it, so I can at least point you in the right direction. So go check out Coda Bear the Explorer. Yes, I did know that there is an after-hours Disney night, the Disney Channel night. It's on my bucket list to go to that as well, because Disney Channel, I love Disney Channel. I don't watch it as much anymore, but that used to be a daily thing. PJ's Ponderosa in the house, everybody. PJ, thanks so much. Did you make it home okay? Like, are you home, right? You're not doing this while driving, I'm hoping? He goes, I'll hop in here on that question, Ace, because they did it horribly. That's great. Is Disney Channel night going to have Perry the Platypus? I don't know. I'm excited to find out with you guys, and then we can chat about it here after we're done watching it. Oh, I have to check out the lineup then, PJ. I know last year I enjoyed watching it, I think mainly because I'd never seen one before. But I'm curious to see it. Oh, okay, awesome. Thanks, Wendy Girl. So SoCal will also be streaming that as well. Sweet. Good, I'm glad, PJ. Thanks for letting me know. There for a minute I was like, you're not driving, are you? Thanks for tuning in, PJ. I appreciate you. And if Jay's there, tell him I said hey. Thank you, Miss Garcia, for dropping that link. Yes, guys, please go check out PJ's Ponderosa. Him and Jay are absolutely phenomenal. They're great people. They do all kinds of things. Their streams are so much fun. Just go check them out. They're a lot of fun. Plus, you can chat with me in the chat if you get bored, which you won't. But seriously, go check them out. They are fantastic. Half the characters don't have anything to do with Disney Channel? What are the characters that they're putting in there then? Like, what? No, I'm curious. Let me know what characters they are putting in there, because I feel like there's a lot of options for Disney Channel characters. Why on earth they would do other characters, I don't know. That makes no sense to me. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. I really appreciate it. We just hit 77 subscribers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Please come say hey. Hit that notification bell. We're going to be doing all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Disney, Busch Gardens, other things around here, hanging out with these guys, chatting, watching their streams, recapping the night. Occasionally I go live before they all stop, so you'll literally watch me live watching 5 streams and telling you, hey, so-and-so's at this place, so-and-so's at that place. Am I a foodie? I guess. I like to try new things. I like good food. However, I don't eat huge portions, if that makes any sense. So I like to try things. I do like to try things. That being said, if it's something that I know how to cook myself and I can get it, and do it myself for a fourth of the price, I will probably just do it myself. Things like lobster, steak, things like that. I usually, a lot of seafood. I absolutely love it, but I'll just cook it myself because I can go get it at wholesale price and cook it exactly the way I want it, and I don't have to worry about it. Ace loves mac and cheese pancakes at night. There are mac and cheese pancakes? Or is this a reference to the other night when it was like somebody had pancakes and somebody had mac and cheese? Ida J, no relation. It gets me every time, Mike. I'm telling you, every time. Miss Garcia, don't get my spicy chat started again. That's what we're here for, Ace. What are you doing, man? Spice it up. Oh, now they sound good? Okay, good. And Mike's like, what? We're having fun. Is Dragon Blood back in? Yes, what's up, man? Welcome back. Thanks so much for hanging out, Dragon Blood HD. We appreciate you being here. We're just hanging out with, PJ, and we got Ace in the house as well. We've also got, Mike and Wendy and all the friends. It's great. It's a great time here. Thanks so much for coming back. I appreciate you, man. So PJ says they will have Kim Possible, Baloo, King... Well, now are we talking Tailspin Baloo and King Louie, or are we talking like traditional Baloo and King Louie? Don Carnage, Lilo and Stitch. So Lilo and Stitch at least makes sense. The Experiments, Chip and Dale, Monterey Jack. Now, Monterey Jack, somebody please get a shot with him, because I have never seen Monterey Jack in person, and that would be cool. Darkwing Duck, same thing. Launchpad McQuack, Goofy, Max, Rapunzel and Flynn. Do Rapunzel and Flynn Rider have a show on Disney Channel? Dragon Blood said, wow, Rue, you're still up? Yes, I am still at Dragon Blood. We are going to do the same thing we did last night, most likely. We're just going to keep going until we can't go anymore. So, as long as you guys want to hang out, I'm here. That's just what we're doing. We like to hang out and chill and talk about random things. And right now, I'm very curious about, like, I get Kim Possible. That makes sense. Because we're talking about the, if you're just coming back, we're talking about Disney Channel night coming up on, I think you said March 5th at Disneyland, and the different characters that they chose. So again, it's Kim Possible, Baloo, King Louie, Don Carnage, Lilo, Stitch, The Experiments, Chip, Dale, Monterey Jack, Darkwing Duck, Launchpad McQuack, Goofy, Max, Rapunzel, and Flynn Rider. Now, about half of those I can get behind, depending on which version. Because Baloo, if they do Tailspin, that makes sense. And that's actually kind of cool to me, because that's my favorite Baloo. I actually like that Baloo more than I like the movie Baloo. Same thing with King Louie, because he was a lot of fun in that one. Kim Possible, of course. What's the Stitch, Wade? Like, all day long. Lilo and Stitch, I used to watch that. The Experiments, I'm not even sure what the Experiments are, to be honest. Chip and Dale, obviously I know what that is. Hopefully it's Rescue Rangers version, because those are my favorite Chip and Dale. Well, really, I love all Chip and Dale. Let's not get into the weeds on that. I love all Chip and Dale. Monterey Jack is, I've never seen live. Would love to see that. Darkwing Duck, same thing, because I used to love Darkwing Duck. Launchpad McQuack, I know who that is. Goofy, Max, that makes sense, because there used to be a show with that. But the Rapunzel and Flynn Rider, I don't get. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down the chat here, because I was still back up on that one, so I could list that off again. Why does it keep doing that? Sorry, it keeps, like, literally, I'll be scrolling down, and it launches down to the end. I have to go back up and find myself. So, give me 1 second to just kind of catch up here. Mike Skellington. Oh, okay. So it's not pancakes made out of mac and cheese. Could you even do that? I mean, I guess... Actually... Technically, what's in noodles is kind of the same thing that's in pancakes. It's just drier. And then you add the cheese. I don't know. I digress. Mike just broke my brain. That's what that was. Oh, they also have Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Scrooge. That makes sense because of DuckTales, which hopefully they do that version. And then, of course, Mickey and Minnie. That makes sense. He says, we're all good. Wait, no. LOL. We're here till it gets spicy. You know it. Oh, Mike. I loved Kim Possible, too. I watched the animated series and loved it. I think wasn't it Christy Carlson Romano was the voice of Kim, if I remember right. And then, of course, Ron and the Naked Mole Rat. I loved it when it came out because I remember watching it when it came out. And this is a couple months ago. We were surfing Disney Channel, or not Disney Channel, but Disney Plus, trying to find something to watch. And I come upon a live action version, and I'm like, what? They made a live action version of this? Okay, I'll try it. That was somebody's pet project. They were having way too much fun. Way too much fun. I'm not saying the movie was great. I'm not saying the movie was terrible. I'm just saying that was somebody going, oh no, this is going to get done. And I already know who I want in these roles. It was funny. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. There's a live action Kim Possible. It's not going to change your life, but you'll get a good laugh out of the actual actors and actresses they used for those different roles. Because I was expecting Christy Carlson Romano type, Kim. It was a completely different look. And then Ron, the guy they got was, I think he also is on the Goldbergs. And then, of course, the villain, you will recognize him immediately because that guy is in literally everything. I swear he just sits there and goes, what looks fun out of all these scripts? Yeah, I'll do this one. I swear that's what he does. Gotta be. All right, let me scroll back up here. Oh, wow, y'all are talking quick. I gotta catch up. Mr. Garcia said, Mike's gonna say it's literally gloopy mac and cheese on top of a stack of pancakes. See, now that doesn't sound great. Like, even the texture there doesn't sound great. I'm not gonna lie. PJ said, I wanted them to bring Lizzie McGuire as her animated. That would be so cool. Wait, hold on. I don't know if I can say this. Loser, loser, double loser, as if whatever. Get the picture, duh. Sorry, I used to love watching Lizzie McGuire back in the day. Hilary Duff was awesome. Still is awesome. Would Max and Goofy be the Goofy movie edition? It would be somewhere between the Goofy edition, and I swear there was a show there too that they did. Goof Troop. Just occurred to me. Goof Troop. It would be the Goof Troop edition. It would have to be, because that's the only one that's Disney Channel that I can think of. But yeah, it's in the same vein as, because Goof Troop and the Goofy movie are basically the same, stuff. Like, different story, same world. Ace goes, let's have a cooking stream sometime. I have said this before, and I will say it again. If I can find a space that I feel comfortable enough bringing you guys along to cook and actually have space to make it look good, and not just be, because my kitchen is very few counters. I'm going to remodel it at some point. It's on the list. I've got a lot to do before then. But if I could ever find a space that's wide enough where it'll look good on camera and, I can do that, then yes, 1,000%. Now, that being said, I have toyed with the idea maybe when it gets warmer, if I decide to cook out one night, I might do a random stream like this and we just hang out and I make some burgers or something. Senior Sir and Senior Junior, Shigo, Dr. Drake and Monkey. Okay, so Shigo, yes. Yes, I want to see that. Dr. Draken 2, Monkey Fist 2. But Shigo? Yes, I want to see that. Please, somebody. Make sure you stream that, please. Please, for me. Mac and cheese is amazing, Dragon Blood. So here's my question to the chat. Velveeta and shells or something else? Which is your favorite? Rin Stevens too? Yes. Which is from Even Stevens, which was Kelsey Carlson Romano, which voiced Kim Possible. She also has a podcast, I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken, now she has a podcast where she talks about her Disney days and different things. And I think now she's actually trying to work with Disney again on a show or two. I'm not sure. There's really only one show that sort of know some stuff about people that are in it, and that's because like I'm a friend of a person that's kid is in the show. It's a great show. I'm not going to mention which one because privacy, but I don't keep up with Disney Channel as much. I do need to actually go back and catch up on some stuff that's newer, just so when my daughter gets a little bit older, I'll be able to kind of, hey, watch this one. Hey, watch that one. Does anybody remember Gummy Bears? Oh, that was a great show. I loved Gummy Bears. Gummy juice. Or no, it was Gummy Berries. That's what it was. Yes, the live action I don't like. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I completely understand, Mike, why people would have feelings about that particular movie. And like I said, I just got a kick out of who they cast. The movie itself was like, but the people that were in it, it was just fun to watch them play those characters, and it was campy. It was fun. It was fun. We don't speak of live action Kim Possible from BJ. Understood. I'll let it go. Like I said, I just thought it was funny who was in it. The Kim actress was not good. The Shigo actress was much better. Facts. Hard facts, Mike. And I'm not trying to insult whoever the actress was that played Kim. I don't even know if that was her or if it was the script or if it was the way... It may have been something else. Because of my background, I don't always put it on the actual performer because sometimes you're given a pile of something and you have to make the best of it. But yeah, Shigo killed it, actually, in my opinion. She was actually one of the best characters in that film. But we're not supposed to talk about it according to PJ, so. And why isn't Patrick Warburton in it? I don't know. Honestly, I think that they could have done that with some of the originals and been just fine. Even with them being older. Because it's not like Disney hasn't done that in the past. Like, hey, we're casting a teenager and they're, like 28 with a baby face. Let's see. Windy Girl, extra spicy. Somebody's got to explain this rain cheese thing to me at some point, Mike. I see this all the time. You guys keep mentioning rain cheese, and I'm like, rain cheese? What? Okay, sure. Don't know. It doesn't sound appeasing. OMG, I remember that. PJ, what did you remember? We've talked about so many things, and I'm going so slow in the chat. I've got to catch up. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to try to just scan through all these because I feel like you guys are racing ahead of me. Which is totally cool. Do your thing. I need to do better. This is me. I'm working on me. Sorry. I will have to check that out, Wendy, because it's been brought up multiple times. And Miss Garcia, I think you mentioned last night that you were the inventor of that, which made me mildly concerned. Mac and cheese pancakes, very different from rain cheese, Mike Skeleton, from Miss Garcia. Oh, speaking of Even Stevens, I saw Shia LaBeouf in Newport Beach a few weeks ago. That's really cool. So, I enjoyed Shia LaBeouf's early stuff. When he went into this whole, like, avant-garde modern art thing, like, I get it. Wasn't my cup of tea, but I get it. I will say, when I was... So, I mentioned last night, I have theme park experience. I did perform at a theme park for a while. When I was at the theme park, I was in a show at the theme park, like the main show. And there was one day that the guy that was like head of the entertainment department came in and was like, "Oh my God, Shia LaBeouf's here." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, he might come see the show." Now, of course, my first thought is, if I were Shia LaBeouf, I probably at this theme park would not take 30 minutes out of my day to go see this like 25-minute show. Probably wouldn't do it. But who knows? And we did multiple shows a day, so it was possible at any point he could roll in there. And he was there with like his entourage, and this was during like the Peanut Butter Falcon era. So I think he was there with his co-star, and they were just hanging out in the park for the day. And so we were told this backstage, and we everybody's freaking out. And of course, I'm like, internally, I'm like, if I look out in the audience and see Shia LaBeouf, yes, I might actually have like a little like fanboy moment, but because I have enjoyed his stuff. I like a lot of his stuff, especially his earlier stuff. And, you know, that's just cool. Especially, you know, performing for that person. It's surreal. And so I will say this, it never happened. He never came. I was right. He never came to the show, which was kind of relief at the end of the day, because that was also one of the days that, like, we had other things happen with cast members and people had to leave early and someone got sick, and it was a hot mess. It was a hot mess that day. But it was, I will always remember that when I think of Shia LaBeouf, because everybody's like, what? He's here? Yeah, and freaked out. So we were on the lookout for him all day long. I did see some of his entourage, though. Just message you. I will have to check that out, Ace. I will have to check that out. What's your favorite kind of pasta, Ace? Miss Garcia, Mike, everybody in chat, what's your favorite kind of pasta? I'm just curious. Hey, I think I've almost caught up. Windy Girl said, at Miss Garcia, LOL, you can't say Ace Snoopy never took one for the team. Mac and cheese pancakes. I will be learning more about this. I will be learning more about this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read about it right now because I don't know how long that post is, but I'm going to check this out. Yes! Okay, good. Okay. Oh, okay, that was what the OMG was about, PJ. Thank you. I thought you would. I thought you would appreciate that. Because me and you seem to be like right there with a lot of these references, and I figured you would really appreciate that. By the way, Jay's okay, right? Because when you signed off, you kind of like did one of these like, and I was like, uh-oh. When you were doing the, you know, the out of the box song. He's okay, right? I was concerned. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Let's see. Mike's gonna tell you definitely missed out. Okay, all right. Let's hold off on the. You know what? Y'all have fun with the rain cheese in chat. I'm gonna stop reading those just because I don't know what we're talking about. I need to know more about it because I don't know what I'm saying, and that's probably not a good thing to be admitting on a live stream. So I'm going to look into this, everyone, and we will check back later. Figment is staring through your soul. Yeah, he kind of is. He's got some wacky eyes. Kind of does. If it bothers you, I can move him. Like, we could put Mickey over here. I could switch Mickey with Figment. Let's see. Spaghetti and red sauce. Miss Garcia, always a safe choice. I love fresh spaghetti. I can still do store-bought spaghetti. The sauce has to be sauce, though. It can't be water with, like, meat in it. Like, red water with meat. I hate, like, overly watery sauce. It drives me nuts. Not a pasta fan, but I would say ones with the cheeses. Tortellini. Yes, that would be like tortellini. That could be, I mean, there's actually multiple options. Ravioli, tortellini. I'm drawing a blank because there's at least 2 or 3 more. But yeah, I love stuffed pastas. Those are awesome. Ace. Killing me, bro. Killing me. Jay is okay. He's looking for Disney reservations once again. Best of luck to Jay. He is on top of it, and I feel like what is going on with that reservation thing? Like, I don't know. I'm sending good vibes. That needs to get worked out for you guys. Jay doesn't need to be dealing with that stress. Miss Garcia should set up a Wikipedia page about the rain. Mike Skellington. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, Lord. Oh. Okay. That's one of my favorites too, PJ. See, there you go again. Like, there you go. There you go. Oh my God. That is, do I need to rename this stream to the Rain Cheese stream? No, I'm not actually going to do that. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I think I just saw the number drop to 0 when I said that. Real quick, I'm just going to do a quick shout out to any Ninja watchers. Mods, if you don't mind putting our Ninja appreciation in the chat. Guys, if you're new to this channel, my name is Little Root Plus 2, or Little Root, or just Joey. We are a very, very new channel. A lot of what we're doing right this second is going to be, we watch a lot of the live streamers over at Walt Disneyland. We also watch some of the Disney World, but mainly Disneyland just because of the time of night. And then when they finish up, you know, some of the creators, some of the chat stars, some of the mods, we all just kind of hop in here and hang out and have a really, really good time. However, I will also be on the ground doing the streamer thing myself at Walt Disney World on the 15th of March. We will be there for 8 days, so 15th to the 22nd, starting with Magic Kingdom at Rope Drop on the 15th, as long as life works out. But reservations and hotel and flight and rental car, all that's already been booked. We're good to go. Also coming down the pipe that I can announce, we are going to be at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg for the Food and Wine Festival. I should get out of the chat when I'm talking. Food and Wine Festival at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, which is an absolutely stunning park. It's going to be a lot of good food, a lot of good drinks, and then we're going to play a game of who can catch who on a roller coaster as far as video. And I think that's going to be a lot of fun with me and Mrs. Rue. Plus, you'll get to see a whole bunch of the kiddo, and she is a hoot. She will be taking over the stream, I am sure. She's real good at that. So if you are new here, we really, really appreciate it if you just hit that subscribe, maybe hit that like, and say hey to me in the chat. I really, 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 really appreciate it. And I'll say hey back. I'll answer any questions that I can answer, whether it's Disney related, or Busch Gardens related, or East Coast related, or North Carolina related, or just me related, or my opinion on something. We were talking about pasta a moment ago. So welcome in. We appreciate everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Right now, we do have Ace Snoopy32 in the house. Go check out his channel on the West Coast. He does a lot of cool things. We also have PJ's Ponderosa in the house. Amazing. Him and Jay are fantastic. They're great people. Their streams are always fun. They do merch. They do food. They do parks. They do rides. They do it all, people. Go check them out. They are absolutely fabulous. And they're just darn good people. Just darn good people. So go check them out. But again, I'm Joey. Not a problem at all, Ace Snoop. You are my guy. This is that spicy hour of the night. We are coming up on 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast. I am here until you guys want to go to bed. So that's what this space is all about, is hanging out. We're chatting. You know, we're just having a good time. And we're just talking about a little bit of everything. I never really have a script or anything going into this. I might put a list of some little things that I can talk about, and I usually run through those in the first hour. And after that, it's whatever we talk about, we talk about. So we just like to have a good time and hang out and wind down and, you know, just enjoy each other's company, enjoy the community, and have some fun. So thanks so much for being here again. Let me hop back in chat and see what we are looking at. My spicy guy, Ace Snoopy32. You know it. You know it, my friend. Well done tonight. Well done. I don't know how you always seem to find security. Or is it security finds you? Them yellow jackets are out for you. I'm just telling you. I think Ace Snoopy32, I think you are notorious at this point. There's like a picture of you posted in like every park over there. If you see this guy. I'm kidding. No, you're great, man. Love your stuff. Miss Garcia, I was just going to say, who's Joey? So, fun fact. I did that whole, like, welcome to the channel video that's like 3.5 minutes long. Go check it out if you haven't. It's basically the same thing that I keep saying every hour or so. But it is cute because you can see Mrs. Rue and you can see my little one. And you can kind of get an idea of how my little one does her takeover thing. Because she's very, very much... she's very outgoing. We'll just say that. You'll see much, much more of the little one coming up in future streams. But she doesn't need to be up at 5:30 a.m. like me. But I was doing that video, and when I went back and watched it, I realized that I forgot to shout out one of my friends on the East Coast, which was Park Hoppers, which I absolutely love watching their stuff. And I introduced my wife by name, I introduced my daughter by name, and I never told you my name. I just never did. And I watched it back later and was like, you've got to be kidding me. Really, Joey? Really? But yes, I go by Joey in everyday life. That's how the whole Little Roo thing happened, is a baby kangaroo is called a Joey. Yes, exactly. A baby kangaroo is a Joey, and then I have a wife and a daughter. So that's my +2. So Little Roo +2, that's how the name came about. It started as just a name for me to be able to chat with streamers and stuff, and now it's grown into a whole channel and thing, and I love it. So let me check up on chat real quick, see what we're talking about. That is funny though, Miss Garcia. Joey? Who's Joey? I do the same thing when I look in the mirror some days. Who is Joey? Who is Joey? Ace, you find... I mean, the Yellow Jackets and the Ace Snoopy apparently attract. there's a magnetism there. I feel like it adds some. It definitely adds some fun to your streams. Some spicy food. Now, how spicy are we talking, Ace? Because I can eat, like, I like a little bit of heat with flavor. If it's just no flavor and pain, I'm not about it unless I'm doing the Hot Ones challenge. Also, there may be a video that I have not posted yet that I may post. I haven't decided. I haven't rewatched it because it brings up bad memories. Have any of you ever heard of the Hot Ones challenge? Just let me know in chat, and I will elaborate. Miss Garcia, you know, kangaroo, a little kangaroo is called. Yes, exactly. No, that is exactly right. See, PJ's on it. Ear to Magic. I don't think I've watched Ear to Magic. I think I've heard of Ear to Magic, but I don't think I've seen Ear to Magic. There are a lot of East Coast. There's a decent amount of East Coast streamers, but because it's so many parks, the property's so big, it's not like over there with you guys where everybody just runs into each other at the end of the night and like hugs and says, hey. So I may actually have to work a little bit to go track down some of the streamers that I want to meet, which I do actually want to meet some of the streamers that are over there in person because I've been in their chats and watched their stuff for a long time. I do, PJ. That's funny. Just reading Miss Garcia's post there. Miss Garcia knows what kind of food I like. No veggies and spicy. I need to know where on the Scoville scale we're talking about right now. Because if we're going above like number 8 on the Hot Ones challenge, no. Just no. Ace, that's a good... Wendy, that's a good question. Ace, do you dream at night about the Yellow Jackets after you? So, fun fact. I think I've said this before. The first time I heard you talking about Yellow Jackets, I was like the bugs? Because, I mean, there are Yellow Jackets on the East Coast at parks. Like, the bug Yellow Jackets because of, you know, the syrups and stuff and everything that they have at the parks. So, it's not uncommon to have them swarm trash cans and stuff. And I was just like, how do they do that at Knott's? Like, do they just like stop spraying or something suddenly and all the Yellow Jackets come out after the garbage? Like, how does that? And then it took me a minute and then it dawned on me like, oh, you're talking about, I'm with you now. I'm with you. But I felt really silly. Let's see. Miss Garcia, I'm just so happy I figured that one out at PJ. Yes, PJ. No, you were spot on with that one. Spot on. Jay, what is going on? Hi. Hello. Stopping by to say hi and goodbye. I'm dozing off, fam. Thank you for tuning in tonight at Little Root Plus 2. Much love. Oh, Jay. Hugs. Get some sleep. I know I kept you up late last night. Get some sleep, please. Dude, seriously, you're awesome. Get some rest. I will be there whenever you go live. If it's tomorrow, if it's the next day, whatever we're doing. I definitely will be in there and hop in and mod. If I'm at work, I'm literally like at work, even with you on mute, I'm still in the chat and doing things because I just love hanging out with you guys. You and PJ are absolutely fantastic. You're like family to me. Please come to the East Coast. Jay, this is to you. I'm speaking directly to Jay Garcia, no relation. Come to Walt Disney World, please. Please. I promise you'll have a good time. I promise you. Please. Plus, I just want to hang out with you guys in person because I think we'll have a blast. But get some rest. All my love. Seriously. Wendy Girl, you do watch Hot Ones. Awesome. Ace. PJ said, I know the Hot Ones challenge. I have the sauces and want to do a stream trying them. Okay, so... there is a video. I've not posted it yet. I guess now I will have to go back and screen it and edit it and make sure that I can make it not super boring. But there is a video that is recorded and is on a hard drive here. That is me, Mrs. Rue, and my best friend doing the Hot Ones challenge at my house. like I said, if it's just fire in my mouth, I'm not really a fan. But yeah, I literally had like a gallon of, so to begin with, I wasn't going to do it. It was them, like those two were going to do it because they both love hot sauces. I don't know. They love it. It was my wife's idea. So literally my job was to fry the chicken wings. So I spent like 3 hours frying chicken wings one night. And I finished this all up. And in the course of finishing up frying the chicken wings, I decide, okay, like we're videoing this, I don't want to chicken out. I guess I'll do it. I eat hot peppers. I've eaten habaneros, and I grew up. My dad loved hot peppers, so like we had scorpion peppers and freaking ghost peppers and all that stuff. So I've had it before. I know what it does to me. It's not fun for me, but I know what it does to me. But I was like, okay, I don't want to chicken out. Like, this is going to be on video. It's a whole thing. So the wife got the kit, and this was last season's. Apparently she wants to get this season's now and do it again. So if we do it, maybe we should do like all of us go live at the same time and do the Hot Wedge Challenge live. Like all together and just do like a streamer's Hot Wedge Challenge. That could be fun. I would, as long as I could sign off immediately so I could go like lay in bed and just feel miserable for 12 hours, I would do that for your entertainment, public. But there is a video, and make sure you read the instructions, because I did not. Well, okay, I read the instructions, but I didn't read them well enough. And basically what happened was, is 19 last year's? Because if it is, that's the exact kit that I did. And a lot of them are still the same. They didn't really change much at all. Well, they changed, the Da Bomb is still in there. I can't remember about the rest. I think those may have changed. But basically, I was fine until I got to like number 8, which I want to say is Da Bomb. And basically, 1 through 7, you can toss the wing in it and take a bite, and there's flavor. And it's hot, obviously, but there's flavor. And so I'm downing milk, and it's great. Take like big bite. It's all good. I'm good to go. Number 8, I toss the wing in it. Now, if you read the instructions for number 8, it says put a dab, a little boop on top of it, and that's how you eat it. You don't toss the wings in this. So my silly rear end decided to, and I'm literally trying to edit my language because I'm getting like PTSD off of this. I toss the wings, I pass them out to everybody, I take mine, and I'm just like, all right, here we go, and I take a big old bite. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what color I turned on that camera, like my facial color. It was bad. It was very, very, very bad. It was so bad. The pain, why? And then, of course, while I'm like suffering, I'm very, very aware that there are 2 cameras on me at the time because we had 2 set up for 2 different shots for putting on, social media later, mainly for friends and family. So I guess now I'll have to put that on here so you guys can laugh your butts off at me. But I think you're right, PJ. Those 2 never change. And it is a dab. Don't toss it. Don't do it. I'm warning, like public service announcement. Don't do it. Because I literally was like, oh God, and I'm like, all right, get it down. I'm like, all right, I'm putting the rest of that wing over here. Like I had a big glass of milk. I downed like the whole thing. I'm sweating bullets. I'm getting like hot flashes. Like I went full on like menopausal, I guess, for a second. Like it was bad. It was really, really, really bad. And then it occurred to me, I still have 2 more that I have to do that progressively get hotter. So I am just like, oh God. Oh God. Yes, I was getting straight up hot flashes, Ace. And I will go back and read some of this other stuff, chat, above this. But yes, it was terrible. And then I realized I still had 2 more. So I'm like, okay, put on a brave face. Don't let the camera see you just like break down. And so the next one, it was like dab, milk. Like the littlest bite, the littlest dab. Tons of milk. Same thing with the last one. I finish up. I look at them. Of course, they're like, oh, and now you got to remember, my best friend that's on this video, I don't think you know this about him. I don't think I've said this, but he literally is one of these people that will go to like Hot Wings places that have you like sign the waiver of like you won't sue them if you die or whatever from their hot sauce. He does that for fun. I don't know why, but he does. More power to him. It's not my thing. I'll video him doing it. I'm not doing it myself. And then usually I wind up doing it because I'm an idiot, and then I wind up in pain. So we get through the last two. I look at them, and I'm going to basically bleep myself out, but I'm going to pseudo say what I said to them. But basically, I looked at them, and they're like, yeah, this one was this one, and this one had a little flare of da-da-da. And the whole time, I'm just like, all I can think is like, no, I'm eating straight like magma right now. Can we just turn the camera off? Like, I'm done. I am not, like, I was in pain. I was in physical anguish. It was bad. And so eventually I'm like, okay, well, anything else anybody wants to say? Good, great, cool. And I get up, and I turn off both cameras, and I just immediately, as soon as we're off camera, I looked at both of them, and I was like, screw you, I'm going to bed. Bye. And I just walked into the bedroom. Like, I think I downed the rest of my milk on the way to the bedroom. I curled up in the bed, like, straight up, like, hold on, like, straight up, like, knee to chest, like this, and I stayed there for about 12 hours. It was bad. It was very, very, very bad. I am very glad too, Mike. I'm very glad I survived. But it was atrocious. I guess I will have to post this video at some point. I think it's on my wife's phone. I've got some on my phone and something on a computer. So I've got to edit it all together. I've got a ton of stuff I need to edit. And instead of editing today or doing things around the house today, I slept so I could be up doing this tonight with you guys. So yeah, it was intense pain. So read the directions is my suggestion. And I originally said I would never do it again. However, if we want to do one that's streamers, I'm down. I'm down as long as I can log off really flippin' quick after I finish. Or I guess, like, we have to stand, like, maybe we'll make it a thing where it's like you have to stay on camera for 30 minutes and y'all could just watch me, like, sweat profusely. And it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. But it'll be hilarious, I'm sure. Let me hop back in and see what's going on in chat, because I was basically reading, when I see one fly by, if I can catch it, I try to respond to it. Excuse me. See, just talking about hot wings. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, going back up here. Miss Garcia calling out Ace Snoopy. Ace Snoopy can't handle the spice. You can't handle the spice. He brings the spice, though, so I don't know. Ace Snoopy asks if I've ever been stung by a bee. A bee, no. A wasp, many times. And I'm allergic. Not like, well, at least not yet. I think every time you get stung, I think the way your body works is like you progressively have worse reactions to it. But I am definitely allergic, at least mildly, to wasps. And I can tell you a story about that in a minute that's absolutely hilarious. Just remind me, if I forget, just remind me wasp story in chat, and I will tell you the wasp story. It's really funny. And you will think I'm making it up, but it legit happened. Because honestly, one thing I've learned in my life so far, and I'm going to go and plug in the phone, is some of this stuff I couldn't make up if I tried. I'm creative, but I ain't that creative. All right, give me 1 second to plug this in. Sorry about the shake, guys. All right, everybody still there? Everybody good? All right. Good night, Jay Garcia. No relation. Always putting that disclaimer in there. Okay. Ace, you'd be surprised. With hot peppers, I used to win bets. Because, again, I don't like it, but I can poker face it really good. Ace basically said you probably huff and puff and have sweaty, you're sweaty when you do peppers. And no, I've definitely won contests and things off of that with other people that have seen me like with hot sauce, and I stay away from hot sauce, and they're like, hey, whoever can eat this pepper is going to get $20. And I'm like, oh, here's $20. And then I'm like, okay, thanks. Bye. And I'd walk over there and I'm like, oh God, all right. Oh boy. cheese. I need cheese. That's PJ, we actually should talk about this because I think that'd be a really fun thing for all of us to do. Because my wife is straight up, she's going to be like, oh, this is delicious. And it's like number 10, you know. This doesn't bother me at all. Yes, I think I said this earlier. The bomb and the last dab, I think, yeah, they are the two that never change, but they rotate the other ones. The mushroom one and the one I had was way spicier than I thought it was. Like, they were like, oh yeah, I taste the mushroom. And I'm like, no, I don't, but okay. They had a ranch one that was really good, surprisingly. It was like really good on pizza. It was like a ranch hot sauce, which I know sounds weird, but it was banging on pizza. Let's see. Okay, I asked PJ to book Walt Disney World next month. Wait, PJ, is he messing with me? PJ, is he messing with me, or are y'all being for real? Are y'all gonna go to Disney while I'm there? If y'all go to Disney while I'm there, I'm gonna freak. This is like the best birthday present ever, if so. I totally feel like you might be messing with me. Jay, I can't tell. Darn it, I can't see your face. Even when I can see your face, sometimes I can't tell. Someone help. I'm panic buttoning right now. PJ, you better direct message me about this, please, because I'm freaking out. Are you and Jay going to be at Disney when I'm there? Or was Jay messing with me? Because if so, like... Good night, Wendy Girl. Thanks so much for coming in. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really, really appreciate you. You're an all-star mod. Here, I'm going to do this. I'm trying to not... Ah! Wrong button! No! And now you can hear me delayed on my own computer. I was trying to type in my own chat, darn it. There we go. Seriously, though, give some mod love. Wendy, you are awesome. I will see you tomorrow. You have been at it for hours, so thank you so much for coming and hanging out and modding for me as well. I'm honored and I appreciate it, and I will see you tomorrow. Get some rest, okay? Back to you, PJ. Seriously, like, Art... PJ, you give me the eyes. You give... I'm internally freaking out right now. I'm just choosing to keep it internal. Seriously, though. Hold on. I have a message. If it's from you, I'm going to... I won't say anything on here, but... Wait, where did it go? My computer loves to just skits out on me while I'm doing this. It's always fun. Wait, what am I doing? I can literally go to my own link and get to my Instagram. I accidentally closed my Instagram when I was going to check, so I'm going back to my Instagram right now. It's always funny when it welcomes me back to my own channel. Welcome back. You hear the rules for your chat. And I'm like, yeah, I'm aware. It's my chat. Hold on a minute. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Just 1 second. 1 second. I apologize. Oh, no. Okay, that was the stuff. Okay, that was the other stuff. PJ, seriously. PJ. All right, we'll talk about this later. I'm gonna... Okay. All right. If that is a thing, though, I am literally gonna freak. In a very, very good way. Because that'd be like the best birthday present ever. Other than what my wife got me, which was annual passes to Disney. But that's right there, up there with it. So, yes. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to pivot to something. You messing with me now. This is like earlier. Okay, so earlier, for those that weren't in PJ's chat earlier, which, by the way, if you haven't, go over and give him a like and subscribe and rewatch some tonight, because he was totally like, I don't know, I guess the right term is gaslighting me on the stream. And, okay. I'm sweating now. I'm literally sweating. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Y'all just like to play with my emotions. That's what it is. That's what it is. Y'all like to play with my emotions. I'm purposely not even going to look at that until I see a response. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, I'm back. Whew, I'm parched. Okay. What was I even talking about? I was talking about something. Oh my God, somebody help me out. What was I talking about? It was something specific. Well, it's 5:50 a.m. here. It's 10 minutes to 6. I am going to go ahead because I completely forgot where I was going with that. I am going to go ahead and redo my thing that I do about every hour, half hour or so on here. Just for anybody that is Ninja watching, we really, really appreciate being here. I'm Little Roo Plus 2, also known as Little Roo, also known as Joey. This is my channel. It's just starting out, so please give me a like and subscribe. It is free to do, and it helps us out immensely over here to be able to take you guys with us. We will be going live from Walt Disney World on the 15th through the 22nd. And no, it is all good. It is all good, PJ. He was sorry I threw you off. No, it's all good. Literally, my brain just was like, just at even the possibility. Oh, I was talking about, okay, I remember what I was talking about. Hopefully, I remember in a minute. I'm literally going to make a note for myself. So anyway, we will be going live from Disney the March 15th through the 22nd, and then we'll be at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg for the Wine and Food Festival on the 16th of May through the 18th of May. So check that out. There'll be food and drinks and roller coasters, mainly shot from the ground, but we'll be playing a game of who can get the other one in the best shots all day long at a bunch of different really cool roller coasters. Back to the story I was telling, and I'm purposely not going to look at the chat for just a second so I can finish the story. Earlier in PJ's stream, there was a time where I was talking about I was watching 5 tabs at once and all the voices. I made a comment about, oh, the voices in my head. And he was like, yeah, they're all in your head. And I was like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. And then later he said something else and I was just like, I'm literally going to start the stream. It's just going to be me, like basically like this. Are they real? Were they real? Like, doing the whole Renfield thing from Dracula. But yeah, so they like to play with my emotions over there on PJ's Ponderosa. So if you like to watch me freak out, whether it be my antics live on the stream or you like to watch it in chat and just imagine, now that I've given you a visual to kind of go off of, please check out PJ's Ponderosa because they be playing with my feelings a lot. They also do World of Color 1, which just slaps me in my feels. So all up in the feels in there. But they're great. I love them to death. Both of them. They're great. They're fantastic. No, PJ, you're great, dude. Don't apologize at all. I appreciate it. I just for a minute there was like, wait. And like brain went off into left field and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm still like doing a what was I talking about? I swear I'm going to start putting a notepad right here so I can do that, just like write down, so when I lose track of thought like that, I can come right back to it. Because I'm, as I've said before, I'm very much ADHD. Oh, look, squirrel. So when I get to talking sometimes, and I noticed this last night when I rewatched what I streamed, there are times I'll start a story, get sidetracked with something else, and then I never come back to it. So I am trying to get a little bit better on that. But no, that was a great exercise in getting better at that. So thank you. Squirrel, squirrel. I'm your best friend. Well, since we've been doing this for a second, a couple of you know about this. Excuse me. And I don't know how well I'll be able to do it at 6 o'clock in the morning, but in the chat, if you are here right now, tell me which Mickey Mouse voice you like better. Old Mickey, like classic Mickey, or new Mickey, like Runaway Railroad Mickey. I'll give you a second. I'm going to take a drink of my water over here and just make sure that I'm hydrated because I'm parched. All right, let's be real. I need another sip of water. So just let me know in the chat. Classic Mickey, and this isn't animation, I'm talking voice. Classic Mickey voice, new like Runaway Railroad Mickey voice. Okay, so I got an old from Miss Garcia. That's fine if you like them both. That's totally fine. Here, while you guys tell me in the chat, I'm going to put you on Be Right Back. I'm going to step away. GV, if you're Ninja watching right now, yes, I am excusing myself for just a moment. I will be right back. I am going to use the Be Right Back screen. That's a joke from last night, so if you don't get it, go back and watch last night's stream. You will definitely see it because GV had a real fun time. GV559, shout out to my guy in the chat. I'll be right back because I do have to go check on the dog, and I have to step away and do another thing real quick. So I'm going to put you on Be Right Back. I do know how to get back to this. So let me know by the time I get back in the chat which you like better, and I might have a surprise for you that you guys are going to enjoy. PJ, feel free to tease it because I know you know what I'm talking about, and I know Jay knows what I'm talking about, but Jay went to bed. So PJ, you're allowed to tease a little bit. Don't tell him what the surprise is, though. But I will be right back, guys. Give me just a second. Oops, I'm gonna end that first. Give me 1 second, guys. I know you can hear me. Let me hit that and then hit that one. And I'm back. All right, cool. Thanks so much for being patient. All right, so what did we decide? Make sure I'm live in front of me so I can see what you guys are talking about. All right. Okay. So Miss Garcia. Now you two don't. You're all right here. There we go. Now I can see you again. I had to turn the settings, or take the settings page off. Trying to stay awake, y'all, but sleep is calling. Have a good night. Huh? Oh, bye, Jay. Huh? Thanks for hanging out. Huh? Pluto? 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 Where'd you go? Oh, he left. Get some sleep, Jay. Huh? Thanks for hanging out. Gosh. Oh, here we go. Huh? What do you guys think? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Also, I believe we're at 77 subscribers right now. Thank you so much. We are trying to get to 100. So I guess you could say, nothing can stop us now. I'll show you how. Make it happen. Let's take a ride on me. Huh? And the chat goes silent. Let me know what you guys think. Also, personalized messages. Why not? I can do that as well. So, Jay, that one was for you, buddy. Jay already knows. I sent it to him before. Oh, gosh, Miss Garcia, thanks. Oh, you're a pal. Real pal. So, I kind of may have let them know that I could do that, before I started streaming, and I was going to make that a part of the... There will be times you will hear me do that quite frequently. So, yeah, right. Nothing can stop us now. Yeah, no, I can do several voices. I can't do Goofy. I'm working on it. I don't know why, and I can't say words in Donald's voice. I've tried. I have friends that can. But yeah, I learned a while ago how to do the Mickey thing, so it's not uncommon that I'm backstage at work and I do an announcement or something that only the talent can hear. And if I get the okay, obviously, and it's not going to offend anybody or upset anybody, it'll be like, oh, places, everybody, here we go. Let's do a show. Oh, yeah. So, oh, boy. Gosh. So, yeah. And now everybody's like, is this repercussions of the Be Right Back screen? Or am I actually seeing this? Is this happening right now? And keep in mind, that's at 6 a.m. in the morning. So, yeah. Feel free to keep that just in the GoStream family. So when I go live, if people that are coming in that don't know I can do it, so they get surprised too. But now you guys are in the know that, that will definitely be happening. If you're here last night, you heard Stitch. And I think I did Shaggy last night as well. Like, what are we doing, guys? We're doing a live stream. I'm talking about Disney. The Zoinks. There's a ghost. So, yeah. You never know. You really never know with me. You really don't know. Oh, well, bless my soul. What's wrong with me? I can do that too. No, I have never... Well, that's not true. I guess you could say I have done Elvis impersonating before. I did All Shook Up, which is a musical that is Elvis music, and the main character is very, very much an Elvis character. So, it was all kinds of Elvis music. So I can sing that too. So Ace, I know you were talking about music earlier. I can do that. There are also some singers that I can do, but you'll have to subscribe and get some likes up in here for me to be doing all that, because that's more setup for me. And I also have to check them because I like to do it with a backing track. I prefer not to do a cappella if I'm singing. It's just a personal preference. I just choose not to. Excuse me. I had a Mickey stuck in my throat. Ha! Ha! Ah! Oh, where'd that come from? They're all in here. They're right in here somewhere. Thank you so much, PJ. I appreciate it. I think I not to overshare, but I everybody here knows that we talk and everything, and you've helped me so much getting set up and getting going, and you still help so much, and you're here and you're supporting me, and we talk about ideas and all kinds of stuff. And I think it was like 5 o'clock in the morning one night that I was like, or 4 o'clock in the morning or something. I was like, hey, check this out, and I set up a recording of it, and he was just like, nothing in the chat for a good 5 minutes. And he comes back and he was like, oh my gosh, like, whoa. So, I did spoil it to them a little bit early, but I told him not to tell you guys so that I could surprise you guys. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Miss Garcia, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, shout outs in the chats and stuff like that. I may use voices, I may not. It depends. If you request a voice and I have the voice to be able to do it, because again, a lot of these streams that I'm doing right now in this format are between the hours of, because when the park closes over there, I guess it's over there on the West Coast, from where I'm sitting, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here if it's midnight there. So I'm doing a lot of these streams from somewhere between 3 and 4 a.m. to 8 to 8:30 in the morning. And, my voice is not always the best at that hour compared to, the middle of the afternoon on a normal day. I was kind of planning on surprising you guys, but that's part of the reason I slept so much today. The other reason was because I was dog tired after, staying up all night with everybody, go to work, take a nap, come home from work, start the modding and hanging out with everybody, straight into a stream, straight into auditing said stream to make sure it was safe to keep up. And then I was just like, all right, I'm done. I need to go to sleep. So, but thank you so much, PJ. I appreciate that. And thank you, Miss Garcia. If anybody else enjoyed that, please give a like, give a subscribe. Gosh, we really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, we're a young channel and we're really trying here. We're going to give it the old try. So if you don't mind, come say hi in the chat and I'll say hi back. Oh, gosh, thanks everybody. So I do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. And you will hear more of this. Also, if you hear it when we're on Runaway Railroad, if you hear a second voice in Mickey, that is probably me doing the voice. I will try to be quiet during the rides to kind of follow the streamer etiquette that everybody does. I will also have a 4-year-old with me, so I apologize ahead of time of anything you may hear in the background while we're live streaming. As far as her commentary or her thoughts, because she's still at that age where no filter, zero filter, and doesn't always know what she's saying. But exactly, it's, nothing can stop us now. I'll show you how. I'll make it happen. Oh no! A lot of that going on in that ride. I do miss the Great Movie Ride. I really, really do. I can't remember. PJ, was it in your chat or was it on my stream that we talked about Great Movie Ride at Walt Disney World? I really can't remember because I think I sent you a link to a video after that to be able to see it, because there are videos of it on YouTube that are pretty decent. So just remind me which that was, because I can't remember if I've talked about it here. If I haven't talked about it here and you guys want to hear about the Great Movie Ride, I will be more than happy to explain. Just to give you a little background on it. So the Chinese Theater at Disney's Hollywood Studios, which used to be Disney's MGM Studios back when Disney partnered with MGM to get a bunch of extra movie rights to be able to do their Hollywood-themed park. Inside the Chinese Theater building, which was originally the main attraction symbol for that park, they had the Great Movie Ride. So if you want to hear more about the Great Movie Ride, it's no longer there, unfortunately. They did have to close it. It was in your chat. Okay, so I will go ahead and talk about it then. Because I can do more this way than typing, because I type like this, as I've said before. So the Great Movie Ride, I'm pretty sure opened with the park. It featured a plethora of movies. Basically, the concept was you walked in through the Chinese Theater. When you were in the queue, they would have all these glass display cases in the lobby, basically the lobby. And it had everything from, if you've ever seen Cocoon, which is a great movie, I highly recommend it. They had one of the Cocoons from Cocoon. They had Mary Poppins' horse from Mary Poppins. They had the ruby slippers from that Judy Garland wore for Wizard of Oz. Those were like staples there for a long time. I know some of it wound up getting traded out with Smithsonian, because there is actually a lot of that stuff on display at the Smithsonian right now. So definitely check that out. But basically, they had all this in the lobby, and then you went into the theater, and the theater was basically a huge room with a great big movie screen, and it was playing the promos for Raiders of the Lost Ark and Alien and all these other movies, right? And Casablanca. Casablanca was one of the big ones. And if you've never seen Casablanca, it's actually one of my favorite classic films. I know that things don't always age well, but I actually, that is a classic film, and it is one of my favorites. Humphrey Bogart's one of my favorite actors of all time. If you don't know who that is, go look him up. Oh, he's great. But, so they basically would have all these promos going, and then it was just a queue where it kind of did like this all the way through the room. And then when you got to the other end of the room, right underneath the screen, there were doors, and you would go through the doors. They would open them every couple of minutes, and a big group would go through, and everybody would move, and then they'd close, and you'd watch the promos, and it would open, and they'd go through, and you'd close. And then you get on this great big trackless, it was 20 rows, I think, where you could fit almost 8 to 10 people across. And over on, in front of you, it was like you were going under the big marquee lit up of a theater that said Great Movie Ride, and it had all the lights flashing and stuff. On the right-hand side where you came from, it was like a soundstage with the big scoop lights and all that kind of thing. And on the left-hand side, it would have the Hollywood Hills. With the Hollywood sign, I'm sure you guys know what that looks like much better than I do. But they had a version of the Hollywood Hills. And you had a tour guide that would ride in the front. There were technically 4 cars. There was 2 connected and 2 connected. Each 2 cars had a single tour guide in the front with a microphone. They would introduce themselves. They'd say, hey, welcome to the Great Movie Ride. I used to know the whole spiel. I'm not going to be able to do the whole spiel. I would have to refresh and watch the video, and then I could probably do the entire thing. But basically, when they were ready to go, they're like, okay, and we're going to, thanks for welcoming everybody. Thanks for coming in. we're going to be taking a journey into the movies. Are ready when you are, TP? And you'd hear way off in the distance, like it was in a booth, you know, from one of the big megaphones. You'd hear, and action. And then the song starts, you know, and it's Hollywood. Dun, 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 dun. And your cars start moving. You're going under the marquee. And that's where your tour guide's like, I'm your tour guide. Welcome to the Great Movie Ride. And we're going to be venturing through some of the classics, all-time movies of all time. And you go into the first room. Basically, you had Bugsley Berkeley's Footlight Parade on the right-hand side, which originally was this big multi-tiered, like, cake-looking thing with dancers on it. If you've never seen Footlight Parade, go look it up. There's literally pictures of it and all that kind of thing. Like, it's from the movie. But originally, the thing moved, and, you know, basically each tier moved in separate directions, and they all had girls, you know, like, very vaudeville type style. It starred James Cagney before his gangster days, as far as doing gangster movies. And he played the lead, and he was like, I produced 50 musicals, I'll produce 50 more. And the whole movie is about him producing a ton of like vaudevillian style shows back to back to back to back to back in old New York. So that was on the right. Eventually the timetable did break down because it had bubbles and water features and all that kind of thing. It kind of burned out. So they turned it off after several years, and it just stayed stationary. It would light up behind a scrim. If you don't know what a scrim is, that's kind of a tech term. It's a piece of fabric that has little tiny holes in it. If you shine a light on the front, it looks solid. If you shine a light, no light on the front and a light from behind, like lighting something up, you can see through it. If you've ever been to a live theater production and they have that, like, you know, the main like sign goes out and then there's like that weird kind of gray over the stage and then that goes out, that's a scrim. So they had one of those in front of it where they had like bubble projections and all this. You had the girls lit up behind it. It was all animatronics as far as off the ride until we get to later. So then on the left, you would have, and in such and such a year, we had Gene Kelly Singing in the Rain. And you had Gene Kelly, the classic, you know, hanging on the lamppost with the umbrella. They actually did have a real water effect, which I guess now that it's closed, I can see how they did it. Basically, it was a water drip system above and a trough collection that would drip in front of the animatronic that had Gene Kelly swinging on the lamppost singing in the rain. You went through that. Thanks, Ace. I appreciate that. And yes, I am. I'm trying to remember the exact order. I'm probably going to miss some stuff or do some stuff in the wrong order, but I'm trying to kind of do it from memory. From that, then it went into, I believe, Mary Poppins, which was a whole room that you went through. It wasn't split with two different scenes. It was a whole room, and it was the rooftop scene, and they're singing chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiree. And of course, they're like, and such and such. This is Mary Poppins, played by Julie Andrews, and everyone's favorite funny man, Mr. Dick Van Dyke. And you had the two animatronics of Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke and a bunch of chimney sweeps. And they're singing chim chim chiroo. And then it's like, and now we're getting into Hollywood's gangster era. And they would tell you the year, and, you know, and now we're visiting the underworld. And you would go like around this corner, and they had posters for like Public Enemy that stars James Cagney. Again, if you haven't seen any of these films, go check out the films. They're fantastic. Even for just the fact that they're part of history. Public Enemy, by the way, was also the same film where the classic grapefruit to the face scene where they're sitting at breakfast, it's James Cagney's character and his wife's character, and they're talking, and she says something, he doesn't like it, he just takes a grapefruit straight to the face. Fun fact, that actress actually got work off of that scene. She put it on a resume, apparently, and I saw an interview one time with her where she was talking about, like, I had to literally tell them, I'm the grapefruit person. And they were like, what? And they were like, remember the person that got the grapefruit in the face? And they were like, yeah, that was me. And she got work off of that. So, but you would go through and there'd be like posters for Public Enemy. There were windows up on the left where you see like silhouettes of like someone going after someone with like a club. And then on the right, you would have James Cagney from Public Enemy in the suit. If I remember correctly, the animatronic was actually wearing one of the suits from the movie. And he was, you know, oh, you dirty rat. You yellow-bellied dirty rat. I swear if I see you one more time. And he's talking to a guy through a window, you know, like, you know, one of the little slide doors, like, password. You know, like one of those. And so that's on the right. And then you go a little bit further and there's a big door, like a big barn door. And you're in this alley. There's like a tunnel on the right. There's a stairway with a little platform and a bunch of, you know, basically like burn barrels on the left. And you hear this guy raises up and he's got a Tommy gun. It's animatronic. And he goes, hey, quiet, someone's coming. You know, they like lower back down. Now, if you were on the way this ride worked was it was one of the original rides that they did where you had different endings or different variations, I should say. So if you were in the front two cars, you got a whole different experience than if you were in the back two cars. So I'm going to do the back two cars first, and then I'll explain the front two cars just because it'll make sense. It'll make sense in a second. So basically what would happen was you'd roll up to the door. If you were in the back car, the first car would go, door would shut, and then there's a little traffic light above it, and the light would go from green to red. And it's like, oh, sorry, folks, it seems we're running into some sort of issue. And then you hear the guy's like, hey, boss, somebody's coming. And there would be a live actor on the platform hiding behind something with a pistol in a pinstripe suit, like dressed up like, gangster from Jersey. And he literally would be like, hush, boys, hush, doing all this. And then he would literally hold up the vehicle. Freeze! And, walk out and he'd, what are you doing here? Look at all this. All right, buddy, out of the car. What a nice car. I'm going to take your wheels. And he'd do this whole spiel about how he's holding up the car. And as soon as he basically would grab the guy that was your tour guide and would drag him off the car and take him, and he would disappear through like a door, like you kind of throw him through a door, and he's like, all right, everybody, I'm commandeering this vehicle right now. And then suddenly you hear wheels squealing, and this whole freaking car on a track that had 3 animatronic guys with Tommy guns comes flying out of the tunnel, and you hear, boss, look, it's them! And there's a gunfight that happens over top of the car. And I'm talking like, and you're seeing like, the little air holes that make makes it look like bullets hitting things. And like one of the guys that's supposedly the guy that's holding up your car, one of his 2 cronies that are behind you, behind the barrels on the left, one of them's like, oh, I'm hit! Help me, Bugsy! All right, folks, we got to get out of here right now. Hey, you want to see a magic trick? Watch this. See that red light? Boom! And you hear like glass explode and the light goes out and he goes, no more red light. And the door opens. And so that's how he escapes. And as he's escaping, the 2 cronies are like, you backstabber, how dare you? And he's like, sorry, folks, see you on the next one. And then he turns around and you immediately come into a Western landscape. There's 2 different sides. On your left, you would have, and at this point, an audio, like basically voice of God type of audio would take over the narrating of what you were looking at. And it was like, on the left, you see, on the right, it was Clint Eastwood. On the left, it was John Wayne. And John Wayne, it was from The Searchers. He's like, well, partner, I wouldn't, doing the whole thing. And, just past those 2 dioramas, you come into a Western town. And so on the left, to give you kind of an idea, you had like on the right, you had a saloon with a 2nd level. And then on the left, you had a bank with like barred windows and some hay bales and some other stuff. And somebody would suddenly yell, wait, it's the bank robber! Quick, get him! And the animatronics on the 2nd level would raise up and a gunfight would happen again. Well, when you're first rolling in, one of my favorite lines in that portion for the gangster character that was a live actor is as soon as he rolled into the Western section, he would turn around and go, what a sleepy little boy. What a sleepy little boy. And then, of course, this big gunfight erupts. He's like, whoa, I didn't do anything. Like, geez, we got to get out of here. And so you keep rolling through there, and they're gunfighting behind you. You go through the next door, and you're in a tunnel, basically, that is set up like the spaceship from Alien, starring Sigourney Weaver. Now, on the left, you had an animatronic of Sigourney Weaver, and literally the voice of God recording is going, warning, you are now in Alien. It's on the loose. The crew of the such and such has gone missing. Be careful. And suddenly the alien would actually come out of the wall on the right-hand side, and, it had like that thing that would do. And there was all this like fog and stuff that would go up. And so that would like jump scare you basically. And then you thought that was it when it disappeared. And then suddenly above you, and usually it would jump scare the actor. And the actor would be like, oh, watch out. And it would come out of the ceiling at you. And it was on this thing where it would literally like do this at you from above. And the whole time snapping and, fog, craziness and all this stuff. And at this point, he's like, all right, let's get out of here. I'm done with that. All right, this looks safe. All right, I'm going to take this time to start collecting your valuables. And he would interact with different people like, oh, it's a nice watch. You know, hand it up. You know, he would never actually accept anything, obviously, but he would act like he was, you know, taking people's wallets and stuff. And then stuff would happen with the jump scares, and then he's freaking out. And then as they go around the corner from that, they would do, I can't remember if it was zombies or Indy next, but the zombies was basically just a bunch of like kind of creepy looking mummy things that would do this. They had like glowing eyes. It was very, very dark. There's cobwebs everywhere. And then you would go into a room that, and of course the whole time the voice of God is telling you like this is the horror movie era. And then you come around the corner, and on the right hand side you had the classic scene from Raiders with Indy where, you know, they're picking up the Ark out of the big stone thing inside the snake-filled room. So there's snake animatronics everywhere. And there are these two animatronics, one of Harrison Ford, one of the guy that plays Sallah. Sallah! And, you know, they're lifting the Ark. And they say, you know, and this is Raiders of the Lost Ark, da-da-da-da-da. And then you would go through another, like, doorway, basically, and you'd come to a stop. On the right-hand side, there was this big, like, Egyptian-looking stone... I don't think it was a sphinx. I mean, it was kind of that style, though. Oh, yeah. Hey, no problem, dude. Mike, come check this out tomorrow, though. I'm going to go ahead and finish for everybody that's going to hang around. But thank you so much for hanging out. I greatly appreciate you. Guys, shout out and chat to Mike. He is awesome. Mike Skellington is always on top of things. I am honored that he is willing to mod for my humble little channel here. We love him over here. Mike, thanks for everything. I will DM you. We will chat some more. And I don't know if I'm going live tomorrow night. We don't know. We will see. But I do have to work the next day, so it won't be as late of a stream. I might go live while you guys are live, or if you guys don't go live, I might go... I don't know. We'll work it out. We'll figure it out. But get some sleep, my brother. Please, thanks for everything. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate you. If you're still here or you're ninja watching, throw some hearts in that chat for Mike. He is fantastic. So, anyway, you come into this room, and on the right-hand side, you have this, like, basically, like, Sphinx thing. And it has this huge crystal that's red. It's, like, glowing and doing all this stuff. And there's, like, a, you know, this covered full... It looks like an animatronic, but it's got, like, a sheet over it and, like, a robe. It's kind of very, like, old Egyptian, you know, sacrifice room type vibe. And the car comes to a stop, and he's like, whoa, that's a payday right there. All right, everybody sit tight and mind your P's and Q's, and nobody gets hurt. I'm going to go collect my fee. And, you know, he goes up the stairs. Now, I'm going to pause here with that. That's your experience if you're on the back two cars with the gangster. On the front two cars, excuse me, let me get a sip real quick. On the front two cars, remember when I said you went through the underworld with the gangsters with James Cagney? The first two would go through and then the door would close and you'd have the whole shootout and the car would get taken? Now, the cars that went through in the front would pull through, see the Clint Eastwood, see the John Wayne, and then pull into the Old West Town. And then in the Old West Town version, what would happen is literally another live actor or actress would be off to the left, somewhere around the bank. They were robbing the bank. You'd have the sheriff's animatronics up top, and they're like, oh, it's the bank robber! And they would ambush he or she, that was the actor, and their cronies that was robbing the bank. And one of the coolest parts about this particular version, if you were riding in the front two cars, was during the shootout, the actor would take out a freaking thing of dynamite, like a big thing of dynamite, and go, literally light it and throw it into the bank, and the bank would go up in real flames. So all of the windows that had bars would literally just flames licking out of them everywhere. You could feel the heat like when you were on the ride. And it was a whole shootout, and then same type of thing as the gangster. You know, bank would go up in flames during all the confusion of the shootout, and like her cronies or his cronies getting shot, they would commandeer the vehicle and take your tour guide and throw him through a door. And, you know, basically they would go through the door into the bank, then they would explode the bank, it would go up in flames, then they would hop on the car and take over. And then same thing, they would go through Alien, they would go through the zombies, they go through Indiana Jones, they'd wind up in the exact same spot. Sphinx, big crystal, back to where we were. So that's kind of how the two experiences would differ, is you either had the gangster experience or you had the cowboy experience. And, you know, one or the other, both were equally awesome. I will say the fire effect was awesome for the cowboy. I was partial to the Gangster because I loved the accent. There were always some really, really good actors over the years. Sometimes you would get like, you never knew, but I know for a fact when I went all the time as a kid, like all the time, some of those actors and actresses that played the Gangster were some of my favorite. I would just ride this thing over and over and over, and they would pick on me. Like, that was the cool thing, is they could vamp with the audience in the cars. So, like, if they recognized you, they'd mess with you on purpose. It was hilarious. And, I mean, just call you out for the whole... It was great. It was fantastic. And so, anyway, we get back to the Sphinx thing. The cowboy or cowgirl or the gangster or gangsteress, I guess, would basically say, everybody sit tight, don't move, or you'll regret it. I'm going to go get that jewel. And they would go hauling butt up these stairs, because it was about 14 foot tall. It had a big stairway up the side. They would get up to the jewel, and they go to reach, and suddenly the like sacrificial looking, animatronic thing was actually not an animatronic. But they'd be standing like this, would go, halt! And you'd hear, halt, non-believer. Disturb the jewel of the gods, and you shall all pay with your lives. Big, booming voice, right? And always the actress would do the same thing. They would look at it and kind of like pull the gun, and then they would step and then look over, and when he'd say, all pay with your lives, they would always just shrug at him, look at the crowd of people like in the car, go, and reach up and grab the crystal. And as soon as they grab the crystal, this fog, like, they're CO2 machines is what they are, but it would shoot up this big cloud. Like, there's thunder and the whole thing going on. And when it would clear, suddenly you're looking at your tour guide from that had been taken before, and next to him, reaching up, like stuck on the wall, was like a skeleton, like reaching for the crystal. And he would always go, or she would go, ta-da! And hop back into the car and go, that's the magic of the movie, folks. And you would go ahead and head through. If I remember right, the next room was Tarzan, the original Tarzan. And they always did, so-and-so played by so-and-so, and so-and-so played by so-and-so. And Cheetah played by herself, which was the elephant from that movie. And this is the old Tarzan. For those of you that may remember that or don't know, go check it out. This ride also, side note, before it closed, I want to say the final version of it was actually TCM sponsored. Like, it had a whole thing at the end that was TCM. Turner Classic Movies. So, seriously, go check out videos of it. It's really cool. But you would go through Tarzan, and that was the whole thing. You'd have Tarzan like, oh, on the vine. And then you had Jane, on Cheetah going, Tarzan, 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 the whole time. And then you would go into the next room, which was another really, really cool experience. This thing was it was big enough to fit both cars, because this is how the two ride vehicles would literally catch up to each other, the two sets of two. And so you would park in Oz. You were in Munchkinland. And completely surrounded by all the houses and all that kind of thing. And, sorry, I got distracted. What are you doing? Stop. Sorry. But you would be in Munchkinland. You're surrounded by all the village, basically, from the movie. And they're, singing the whole song. We welcome you, we welcome you, we welcome you to Munchkinland, and on the last note of that la, suddenly, about parallel on your right with the front car, same thing, CO2 goes nuts, Evil Witch shows up. Who dares kill my sister? Who dares? Was it you? And they point at the tour guide, and it's like, no, it wasn't me. Well, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. That was the line, because then the animatronics line was, well, I can cause accidents too, see? And, the witch would threaten you. And then the tour guide would go, oh, you have no power here. Be gone before someone drops a house on you too. And the animatronic would go, fine, I'll bide my time. But just try to stay out of my way. Just try. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too. And CO2 would go off. Animatronic would just disappear. And then all the Munchkins would kind of like, the animatronic Munchkins would peek out at you. And one of the tour guides would go, excuse me, sir. Can you tell me the way out of here? And one of the Munchkins goes, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. And then they would all chorus, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Why didn't I think of that? And then they will go, follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road, follow. It did the whole song, and the cars would start moving again. And then on the right-hand side, they would have a diorama, basically, of Dorothy, Tin Man, Lion, and Scarecrow, all in that shot where they're basically looking at the Emerald City from afar, you know, when they first see the Emerald City. And you hear Dorothy saying something to the effect of like, oh, it's so close. We're almost there. Toto, we're going to go home. And so you kept going past that. And then once you got past that, I want to say it was the Fantasia Room. Now, it was the Fantasia Room because here's the fun fact about that ride. And I can talk about this now because it's closed and I won't get in trouble. Originally, so again, they partnered with MGM. Disney and MGM in the Michael Eisner era partnered together. And this ride was one of the basically dreamchild products of that era, of that partnership directly, which is how they got the rights to be able to have all of this stuff. That being said, they were only allowed to use in the rides a certain amount of time / space of each movie as per their contract. Well, originally, you were supposed to have Munchkinland, the diorama, and then the tornado that takes Dorothy to Oz and the house and all that. Unfortunately, they realized after they'd already constructed it or started construction on it that it was too long. Because the village was so big. Sorry, I got cats messing with me that you can't see, and they're driving me absolutely bonkers. They had already constructed it, and then they found out it was too long. So what they did was they had to cut something. So instead of cutting Munchkinland or cutting the diorama of the Emerald City and the classic characters, the classic four that go, they cut the tornado scene. So here you have literally like a curved wall with a screen in it and all these running things. It was very much a cyclone. And so here they're sitting at Disney going, well, shoot, we've already constructed this. What do we do with it? Like, we're already putting all this money into all this other stuff. What the heck do we do with this? And someone went, I know, Fantasia. So what they turned it into was they kept everything the same. And they played Fantasia music. They had like lights, that would kind of do this on the walls. And then on the screen, you had Mickey's classic Sorcerer's Apprentice, calling up the water movement. And you went through that and saw that. So once you went through there, then on the right, you would have Casablanca. And it was literally the front half of the plane from the movie, if I remember correctly. And the propellers would start up, but it would do the classic scene where they're on the airstrip, if you've ever seen Casablanca. And Humphrey Bogart's standing there and he's doing the whole... no, you're going to get on that plane. Well, that's more Cagney, but sorry, I've been doing way too many voices, so I'm getting them all mixed up. But you're going to get on that plane, because you'll regret it if you don't. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday. Here's looking at you, kid. And the plane, propellers start up, and you pass by that and see that. So Ingrid Michaelson, Humphrey Bogart, and the plane, animatronics. And then you would go into this big, basically like 180 theater. Where the cars would all pull up next to each other. And there they would do a montage of I think the montage lasts a few minutes. Different people introduced it, but there was Stella! That scene. There was E.T. There was Romeo in Love. There was Miss Garcia. I highly recommend it, especially if you like Humphrey Bogart. Also, once you watch that, go watch Maltese Falcon and shoot, what's the name of it? There's one where Humphrey Bogart plays a guy hiding out in in the Keys, and a bunch of gangsters show up at night. I can't remember the name of it, but it's really, really good too. But Maltese Falcon and Casablanca actually share a heck of a lot of the same cast. So go watch both of those, but I highly recommend them just for the fact that they're classic movies. So yeah, you go in, you watch it, and they do the Stella scene. They do fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride. They do a couple of shots of Three Stooges. They do, gosh, oh no, what's his name? Come on, Joey. He's literally the... Somebody help me out. Mustache. Charlie Chaplin. Okay, they did Charlie Chaplin. There was a shot of him. But there were just little snippets. There was Star Wars in there. There was that classic, I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's got that iconic, the two making, like the two, the man and the girl kissing on the beach and the waves are rolling over them. There was that shot. There was Robin Williams doing like a shot of him doing the voices for Good Morning Vietnam. That shot was in there. But they just montage all these movies. And then at the end, basically the whole thing would go into stars and it would like sort of fly you back into Hollywood. And then the doors would open and you'd pull back into the soundstage you left from. And that's where you would get off. So that was literally one of my favorite rides of all time. It did close, unfortunately, because they decided to turn it into Mickey's Runaway Railroad. So when Mickey's Runaway Railroad first opened, I really was not a fan. Before I'd ever even seen it, I knew nothing about it, was not a fan. I will say, before everyone hates me, because I know how much a bunch of people in here love that, thank you, yes, From Here to Eternity. That is exactly the movie I was thinking of, Ms. Garcia. Thank you. That's the wave over the two what I talked about earlier. I just really, really, really missed Great Movie Ride. I thought I was heartbroken when they took out my ride because that was like one of my favorite rides of all time. Now, I have since come to terms with it. Mickey's Runaway Railroad, in its own right, is a fun ride. Personally, I prefer classic Mickey animation and even some of the CG animation versus that style of animation. But to each their own. It's Mickey, it's Minnie, it's Daisy. I do enjoy that ride now. It's a blast. My daughter loves it because of she loves Daisy. So, the whole, all right, everyone, and 1, 2, 3, and then now let's conga, and then you go into the whole thing. You guys know, you guys have seen it on the streams. So, that is something I will probably bring up when we're live streaming because I always talk about Great Movie Ride. I won't go into that much depth. I will just refer people back to this stream video and probably try to give them like, hey, go to hour this, and you'll see me talk about it. But it was a really fun ride, and even when things would break, like it was just the different elements. It was fun. I really, really enjoyed it. I grew up with it. It was a staple. It was a classic to me. And then when they took it out, I was like, what on earth are we getting? Why are we getting rid of it? Now, also, I do believe part of the reason they had to get rid of it also was MGM and Disney did part ways back in the 2000s, like earlier 2000s, which is the reason it's no longer called MGM Studios. It's called Disney's Hollywood Studios. You will hear me call it MGM because I grew up with it being MGM. I apologize ahead of time. It will slip out. Real quick, because I just did a really long-winded story, as I have a habit to do on these lovely, lovely ghost chats. I'm going to catch up real quick, make sure I didn't miss any chats. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I need to do that too. I borrowed that from my wife. Don't judge. Ace was laughing at me. Ace, you still in here, buddy? Oh, okay, yeah, you are still in here because you just posted. Sweet. Sorry, it took me a minute to get all the way down there. Miss Garcia, I already talked about that. You're a great storyteller. I feel like I'm gaining knowledge for streams. Oh, thanks so much, Ace. I appreciate that. I really, really do. I really, really do. Like I said, never, ever, ever pin my hands down because then I can't talk. And then, yeah, Miss Garcia helped me out with the name. We can't wait for HM at Magic Kingdom. Oh, Haunted Mansion. I'm like, HM. I know this. Sorry, I had to switch parks in my brain. Yeah, I will say that particular one is going to be lag central, because it always is. Even if you're just normal, like on your phone or something. It is very similar to what y'all's is. On the outside, it looks completely different. On the inside, it's very, very similar. Some of the hallways are different. I think you guys, I can't remember. I have to go back and watch because I watched a ton of Out There with the Christmas overlay. So I actually would have to go back and watch prior to that. I can't remember if you guys had the upgraded, or not upgraded, but like the newer version, I guess you should say, of the Madame Leota room, where instead of it being on a table, it's floating, the whole Madame Leota head and all that. You know, spirits and goblins from last Halloween. Something, something, something with your tambourine. You hear the tambourine. But yes, I will be videoing Haunted Mansion. Hopefully I can get decent video quality for you guys, because I know how much you guys are really looking forward to that. And then they've also got a ton of extra stuff in the actual outside graveyard. There used to be basically like the jump scare stick things, and then it had, you know, random ghosts, but they've probably tripled the amount of ghosts since when I was a kid. So that's really cool. Also, fun fact, one of the heads, you guys probably know this already because I think it's the same at Walt Disneyland, but one of the heads that, like, you know, that are the marble heads is, thank you, Miss Garcia. I did not know that. I'm going to have to go back and watch, because I know there are differences. I just can't remember what they all are, but I do know the marble heads. I'm pretty sure at both parks, one of them is Walt Disney. Is AT&T the best with streaming Magic Kingdom? From what I have been told, yes, because Magic Kingdom does have... oh, look, the sun's coming up behind me. It's just starting to get light outside. It's 6:41 a.m. here on the East Coast. They have AT&T sponsored, basically, signal repeaters in the park. So AT&T signal is going to be the best signal you can get at Walt Disney World. Like I've already said, I have Verizon, so I am very, very worried about that. Now, I will say, if we can get the stream up to a certain level that is beyond where we're at, obviously, by a considerable amount, like maybe around 500 or more, I might be able to justify getting a second phone plan through AT&T. And I've already kind of started doing research on that, because I'm very optimistic, and I hope we get there. I really, really do. Because that'll help me basically give you guys better quality content, which is what I really, really want to do. I want to give you guys the best quality that I can. I, you know, am still learning. It's going to be a while. Obviously, hopefully I just want to get better on each one. So we'll go from there. I got to go refill my water cup real quick. I will be right back. Ace, especially since you're in here, if anybody else is in here, let me know if you have any questions about any of the other stuff at Walt Disney World, as far as any of the parks, like Animal Kingdom attractions, how they did something. If it's something I can't explain, I will. Miss Garcia said, I heard the marble head was Disney. I heard recently that it wasn't him. I've always been told that it was. I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. I just don't remember. I have to go back, and it's been a minute. But there's definitely one that looks just like him, and I've always been told that that was an Easter egg about that. But if you guys ever have any questions about, like, you know, the Utilidors, or, I mean, I will answer to the best of my abilities. I've never been down there, but I've done a lot of research on it. I've had a lot of friends that work there. You know, some of the stuff as far as old Walt Disney, like how they were able to, basically how when they opened Haunted Mansion versus now, what the difference is as far as the technology for even just the music. I could talk about that. I could talk about Epcot. I could talk about Discovery Island. I love talking about Discovery Island. We could talk about River Country if you want. I could talk about Blizzard Beach, Typhoon Lagoon. If you don't know what any of these are, I could talk about that. So Ace, Miss Garcia, anybody that's still out there Ninja watching, we really appreciate our Ninja watchers. Thanks so much for being here. I'm going to be right back. I just got to refill my cup, and then we can chat about some more stuff. I'll be right back. Sneak back in here. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Real quick, if you're just joining me, I am Little Roo Plus 2. This is my channel. I also go by Little Roo or Joey or Hey You. Pretty much everything but late for dinner, as they say over here on the East Coast. I don't know if that's a saying over there. That being said, we will not just be doing these ghost streams. We will have a lot of other content. I'm actually trying to kind of spitball some ideas with some other people. I know there were some ideas thrown around tonight Also, we will be going live and actually doing the thing on the ground at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, starting March 15th through the 22nd. The only day in there that I cannot guarantee there be some sort of something from me is going to be the 17th. And that's because it is my wife's birthday. I don't know how comfortable she'll be with me filming on that day, or, I'd want to be able to focus on her day and make sure she has a great birthday. So I do want to give that disclaimer, but I do plan on streaming 2 days later, obviously on my birthday, and as much as I can while I'm down there. I really won't know what the signal and the lag and all that's kind of going to do until I get there. So we'll go from there. If I need to do rides a second time, or if I need to have 2 gimbals going at the same time, which I've already, we have plans in the works to make sure you guys get your Disney fix for Walt Disney World. We'll be starting at Magic Kingdom, hopefully for Rope Drop on the 15th, and then we will be doing Animal Kingdom, followed by Epcot, followed by Hollywood Studios, followed by Magic Kingdom again for my birthday, and then we will still have 3 more days of stuff to figure out. So if at any of those times you have something that you want to see more of, or you want a closer look, or you want me to go up in the tree house, or any of that, I'll be more than happy to try to make that happen for you. Do keep in mind it is still a family vacation for me as well. This is not a full-time job yet. I would love for it to be, but right now we're still growing, we're still young. So keep in mind I will also be making sure I'm spending time with them, and making sure that they're having a great time as well. I do want to make sure you guys have a fantastic view and a fantastic time though, and I'm really looking forward to taking you guys with me. Also coming down the pipe on May 16th through 18th, we will be doing one or multiple streams from Busch Gardens Williamsburg in Virginia for their Food and Wine Festival. So we'll have food, we'll have drinks, we'll be playing a game of who can video the other one on the roller coasters the most to get the best shot. I think I'm going to win, but that's just because I think I'm going to win. Who knows? My wife might surprise me. I'm probably going to let you guys vote, and we'll go from there. But that's kind of where we're at. Do you guys have any other questions or anything else you want me to talk about specifically? Or otherwise, I can just come up with something to talk about, and I can do that too. So I'll give you guys a second. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh the chat and everything and make sure everything's still going. I also have a direct message from someone, and I'm going to see what that's all about. So while I'm waiting on my chat to come back up, you guys go ahead and let me know if there's something specific there. I can't tell you why I'm smiling. I will say I'm cautiously optimistic. And believe me, when I am allowed to say something, I will. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out on that one. But if that particular thing happens to work out, let's just leave it at that. I'm smiling. I'm smiling a lot. I'm smiling inwardly, outwardly. It's great. Oh, let's see. All right. My best friend from high school sent me a message about my YouTube channel. That's awesome. Oh, okay, and that's the gotcha. Ace, this is you, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's got to be you. All right, cool. Thanks so much for saying that to me. And I'm definitely going to check that out. I'm not going to check it out while I'm live, just because I don't know what my reaction is going to be. I don't know what I'm walking into on that one, so we shall see. But let's see. The chat should be back up by now. Miss Garcia had a question, but she forgot it. Welcome to my life. I'm literally in the middle of a story sometimes, and I see a post, and I just, a story goes out in the left field. Couple of quick tips. I know somebody asked the other night, so I'll go ahead and share. Couple of quick tips for Disney World. If you stay on property, you get extra magic hours, which I've talked about before. Usually it's either at the beginning of the day or the end of the day, 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the park and all that kind of thing. You basically get in early before Gen Pop's allowed in. I don't know if my annual pass will get me anything there, but I do know that we will be able to, hopefully do, if everything works out, be able to do Magic Kingdom Gen Pop Rope Drop.
So usually you can get in the park and they basically stage you in front of the castle, with a rope, and then everybody else kind of goes around, but they have to be scanned. Each person, they scan their magic band to make sure they're on property guests. They get in first, and then they let Gen Pop in from in front of the castle. So we'll at least get some really good shots of the castle while we're waiting to do all of that. I haven't decided which ride I'm running to first. I have a couple of ideas, but I haven't gotten that far yet. When staying on property, I will say always keep an eye out for deals. Disney is almost always putting out little deals or promos or something like that. So if you keep an eye out, they almost always have something running. I will say I have noticed if you are booking a stay on property and you are also getting tickets at the same time, you can kind of loop them in together-ish. And there are discounts there. So you can get, like, for instance, they'll run things of like, hey, you get this many days of park, you get, 40% off your hotel or something. Sorry, it's early. And it's also very cold outside. Excuse me. Let me get a drink real quick so I can get that frog out of my throat. That being said, there's a trick I have learned from booking and doing all of that. Somewhere between 3 and 5 days, there's usually a discount. And then it goes back up to a little bit more expensive per day until you hit like the next threshold of days. So if you are booking it, don't think you have to just put in like, okay, this, and lock it in immediately. Put in like how many days, roughly you're thinking of doing, and then subtract a day, see what the price does, add a day, see what the price does. And usually what I do is I will check like 3 days, I try not to go for under 4 days. So I start like 4 days, I do 5 days, then maybe I'll do 7 days, and I just look at what the differences are because there are drastic price differences. I do mean drastic price differences, depending on the amount of days. Excuse me. It has something to do with basically, they want you to stay more days, obviously. So they're going to give you a discount the more days you stay. So if you're going for 1 day, what you're going to spend in 1 day at the park could translate into a 3-day trip sometimes, depending on the season, depending on the promos, depending on how that works. So play around with the dates, and you will see drastic differences in prices. Sometimes it will make 0 sense. Why? Checking in on this day versus this day, suddenly it's $400 cheaper. It's insane. So that is one of my biggest things that I like to tell people is play around with the days, be a little flexible. When you're playing around with the days. Second thing is going to be staying on property. I know there's the Contemporary and there's the Polynesian and there's 50 billion hotels practically there. The only one that is not technically owned by Disney that's on Disney property is the Swan and Dolphin, which still to me looks like a swan and some sort of grouper. But I will get shots of that too because it always cracks me up. But the All-Star Resorts are going to be your economy resorts on Disney property. There are 3 of them. Only one of them, however, has rooms that have like the double suite that fits, a big party of like 6 or 8. I think it's, let's see, 2, 2, 2, so 6. I want to say it's 6. Because it's 2 Murphy beds that pull down out of the wall that are kind of like in your living room. And then you also have a separate room that's a master bedroom with a whole nother double bed in there. And it's not a double bed, I think it's a queen size or king size. And then the one that I had 2 bathrooms and its own kitchen suite. The only one of those 3 hotels that has that is going to be All-Star Music. So All-Star Music, if you have a bigger party, like for instance, when I went last February, it was me, my wife, my daughter, my mom, my dad. We were actually free upgraded to one. It was magical. Shout out to Disney on that one. I really appreciated it. But that's the only resort that has those as far as the economy resorts. The other 2 are All-Star Movies and All-Star Sports. Now, basically each section of buildings is split into pairs, and it kind of does one of these numbers as far as the shape of each one. Usually there's 2 pools per resort. There is a cafeteria style walk up, window service style place. Usually they have like a bar for the adults. They'll have movie nights almost every night. In fact, I think they do movies every night, usually at the pool. They do, when I was at All-Star Music, they had everything from foosball to pool to cornhole to, all kinds of stuff just out there. Shuffleboard, all that kind of thing out there. So there are things to do at the resorts. even at the All-Star Movies, sports, and music. And then each building is themed differently. So for instance, when you're in All-Star Sports, you go to the hockey one and the stairwell looks like a hockey net, like a humongous hockey net. All-Star Music, there's a drum set that's like 4 stories tall. And there's a piano-shaped pool and a guitar-shaped pool over there. So I highly recommend it if you're trying to kind of keep it a little bit on the cheaper side or save a little bit of money. Check those out. Usually they're not too bad a night. I want to say it started at like $235 a night, which compared to like the Polynesian is a steal. So look into the All-Star Resorts. They're great. Also, like I said, play with the dates. It changes things. If you are looking to kind of get more elaborate, I guess, in your trip, I have never stayed, but I have heard very, very, very good things about Animal Kingdom Lodge, because one whole side of the building actually does kind of butt up to Animal Kingdom. So you have giraffes and zebras and things all wandering like right there outside your window. So you can see all that while you're there. It's also really, really pretty. That's actually has one of the best foyers I've seen on property. And at Christmas, they also have a humongous tree, which is insane. So I highly recommend there. Of course, the Contemporary is a classic. Polynesian's a classic. Grand Floridian right now is under construction and refurb. So, I mean, that's kind of, whatever you're feeling. But it is one of the fancier ones. Like one of the very, very fancy ones. So definitely check that out. Also, if you're on property, whether you are staying there or visiting, going to the parks or whatever, I highly recommend, if you can't do any of the other resorts, just to check out some of the theming that Disney puts in and the work that they put into some of these immersive hotels, or just the architecture and things like that, or like different events. Do the monorail loop around the Bay Lake, which is around, basically, there's 2 monorails that go to Magic Kingdom. One goes from Transportation Ticket Center to Magic Kingdom and back. The other one does a loop from Magic Kingdom to the Polynesian, Grand Floridian, and Contemporary resorts, and back to Magic Kingdom Gate. You do not have to have a park ticket to ride the monorail. So if you're ever curious, or you're in Florida and you can't afford to go to the parks, or you're just not going that day because something happened or whatever, but you want to go check out some of the resorts and stuff, go check that out. Also, I highly recommend a lot of the restaurants that are in the resorts. Trader Sam's is on my list for this trip. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm really kind of hoping that I can. Maybe I'll make that my birthday wish. Who knows? So just kind of keep that in mind. Other thing, if you are staying on property, they have transportation to everything. Literally, you drive in, you get your parking pass when you check in, you park, and you do not have to move your car if you're going anywhere on Disney property. It is all free transportation. All of the resorts will have bus service. Some of them have bus and monorail service, as PJ found out when he went. And go back and check out some of his videos because he was there a couple months ago. Some of the resorts over closer to Epcot and MGM, I did it. I told you I was going to do it. Over next to Epcot and Hollywood Studios have the Skyway, which I also plan on doing. I have actually not ridden it yet. It's an outside the park ride. It's transportation between a bunch of different resorts over there, the boardwalk and all that. They also have boat transportation, which there's a boat that goes from the back by France and Epcot. It picks you up there, and it will take you literally like out, around, down the boardwalk and past all that. It'll stop at the boardwalk on both sides because there are 2 different stops, and then it will go on through and end up just outside the gate of Hollywood Studios. So there is that option for transportation as well. You literally don't have to move. Wilderness Lodge and Fort Wilderness. Next thing I want to talk about. Wilderness Lodge is very much themed like Yellowstone. I can't remember, I think it's the California Lodge or something out there, is very, very, very similar to Wilderness Lodge. Wilderness Lodge is a little bit more rustic in my opinion. Maybe that's just my opinion. It does have a geyser on the outside. And then next to it is a campground that is going to be Fort Wilderness. Fort Wilderness has not only just revamped their cabins, which I'm pretty sure are booked out like 2 years in advance or something silly, but they also do like RV camping, tent camping, all that kind of thing. They do movies every night with a big bonfire, so you can take the kids and roast marshmallows. Chip and Dale usually show up, and then they do a big movie, sit on bleachers, and watch a movie outside. I think that usually starts around 7 or 8. They also are home to the Hoop-de-Doo Review, which is a review style, like musical, dance and sing while you eat a big meal. I won't be doing that this trip. I may at some point if someone wants to see it. There's just some other stuff that I'd rather focus on this time around other than that. But I've heard very, very, very good things. The Hoop-de-Doo Review has been around for a very, very, very long time. There's also a pond that you can like rent a fishing pole and fish if you want to fish. There, I think golf carts you can drive around. It's like a big, humongous Disney campground. It's exactly what it is. And it's very, very themed to that. Like you have the trading post, and that's like they have everything from, like hose clamps and stuff like that for your RV to, maybe some basic necessities to marshmallows to, just stuff. Also a fun place to go check out if you have young kids and you're trying to get out of the park early. I'll be trying to stay as late as possible. But, I might send Megan. Plus, I can't really do the bonfire movie because of copyright things and stuff like that. So maybe they'll go do the movie over there one night and I'll do something at the parks. Who knows? It may happen. It may not. We're keeping it kind of loose just because I don't want to lock myself into too much stuff at once. That being said, let me think for a second. Let's see. We covered All-Stars. We covered transportation. We covered walking around the resorts. We covered... Also, do some research ahead of time before you go. There are character meet and greets outside of the parks at some of the restaurants. So be aware of that. You don't always have to go to the park itself to meet a character. There are definitely places on the internet, and I'm not going to shout out the particular channel I'm thinking of. It's not a streamer, it's a vlog channel, but I'm pretty sure anybody, that darn moth just bombs my video every time. There is a particular channel that is literally, if you ask a question to Google, it's probably going to pop up a link to their channel. You'll figure out which one it is very, very quickly. But they do have some good information, in my opinion, as far as Disney dining things and stuff going on around the property. Let me get a quick drink real quick. Do I still have Miss Garcia and Ace in here, or did you guys fall asleep? Hello? Well, if you're just joining me and you're Ninja watching, we do love our Ninja watchers over here. I appreciate all of you for joining me. I'm probably going to hang out for, I don't know, another hour, maybe. Something like that. Looks like we got a couple people still watching, so I'm gonna keep talking. If anybody has a question or comment or just wants to say, hey, please hit that subscribe, and then you can talk in the chat. You might be able to talk in the chat even if you're not subscribed tonight. I really don't know what the setting is. But give it a try. It's free to do. It really helps us out because we are trying to build this channel here so that I can bring you guys with me to experience these things. I'm going to pause for a second on Disney content and talk for a minute about Busch Gardens content. So there is a roller coaster at Busch Gardens called Anaconda. It was one of the original roller coasters of that park. It has been closed for refurbishment now for a little minute. However, I do believe it is supposed to be open, if I'm not mistaken, when we go in May. So we will be riding the newly refurbished Anaconda. It is a classic. It has multiple upside down loops as well as a tunnel, like circular drain style thing. Vinderboten, which is like a German-ish style thing. You're basically riding in a beetle going through the Black Forest in Germany. It's very spoopy. It's a really, really, really fun ride. I don't know if I'll be able to film that or not. And even if I did, it's a very, very dark ride. But when we get closer to, I can do like a talk through of it or something like that. It has some really cool features in it. And it does feature not only like the regular track drop, but there is one section where you roll in and the whole thing you're on drops like Tower of Terror about a floor. So very, very, very cool ride. That being said, during Food and Wine, there will be literally kiosks set up all around the park from all over the place. I know last year Virginia section featured some really, really good bisque and like some crab hush puppies and stuff like that, and some local beers from local breweries. They were delish, but basically you get like one of the little punch books, just like you do at Disney, and you go around and do the thing. So we'll definitely be getting 1 or 2 of those punch books. We're going to be loading up on food, and I'll kind of be talking about it a little bit. But as you go around the park, I mean, they have a ton of stuff going on. I mean, there's whole buildings, I think, in the park that they don't even use the rest of the rest of the year. It's just for Food and Wine Festival. They open them up as like separate kitchens. So I am super, super, super excited about that. I don't think I'm going to stream on the way there or anything like that in the car. I mean, I might. I have the capacity to now with the Jeep. So let me know. Direct message me. If you're too shy to talk in chat, hit me up on Instagram. Those links. You have Little Roo, which is me, and then you have the +2, which is actually my wife. And there's a whole bunch more on there as far as pictures. But if you want to contact me, that's probably the best way right now. I am trying to get an email set up. I meant to do it today, and I slept instead so I could hang out with you guys. But, yeah, okay, I was just checking. We've been at this about 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I'm loving life right now. But, yeah, let me know if there's something you want to see or you have a question about something, or maybe you're planning a trip and you, don't want to blow up my live chat with questions about your trip, but you just don't know. Ask me. Please ask me. I do not have a problem with that. Now, granted, I am no travel agent or anything like that, but I have spent a considerable time over the years around Disney, doing things like that. I did Busch Gardens last year during the entire summer season as well as the Christmas season. If you have kids that are going and you're worried about what rides, I can send you links. I can kind of guide you towards things that will help you plan your trip, as well as just little tips and tricks maybe along the way that I've figured out over the years. Moving back to Disney content, I just really wanted to mention Anaconda because I'm very, very, very excited about that ride. Or no, it's not Anaconda, it's Loch Ness Monster. I'm thinking different ride. So it's Loch Ness Monster. My apologies. Not Anaconda, Loch Ness Monster, Busch Gardens, just refurbed. Very excited about that. Again, it's 7:06 a.m. here. I do apologize if I have a word slip up. I do apologize. Miss Garcia, have you ever been to Walt Disney World? I'm very curious. And if so, what was your favorite part? If not, is there a particular park that you really, really want to see? So, okay, you've never been. Very cool. Is there a particular park like you have a question about, or like ever wondered about, like what's there, how it's set up, anything like that? I mean, I can talk about Epcot. I can talk about old Epcot. I can talk about being at Magic Kingdom at the turn of the century, which was insane. In fact, while I'm waiting on Miss Garcia, I'll go ahead and tell that story. So I was actually at Walt Disney World at Magic Kingdom on New Year's Eve when the century turned. And they did a 360 fireworks display. I mean, literally all the way around the park was fireworks. And at the time it hit midnight, I was on Teacups, which our Teacups is not like, it's the same style ride, but at Walt Disneyland, there's no roof. At Walt Disney World, there is a roof. It's basically under this, it's hard built, but it looks like a circus tent, basically. And so I was on the Teacups, and suddenly we hear the fireworks go off, and the cast member actually hit the E-stop on the ride. And all of us, everybody that was there, it was all younger people too at that point that were on the ride, me included. We all ran and literally jumped the fence to stand there and watch the fireworks. And I just remember I would look and I would just just watching the whole thing all the way around. And it was beautiful. It was amazing. Only problem was the wind was blowing my direction. So when they were shooting over above where Toontown used to be, one of the embers, it wasn't still lit, but it was definitely a piece of debris from the fireworks, actually got in my eye. So I will never forget that. It's the turn of the century, and I'm watching the fireworks like this. With one eye open, because this eye had all that crap in it, and I didn't want to miss anything, so I was just I'll suffer. I'll just use one eye. But that was really, really fun and really cool. Trying to think what else. So yeah, any other questions? Oh, here we go. I want to know or see more about the different countries of food at Walt Disney World. Okay, so That mostly is at Epcot as far as countries. Originally, so Epcot is set into two worlds. You have Future World, which is where you have Spaceship Earth, which is what people call the golf ball. When they did the turn of the century, they actually had a 2000 with a wand with a Mickey hand mounted on top of that thing. There's also that classic picture from way, way back in, like, I think it was, well, not way, way back, but it was like the 80s, I think, where Mickey's standing on the golf ball, and it was part of their big promo commercial. But that's all in Future World. They used to have Intervisions East and West, which was kind of where they would debut, like, new technology. They have done away with both of those pavilions. Spaceship Earth is still there. The golf ball's not going anywhere. But that's kind of where they put Moana World of Water, which I do plan on checking out. I haven't seen it yet. It was still under construction when I was there. That's where Mission to Mars is. That's where Test Track is. Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind is over there. Living with the Land, which is very much based around, like, you know, sustainable living and that kind of thing. And then they also have the Finding Nemo. It's a big aquarium, basically, that you go into. But it's Nemo themed when you go through, because you ride basically a clamshell and Nemo and his friends. You're looking into the actual aquarium, but it has Nemo and friends like projected on the windows. And then when you get off, and there's manatees, dolphins, and sharks, and all this stuff. And then the other world is World Showcase, which also features World Showcase Lagoon. World Showcase Lagoon, if you've ever seen any of the streams from Walt Disney World from some of the East Coast streamers, if you haven't checked them out, Ron on the Go, Park Hoppers, and Tanya, that crazy Disney lady, those three, especially Ron and Park Hoppers, I know for sure. I don't really know if Tanya does that, because she does a lot of merch stuff usually. But I do know Ron has done several, and Park Hoppers have done some videos of the fireworks display at Epcot. That is done over World Showcase Lagoon. And then basically, if you're looking at the lagoon, starting on the left, you hit Mexico. And I'm trying to do this from memory, guys. I'm going to forget some when we get about halfway around. But I do know it starts with Mexico. Mexico has not only the big Aztec-looking temple, or Mayan-looking temple, I'm not sure which, but it's the big, like, tiered step thing. And then if you go inside there, they have kind of display cases with artifacts, and you go past that, and it's basically set up like you're in a town in Mexico at night. So the ceiling's done up with stars. There's a restaurant down at the far end. There's all these little, like, carts set up with shops. The Mexican restaurant is very good. And then when you're heading in, you get down almost to the restaurant, you take a left. Before I say that, the restroom in Mexico. Go into the restaurant, take a right, take a right. That's where the restrooms are. Nobody can ever find the restrooms. Go in, go to the restaurant, go into the restaurant, take a right, you're at the restrooms. Figured I'd go and throw that out there because you never know when you need to know where the restrooms are. But if you're going to the restaurant, you almost get to the restaurant, take a left. There's a short little queue. Usually there's almost zero wait on this ride. I think I waited in line for this ride once, maybe twice over the years. So if you come in, there's a huge line, come back later because it does not pack out. But it's very, it's in the same vein as Small World. It's the same style as Small World. You have the, all the animatronic dolls. And then you also see the three Caballeros. Donald and the other two. They pop up on several screens. But basically, you just kind of travel through and you see different sites from Mexico. You see videos of Mexico. And then you go through areas that are very much like Small World, where they're celebrating. One of the rooms is Cinco de Mayo. One of the rooms is... I don't even remember at this point, but I will probably video that, but it's the same style boats and all that kind of thing. So there is a ride there. Then next, you're going to hit Norway. What was previously Norway. I don't know how much I can really say about that other than originally a lot of these pavilions were sponsored by money from those countries, from what I understand. And I do know that they hire in people from those countries to work in the pavilions. So that's very cool to me. But Norway originally had, I think it was called the Spirit of Norway, or it had some, Nordstrom might have been the name. But it was basically like a Viking ride. It took you through different things that were Norwegian. Now it's been revamped into the Frozen ride. People have mixed feelings about it. If you like Frozen, check it out. It's still a fun ride. Heads up to parents with kids. It is kid-friendly. There are 2 small waterfalls. They are not that big. I think the biggest one's maybe like 12 feet. The other one's like 8 feet or 6 feet. But it's enough that, I know as a kid it scared me because I didn't like waterfall drops. And then, once I got older, I was totally cool with that. Miss Garcia, we will definitely have to fix that. You will definitely see that because I'm pretty sure I will definitely be able to catch several views of that. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a cheat sheet because I honestly cannot remember what the next one is after Norway. I am drawing a blank. Phew, I could talk about the stuff that's there. I'm drawing a blank on what's next because a lot of the other ones, not every pavilion has a ride. Some of them just have like gift shops and that kind of thing. So, or dining experiences. There are a ton of dining experiences. I do mean ton of dining experiences. Okay, I was right. Okay. So it goes Mexico, then Norway. So both those have a ride. Then you have China. There are dining experiences in China. They do a show multiple times. They have walkthroughs with exhibits and stuff like that. It's just very, very cool, but it's done up with the same building style. Each land or each pavilion has building styles from the country it's supposed to be. Maelstrom. Thank you, Miss Garcia. I was like, is Nordstrom's? No, that's not right. That's a clothing store. Yes, Maelstrom. But each pavilion is done up with the style of architecture that that country is kind of known for. Next up is Germany. I highly recommend the beer garden. I think we might be going there this time around. It's a buffet style. If you go into the German pavilion, just keep going straight. Don't turn. Just keep going straight, and literally the big door is in front of you. That is the restaurant to the beer garden. When you enter the beer garden, you kind of check in at the front. I can't remember. I think it's 45 to 65 a person. Maybe it's 35 to 45 a person. I would have to double check because it's been a minute since I've looked. Which I actually need to get on that because we're going soon. But it's buffet style, as much as you want to eat. The only thing you pay for is going to be like alcoholic beverages, which they do serve. When you go into the restaurant, once you check in, on the right-hand side will be the entire buffet, which they have all kinds of meats and sausages and a whole lot of good food. And then in front of you is a three-tiered or three-leveled dining area with a big dance floor and a stage. They do a beer fest show multiple times a day for your dining experience. So while you're dining, you can go down, you can take a break from eating and go down and polka to live polka. Yeah, they do the little handbells, the cowbells, where they play songs. They have the great big, I don't remember what they're called, but they're basically like horns where they used to be able to signal each other when they were up in the Alps and that kind of thing. So they do a whole show. It's kind of the same thing where like they do the ceiling like it's at night and you're in a beer garden and it's always beer fest at the beer garden. So I do highly recommend that. It's a fun time. Next up is going to be Italy. Italy has a high dining restaurant. It also has a pizza window. I've heard great things about the pizza window. I've never tried it, but if you go into Italy, there we go. If you go into Italy, on the right-hand side at the back will be the pizza window. As always, I always highly recommend that you order on the mobile app and just pick it up because then you're not standing there wasting time. You just pick up your order and go. There is a dining restaurant on the left. It used to be really, really good. When I went last February, I was less than impressed. I don't know if that will change. I don't know when the next time is I will try it because there's a ton of other restaurants that I will, I pop another one up there and try it. So, I don't know. They literally told me they didn't have any garlic. And I was like, how does an Italian restaurant not have garlic? This makes zero sense to me. So anyway, I'm not going to soapbox. I don't want to speak ill about any of their stuff. But that was my experience last year this time of year. Next is going to be the American Adventure. Now, American Adventure kind of has two parts. On the right-hand side, you have a theater that kind of juts out into World Showcase Lagoon. That's where you see like the Candlelight Processional. That's where you see all the concerts that they do during the spring and the summer. All that's done on that stage. And all of that is included with your ticket. You do not have to pay extra for those. So I know last year they had Blue Oyster Cult and a couple of other bands that were really, really good. If you actually want to see some of that footage, again, I'm going to shout out Park Hoppers because they filmed a bunch of those concerts last year. So check out their page for their live streams, and you'll see some concerts from last year that were awesome. You might also see me in the chat acting a fool. So you never know. But we were having fun. We were having a blast. It was a good time. Then on the left-hand side, they do have the American Experience, which is a show. It's very similar to Hall of Presidents, but it's much more like, the history of America versus just focusing on presidents. But same idea, same style of kind of portrayal. I heard it has been refurbished. I have not seen it since the refurbishment. I will let you guys know how that is. I don't know if I'll catch that show this time around. That's, to be honest, not one of my higher priorities because there is so much other stuff to see. But it is there. They also have, I believe it's a steakhouse or something like that. There is a restaurant over there. I can't remember. I've never eaten there, so I couldn't tell you. Next up is Japan. Same thing. They've got a ton of great eats over in Japan. They also have, different displays and shows and things like that they'll do. Then, of course, you come into Morocco. Morocco used to be my favorite. However, they closed down my favorite. They used to have a restaurant that actually did a live belly dancing show several times a day. And we used to go there all the time when I was a kid. And had great food, mint tea. It's not there anymore, but they still do have 2 other restaurants. I have heard that those restaurants are very good. I have not tried them yet. I probably won't try them this trip, but I will eventually. And then next up, we knock out France. France, if you're going to eat at the high dining restaurant in France, you need to set aside like 2.5 hours of your day. I ate there several years ago. It was delicious food, but they do it very, very much in the style of you are here to experience the meal. So you're going to sit here and hang out for a long time while you're eating. They also have the Remy ride, which that's where they have the Ratatouille ride back in the back. There is also a dessertery in the back and a couple of shops and stuff. Like I said, each pavilion has shops. Germany has a great candy store, like a really good candy store. France has a really good dessertery. So you kind of just go through, you pick what you want, and you pay and you can wander around and eat it. It's great. Also back there, right between France and the next place we're going to talk about is where the boat is to catch if you want to take the boat from Epcot to Hollywood Studios. I believe there might also be a Skyway station over there now. I don't know because I haven't looked that much into that, but just fun facts for that. And then next, of course, you have United Kingdom, which is home to some of my favorite things. Rose and Crown Pub, I cannot say enough good things about. I ate there last February. There is a picture on my Instagram where I'm like toasting the camera. That view behind me is Bay Lake, or not Bay Lake, World Showcase Lagoon. It was a beautiful view. It was great service. It was amazing food. I love a good Scotch egg. We had, I think my dad had fish and chips. They had all kinds of stuff like that, but it's a lot of kind of stuff like that's pub food, but like UK pub food. It's so good, so good. I can't say enough good things about it. It was absolutely, absolutely delicious. I had a blast over there. So Rose and Crown, also you want to make sure you book that earlier because usually it will book up pretty fast. They also have a live pianist over there, kind of like they do at Magic Kingdom over at Casey's Corner. They have one inside because they have outside and inside seating. They have a piano inside, and I think Grayson comes over and plays several times a week. So check that out. It's a lot of fun. Across from that, they have a stage behind another restaurant, which is more of kind of, instead of a sit-down, you have more of a pickup window style restaurant. Behind that, there's a stage where sometimes they'll have live music playing, and that's kind of all that. There's some shops and stuff. And then you keep coming around, you hit Canada, and that's going to be the last one on the lagoon. And that one has, I can't remember the name of the steakhouse, but I have heard it is really, really good. I've never eaten there, but I've heard a lot of good things from a lot of people. And they also, I believe, still have a 360 movie that you can watch that's just different sights and sounds and things from Canada. So, and then that kind of brings you back out over by Living with the Land, which has the ride Living with the Land inside of it, which is basically a ride all about, being able to coexist with nature and responsible habits as far as farming and all that kind of thing. It is neat, especially if you have kids and you're trying to get out of the heat and you just want something that's like a nice boat ride while they take a nap on your shoulder, which I know what that's like. Yes, Miss Garcia, fish and chips, you know it. You know it. That's going to be where you want to check out. Also, they have a restaurant if you've ever seen Full House, let me back up. If you've ever watched the show Full House, there's an episode where the family goes to Disney. And if I remember right, Danny proposes to, what's her name? They go to this restaurant, and there's this big wall that's an aquarium. And they have a diver come down. And, I think part of the joke in the whole episode is like he keeps trying to propose and she's completely oblivious. But one of the things he tries is there's a diver that comes down with a sign in the aquarium. And then eventually, I think at the end of the episode, it's spelled out in the fireworks or something. But it's been years since I watched that episode. But the restaurant with the aquarium wall, with the divers that interact with the diners, that exists in the Living Seas. If you're walking towards Living Seas, which is the one that I was talking about where you ride the clamshell and it has Nemo and then you show up and it's aquariums and manatees and all that. If you're walking towards the entrance, when you almost get there, on the right, you will see the Coral Reef restaurant entrance. That is going to be where that is. It has one whole wall as the aquarium, and then it has, I think, 4 different tiers where everybody has a good view of the big aquarium inside. So, Miss Garcia, go back and check it out. It used to be one of my favorite episodes because it had Disney. Who knew, right? Who would have thought? Thanks so much for joining us. If you are just joining us, my name is Little Root Plus 2. We do a lot of different things here. Right now, we're just getting started with these ghost chats and kind of things like that, or ghost streams, I like to call them. This is the No Sleep Spicy Roo Crew. And the reason we call it that is because we usually go live right after the streamers over there on the West Coast, who I'm actually friends with a lot of them now. When they kind of end their streams, we all kind of hop in here, them included, and we cut up and have fun. And I talk to the camera, they talk to me, I talk to you, and we just have a great old time. We literally talk about all kinds of things here. These are very sporadic. So if you want to catch more of this kind of content or some of my other content, which I'll talk about in a minute, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It is free to do and it helps us out immensely over here at the channel. Also hit the notification bell because right now I don't have a way to tell you guys ahead of time when I'm going to do these streams because of a technical issue with YouTube that I'm trying to get worked out currently. Hopefully it will get worked out very soon. That being said, the best way to find out I'm going live is either be in one of my friends' streams. We're talking about PJ's Ponderosa, Ace Snoopy 32, Cordy in California, SoCal Haunts and Parks, or talk to the mods or any of them. Usually a lot of them at this point kind of recognize me because I'm normally in all of those chats when they go live. They usually have a little bit of a heads up I might go live, and by a little heads up I mean maybe within an hour of me going live. That being said, welcome back, Dragon Blood. Thank you so much. That being said, either check it out there or hit that notification bell or both, and that way you know when I'm going live before they do. So that's this kind of content. Also, we will be on the ground doing the thing at Walt Disney World starting March 15th. We're starting to Magic Kingdom. Hopefully for Rope Drop that morning. We'll do Magic Kingdom. Next day, Animal Kingdom. We'll be doing Epcot, Hollywood Studios, followed by Magic Kingdom again. And we still have 3 more days in that 8-day block to knock out some more stuff. So if you want to see some live Walt Disney World content, please stay tuned over here because I'm going to be taking you there very, very soon. 19 days, everybody. 19 days. Also coming down the pipe, May 16th through 18th, I will be at Busch Garden Williamsburg for their wine and food festival. We'll be drinking wine or whatever. I think I tried sangria last time. They do beer. They do mixed drinks. It's fun. We'll be having drinks. We'll be having food. And then we're going to play a game of who can video the other one the best from the ground while the other one's on the roller coasters between me and Mrs. Rue. So thank you so much. Mr. Robert Bell, are you who I think you are? Because if you are, just put me a thumbs up in the chat. If you are who I think you are, and believe me, if you're who I think you are, you know what I'm saying. Because that's got to be you. I'm about half certain that that's my high school best friend. So everybody give a shout out to Mr. Robert Bell. I know the feeling, Dragon Blood. I know the feeling. And thank you so much for joining us again. If any of you guys have any questions about Disney or Walt Disney World or history of Walt Disney World, or questions for me, questions for upcoming plans, please let me know. And I will be more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability. Unless I can't, in which case, when I meet you in person, I definitely will. So that stuff's coming. Some other stuff I can't really talk too much detail about, but we did just get a 2024 4xe Jeep Wrangler Willys Edition in that beautiful bikini pearl color, which I love so much. It's like a teal. There will be more Jeep content coming as well. That's probably going to be more on the TikTok side, Instagram side, so keep an eye on that. There might be some more shorts. There might be some vlogs about it, just because I don't know that much about it. I'm learning every day, like, different things and features, and it's a very, very cool thing. But one of the features I'm most excited about is it does feature a AT&T Wi-Fi hotspot, so I will have that to be able to kind of go other places and hopefully be able to take you guys with me and not have to worry about signal issues or anything like that. That being said, I'm going to hop back into the chat real quick and just double check. I'm also going to reload my chat because it keeps freezing, and that's not you guys. It's my computer because I have 50 tabs open right now. All right, I'm just waiting on that chat to reload. Let me double check nobody is messaging me. All right. Looks like we're coming back. Just waiting on it to load. Let me see if I can read it off my phone here. What is the first thing I should do at Disney World for the first time? Dragon Blood HD. The first thing, to be honest, as soon as you get inside the gate, and you will probably see me do this, as long as it's not lagging, is just take a minute, take a deep breath, and just go, I'm here. Because, at least for me, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the energy, the electricity, the excitement, all mixed with the stress of getting there and the stress of scheduling everything, and oh my god, we gotta do this, and oh, we gotta get there, I mean, planes and rental cars, and as soon as you walk in the gate, you are done with security, my friend. You are there. You are physically there. Take just one beat and just take it in. Take a deep breath and then start walking. That's my advice. That is the first thing, and I will tell you, especially if in my opinion, everybody's first trip to Walt Disney World, your first time should always start at Magic Kingdom, just because that's how I feel. That's my personal opinion. You know what they say about opinions. But that is what I would, that is what I do, even to this day. And I've been to Walt Disney World a ton of times. Just take it in for a second, breathe, let all that stress from what's outside the gate just right off, and take off and go have fun. Usually there's a popcorn cart right inside the gate on the left if you want to get your popcorn bucket there. Sometimes there's a line, but there's always more down the way. Take in the side of the castle. Take a train ride around the park. If you don't even know where you want to start, hop on the freaking Walt Disney World Railroad and do one loop. It's fun. It will take you all the way around the park. If you see something you want to do, hop off the train, you can hop back on. It's not like you're stuck on it for the whole ride. There are multiple stops around the park, just like at Walt Disneyland. So that is the first thing for the first time. The second thing I would say is, for me, it's always been head for Adventureland. So most people, what they do is when they come in the park, they head for Tomorrowland. I do the opposite. I come in the park, I head for Adventureland. And I end the night, I basically do this way. Now this time around, because there are things that I want to show you guys, and I will be streaming, and there'll be lag, and we'll be dealing with things, and I may switch it up. I'm going to be putting in a lot of walking. A lot of walking. That being said, normally when I go, if I'm not streaming or anything like that, I will start through Adventureland. It's just a fun time. The music kind of gets you hyped. If you like pineapple, they have Dole Whip over there. They have just regular freaking pineapple juice you can drink. I love pineapple, so I love just grabbing a thing of pineapple juice, getting some vitamin C in me just to get going, keep the muscles and everything working. I need to drink more of it when I'm doing these streams because I get so stiff sometimes sitting on this couch. Because I'm trying to sit forward and talk to you guys. But, then you can hit Pirates, you can hit Tiki Room, you can check the wait on Jungle Cruise. Jungle Cruise during the day is completely different, in my opinion, than Jungle Cruise at night. Neither one is better than the other. It's just a different experience. Because during the day, it's daylight. During nighttime, they have the spotlight that they use to kind of spotlight things. So I highly recommend doing both. And the wait for Jungle Cruise gets crazy. Crazy. So be ready for that as well. That being said, I usually swing on through Frontierland, hit, check the wait on Tom Sawyer's Island. If you've never been to Tom Sawyer's Island, I don't know if I'll be able to stream from there because I don't know what the signal's like over there. I used to love it as a kid. They have walk-through caves. They've got a fort over there that you can climb around in. Even as an adult, it's fun. They've got a restaurant over there. It's Aunt Something's. That's really, really fun. The riverboat, really, really fun. It's just a nice leisurely riverboat. There's a whole story thing going on that's kind of Mark Twain based. And then you can kind of go through there, head over towards Haunted Mansion, and then of course Peter Pan and all that kind of thing. One thing I will say as well, there are certain rides that will always have hellacious lines, like super, super long lines, unless you get super, super lucky. One of them is going to be Peter Pan. In all of the years I have gone, the amount of times I have seen that wait under an hour and a half are almost nil. Unless it was like broken down and just opened back up. So that being said, that's going to have a super long wait. Seven Dwarfs Mine Train is probably going to have a super long wait. Winnie the Pooh, especially during the pre-nap time hours of the day, it's probably going to have a really long wait. So be aware of that. Plan your day around it. I am not saying anything for or against Genie Plus. I tried it the first time when I was there. The last time I got it every day. I don't know if we'll have it this time or not. I may because I'm there for more time. Just stand in the queue and talk to you guys. That way you get more time kind of checking out the queue and talking to me and hanging out and doing the whole thing. So that's also something you want to kind of decide ahead of time and budget for. Another fun fact about Disney. Tron virtual queue. Know what time that thing is going live. I think it's 7 and 1 and 1 o'clock. You have to be in that park to be able to make the virtual queue thing work. But make sure you're on your phone. You don't have to pay for that. You just hit a button. But you have to actually hit the button on time because that fast, it'll fill up. Try not to let that stress you out. Seriously. Space Mountain. Space Mountain almost always has a long line, so be aware of that. Those are going to be like your top line wait times. Thunder Mountain will fluctuate during the day and night. Watch for that. There is a trick. If there's more than one parade in a day or at night, pick a parade time. That's a great time to ride a ride that has a long normal line, especially something over in Frontierland. Same thing when Tiana's Bayou opens. If it follows the same pattern Splash Mountain used to, if you go in the early spring, late fall, or the winter, and it's after dark, bring a coat and bring a poncho. And if you sit in the back and don't sit all the way against the seat, you don't get that wet. And you literally will have a walk-on for something that's a 2.5 hour wait during the day. Because during the day, it's hot. People want to cool off. At night, people are like, I don't want to ride a water ride. So that's a trick to skip the line on that. Thunder Mountain kind of empties out that time of night as well. So keep an eye on the waits. Usually it'll go from, 45 hour and 15 to maybe 30 to 15 minutes. So much more reasonable of a wait time. So check that out. I don't know if that answered your question. Dragon Blood, I don't know if you have kids either. If it is your first time at Disney and they are Winnie the Pooh fans, I highly, highly, highly recommend Crystal Palace. It is a character breakfast experience or a character dining experience. Also a trick with almost all of the dining experiences, especially the character ones. Lunch and breakfast are going to be cheaper than dinner. So go for lunch or breakfast. Because you're going to spend a lot less per person and you're still going to get to see the same characters. And it's still good food. They do usually do a switchover menu. If you can figure out what time they do that, it will be listed online. Look at that. Sometimes if you book your reservation for that time of day, sometimes you can start and it'll be breakfast food, and by the time you leave, it'll be lunch food. So you kind of get a little bit of both. Another quick trick for that. But that is the only place where you can meet all 4 of the Pooh characters, and that would be Pooh, Piglet, Tigger, and Eeyore will all come around to your table. They will give you one-on-one time at each table while you're eating. And they do this in a rotation every like 30 minutes. And then at the end of their rotation, when everybody goes around, or right before they come out to start their rounds, they do a parade. So literally, like, you know, they do, I think it's a friendship parade. They do a parade around the restaurant, and then again, they start going around to each table. They will give you one-on-one time. Am I going on Expedition Everest? Yes, I will be going on Expedition Everest. I don't know if I'll be able to film on that ride. I'm still researching, and again, it's going to come down to comfort level with me and my equipment. I only have one phone. I do not have a backup. So if it goes flying, we're done for the trip, and I don't want to do that. That being said, maybe. Maybe. I'll leave it at that. It depends on my confidence level at that point. It will be day 2. Day 1 will be kind of my test day for how far I'm willing to take it, if that makes any sense. Now, that being said, I can promise you will see the queue. And the queue is insane. It is very extensive. It is very well themed. I remember when that ride first opened, it was like a 2.5 hour wait anytime you went. I literally went the year it opened. And, you know, you were out there for 2.5 hours. So I've seen that queue a lot. Now, because there's a lot of other things, especially over in the Pandora side, it doesn't have very long waits near as much. So, yes, we will definitely be going on Expedition Everest. I could tell you more about that as well closer to. Fun fact about Expedition Everest. I know everybody's seen the shot of the Yeti that does all this inside the ride, the humongous Yeti. They actually have toned down the movement of that Yeti a lot. Like they've way turned it down. It does not move near as much as it used to. A lot of it now I don't even think moves. It just is under a strobe light. And apparently from what I've researched, that's because an engineer or several engineers made a mistake in the calculations of basically the shock of the Yeti doing all that. Because originally it was like doing all this, you know, at you when you were, and now it's like, and it's strobing, and you still get the effect. It's still very, very cool. It's humongous, it's creepy, it's scary. You know, it does the whole thing. It still does what it needs to do. But it doesn't move near as much, and the reason is because that particular animatronic is attached to one of the essential structure supports for the entire mountain, and somebody apparently did a miscalculation on how much that force was going to wear on that over time, and they had to turn it basically almost off or off, so that it didn't compromise the structural integrity of the entire mountain that they built. Fun fact. So I'll talk more about that while we're there. But yes, we will be doing Expedition Everest. We will also be doing the safari, most definitely. I love the safari. In fact, I might put up some footage from, well, I don't know. I might do some shorts of the safari I did last year at Animal Kingdom. Now, Flight of Passage. If you're familiar with Pandora, while we're talking Animal Kingdom, Flight of Passage I will not be able to film. There is no possible way. A, it's 3D. B, the ride apparatus is, you're basically in like it like squeezes you in this thing, like up to like here. So your legs are in this thing and it's squeezing you in, you got the handles and you got to lean forward, and it's a whole thing. There is no possible way I'm going to be able to record that. Not to mention they're not going to let me record that because it's one of those where it kind of takes you out over a 3D, 180 curved screen. So you're out over no man's land. They're not going to let me do that. So all my stuff has to be stowed in a basket that's behind you at that time, and it stays there until I come back. So what I may do is take you guys through the queue, put you in the backpack, leave you in the basket. You'll hear all this shaking. It's literally going to sound like somebody shaking a coffee can with like a wrench in it, and a bunch of screaming. And then I'll come back and pull you guys out, and we'll go along on our way. Navi River adventure, I should be able to stream. I don't know if there will be lag. If there is lag, I will video it as well. It does have very, very, very low lighting conditions because a lot of it is black light and kind of things. So, but I will be able to get a video and be able to stream that as well. So that will definitely be coming. So just kind of, like I said, I have to take this kind of ride by ride. Luckily, I've been enough to know which rides I'm able to do comfortably and which rides I'm like, I don't know, we're going to figure that out later. But I am planning for all of that kind of thing. But good question, Ms. Garcia. Thank you so much. And yes, Peter Pan. I do enjoy Peter Pan. I still think that the ride length is terribly short for the amount of time you're going to wait in line. That may just be me, but I do enjoy the ride. It's a fun time. And I should be able to video that one as well, depending on how the queue and the timing and all that works, because that's right next to Haunted Mansion. And Haunted Mansion is going to definitely be something I'm focusing on because you guys want me to. So, any other questions as far as rides or plans or what rides are like or anything like that? I'm going to take a minute, take another drink because I just talked a whole bunch again. And while I'm watching the chat, it is 7:45 a.m. here. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Again, I am Little Root Plus 2. This is my channel. We are new. We are just starting out, and we just hit 78 subscribers tonight. Robert, I think that might have been you. And if Robert Bell is who I think it is, thank you, buddy. Good to see you. Glad you made it in. Because he messaged me earlier. In fact, let me double check. Let me see. This might be him. Nice. Okay, yes, it was. Okay, that was my buddy Robbie. We went to high school together. He's known me since middle school. That's awesome. Shout out to Robbie Bell. And thanks for joining me, buddy. I think he might be getting ready for work. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad that he popped in for a minute. I had messaged him a couple days ago that I was going to be doing this, and I'm glad he was able to make it in. So that's really cool. None that you can think of. Okay, well that means I have to think of some because I was planning on going for maybe another 15, 20 minutes. And then probably wind it down. And I was hoping to hit 80 subscribers tonight. I was really hoping for 80. We were so close. We're only 2 away. Darn. But thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Again, Little Root Plus 2. It's a new channel. Hit that subscribe. Hit that notification button. Come say hey to me in the chat. I literally will talk about whatever you like. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them. I'm actually going to turn the light up just a little bit because it is starting to get kind of bright behind me. So let me see what that looks like on my laptop because my phone has a very dark screen right now. I'm just waiting 1 second for that to catch up. Oh, maybe if I made myself live. I did it again. All right. Okay. All right. That's a little bit better, right? And as you can see, it is daylight now on the East Coast. I am based in North Carolina. I'm about 14 hours from Orlando. I'm about 3 hours from Williamsburg. I'm about 3 hours from Charlotte, North Carolina. So, there are a lot of options of things to do in this area, and we will be doing some of them. I am excited about some of the plans that are in the works. I'm excited about some of the stuff we discussed tonight in chat. So, excuse me, if you're just now joining in, hey, you want to hear some of the crazy ideas that we've had, and it's not just me. There were some other creators in here earlier. Shout out to PJ's Ponderosa. Awesome guys, him and Jay. Always a fun time. Go check them out. They're on the West Coast. They might be doing some other stuff as far as other parks, but they definitely do a lot of Disney content. They do a great Color One show. If you haven't seen that show, please go check it out. It'll get you all up in your feels. All up in your feels. Also, definitely check out Ace Snoopy 32. He's a great guy. He does a lot of Knott's Berry Farm. He also did some Disneyland last night. He was in here hanging out. We were, just talking about different things. So if you missed all that, you're just now tuning in because I know I literally started this I started when they stopped streaming, which was after Walt Disneyland closed. And I've been streaming since then. So we've been going all night. This is kind of our thing here. We just like to hang out and have a good time. If you missed any of that content and you want to check it out, go back and take a look. Seriously, I do not mind at all. I'll wait. I'm just kidding. I'm going to keep talking, but you can go back and check it out. Miss Garcia, you are the MVP of this stream. All my mods are awesome, but Miss Garcia is the one that is, we're just on the same schedule. We literally do this a lot where we stay up all night. And she is right there helping me out. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you so much, Miss Garcia. I appreciate the mess out of you. You are awesome. Sorry, I'm thirsty. I'm parched. Okay, let me think. One thing you will not see. I guess I should talk about this. One thing you will not see on this trip to Walt Disney World is Country Bear Jamboree. Our Country Bear Jamboree has been closed to be refurbished. I'm not sure what that's going to entail. I'm hoping it's mainly just kind of, cleaning it up a little bit, fixing animatronics and just doing maintenance and stuff like that. And just maybe, I've heard it's also going to update some of the songs. I don't know how much it's going to update the show. So that will be something that we will investigate later when it opens back up. But it will not be open for this trip. Excuse me. Other thing that will not be open for this trip is going to be Rock and Roller Coaster, unfortunately, or Aerosmith's Rock and Roller Coaster, as I believe the full title goes. It is one of my favorite rides. It should be open later this year. However, right now it is down for its normal beginning of the year refurbishment. So when it comes back up, hopefully it'll be up for some of our stuff later this year. As far as how much of that ride I will be able to stream, that will be another one where I can show you the queue, I can show you the pre-show, I will be able to show you everything right up to when I step on the ride. The ride itself, I most likely will not be able to stream because it is a pull down. So even if by that point I have an apparatus like a chest harness or something like that, it's not going to do me any good. They're not going to let me use it on the ride, and I'm not going to break the rules. That being said, brings me to another point that I wanted to just tell the audience here. If at any point while I am on Disney property and I am streaming, if an employee walks up and tells me to put the camera away, or asks me not to film something, or asks me to mute the camera, or whatever they ask, or if they tell me, hey, you can't take the gimbal, or you can't hold your phone in your hand, whatever it is, if they tell me to do something, I am going to do it. I do apologize if that upsets someone. I'm not one of those people that's going to go in and try to push the envelope. I may ask a question or two. I may kill the stream and then ask a question or two and then come back. You never know. But I wanted to go ahead and throw that out there. I am a firm believer. You are on their property. You're on their turf. They go out of their way to make sure that you have the most magical experience possible for not just you, but for everybody that's there. So I am not going to do anything. If it all is within my power, I will not do anything to upset an employee or to break a rule or something like that. I believe in being respectful to the cast members. Yes, they work at the most magical place on earth, but they work there. It's their job. It's not their job to, they're doing their job. And I believe part of what we need to remember as patrons of some of these places and parks is they are doing their job. So I will do what they ask me to do. If that means I have to kill the stream and come back later and we'll do a different stream about something else, that's right. And exactly, Miss Garcia, I am scared to death of MO5. I am not going to Disney jail for y'all. I love y'all, but I am not going to Disney jail for y'all. It is not happening. I love Disney way too much to be trespassed. I'm not doing it. Also, fun fact, if you're trespassed from Disney property, that's not just the park, and it's not just for a day. That's the parks, the water parks, the parking lot, anything that is that property, and it's not just that property, it's any property. And if I remember correctly, you get one warning and then you get arrested if you come back on Disney property. And the only way to get out of being trespassed, as far as once you've been trespassed, is you have to apply, I think it's after a year, and then they review it. And they can decline it, or they cannot. If you would like to know more about that, just Google it, go to YouTube. Well, you're on YouTube, obviously. Go up to the search bar, check out, there's definitely videos and stuff of people that have been trespassed that talk about the whole process. It is not fun. It is not enjoyable. And I have zero desire to do that. I love y'all. I don't love y'all that much. You know what I'm saying? But I do love y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm probably going to go for, what, Miss Garcia, about 20 more minutes, you think? I'm thinking about 8:15 we'll wrap this thing up. Because it is getting early. I'm literally going to sit down as soon as we go off and rewatch all of this to make sure that I didn't say anything that is going to get me in trouble or get me otherwise, in trouble. And then this will most likely stay up and stay public. I do really, really, really appreciate everybody that's coming and said hey tonight. Quick recap. We've had PJ's Ponderosa in here. We've had Windy Girl, which is one of our mod superstars. We have Mike Skellington, who's a mod superstar. We still got Miss Garcia, who is a mod superstar. We had Ace Snoopy 32, who is a content creator as well. Go check his stuff out. He was in here for a little while. He is awesome, but he likes to hang out in here. Trying to think. We had Dragon Blood in here earlier, which I love talking to in chats. Thanks so much for being in here. I don't know if you're still here. If you are, shoot me a thumbs up or something, and I'll give you another shout out. But we've had all kinds of people coming through tonight saying hey. Whether you drop in for 5 minutes or you stay here for the full 5 hours, I'm going to keep going as long as you guys want me to be here. And, I just really enjoy this. I'm really, really honored to be able to kind of do this and have the opportunity to do this. And yeah, it's fun. I mean, it really is fun. Also, quick shout outs to some of the other people out on the West Coast. Cordy in California, go check out her stream. She's live almost every single day. I think I mentioned earlier, in fact, I know I mentioned earlier in the stream, she did a streamer hangout, which is basically a collaboration episode with Theme Parks Casual, which is another content creator, as well as Barry Place 28, I think it is. Let me double check that because I don't want to be wrong. Yes, Barry Place 28. And they literally talked about everything from the upcoming Tiana's Bayou opening, which will be sometime this year for Walt Disney World and coming not long after for Walt Disneyland. They talked about the new animatronic. They talked about the food coming up for the next festival. They talked about Walt Disneyland. They talked about Disney World. They talked about policies. They talked about the Disneyland refurbishment. Go check out their stuff. They're all great. A lot of cool information they went over, so check that out. SoCal Haunts and Parks was live again tonight. He has been teasing something big coming today, guys. It's coming today. Miss Garcia, please go ahead and drop SoCal, his link. SoCal Haunts and Parks. Go check it out. I don't know what it is. You don't know what it is. We're going to find out together, and we're going to find out today. I am stoked. It is literally 4 minutes to 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I am so excited. I cannot wait for this evening, because something big is coming. I don't know what it is, but he was teasing it all day today. So go check him out. Plus, he is absolutely one of the... It is insane how many rides he can do in an amount of time. Like literally, I will have 5 tabs open and just be going like this. And it's like every time I get back to this tab, he's on a completely different ride. And they're in completely different areas, and he's on the ride. I don't know how he does it, but he's awesome. Go check him out. He's a really, really cool guy, and his content's it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, especially if you like the rides. He does a really, really great job of bringing that experience to you. So definitely go check out SoCal Haunts and Parks. If I'm forgetting anybody, or if I ever forget anybody, I apologize. Again, part of the whole thing of this stream is I'm on the East Coast. A lot of these people that I'm hanging out with and talking to and talking about and talking with in these chats are going to be West Coasters. So keep in mind, I am starting these streams sometime between 2 and 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and I'm running way into the morning. Like I said, it's almost 8 a.m. right now. It's 3 minutes till. So I do apologize if I forget somebody. I do not mean to. Do not take offense. And I will try my best to make up for that later. You guys have been awesome for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Rob, if you are still in here, my guy, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Robert Bell, if you are still in this chat, love you, bro. I really, really do. And we need to get together soon. Because he's literally, he lives about an hour and a half from me. And we've been friends a very long time. There are so many stories. Maybe at some point I'll introduce. Maybe at some point I'll introduce. But right now, Miss Garcia, my all-star right now, is in the chat dropping links. Hopefully these will show up on the video later. If not, if for some reason these links are not showing up on the replay of this video and you're watching this later and you want to know what the links are, please just reach out to me. I'm on Instagram. My wife's on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Patreon. Eventually I will have a an email, which out of everything I've built, that's the one thing I haven't done. I was going to do it today, and like I said earlier, I slept. Also, if you don't mind, Miss Garcia, go ahead and drop my Patreon link. Also drop the Sweet Treat link. If you ever want to help support the channel, we're on the way to trying to get enough followers to be able to get a little bit coming back so I can put more into this and bring you guys to more places. It's not easy to do this. I know watching this, sometimes you think, oh, he just walks in and flips on a camera. And yes, I'm doing this from my house, but especially the on-site stuff like we'll be doing in March and May, and what Cordy and PJ and all these cool guys, Ace, and all of them do every day. It takes a lot of work. A lot of work. A lot of things you don't see. A lot of stress. A lot of just figuring out how to make computers do what you want them to do, and they don't always cooperate. So please, we appreciate anything. If you can ever help us out, we would appreciate it. It's just going to help me be able to put more back into this channel, to be able to get the quality even better, to get us more adventures, to be able to go more places. I've got a lot of plans, a lot of plans in the works for the next 12 months. Our official stream launch date is going to be the 15th of March from Walt Disney World at Rope Drop at Magic Kingdom. I am so excited. And then from there, literally, I've set a goal for myself where in the next 12 months, I am going to make this a priority. So not only will you have this kind of content with these ghost streams, which was named because if you're just tuning in, we used to do these the last couple of days when I was just doing tests. It will show up as a test initially, and then it will get renamed later as Ghost Stream X, or the number of the day. But it started out as I would delete them immediately after they were over because the quality was so bad and I didn't know what to do. But literally while I was testing my gear and everything, a bunch of guys just hopped in that I know that are creators and mods and chat superstars and all this stuff from West Coast, and they just hopped in suddenly, and this is what it has become, and it keeps morphing. I'm having a blast. I hope you guys are having a blast. Literally, I'm just here to kind of tell you guys about what's going on the West Coast. I can help out talking about stuff on the East Coast. I can tell you what's coming up as far as what we're doing, and we're just here to hang out with each other. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. I never imagined when I hit live the first time a couple of days ago, I think it was 4 or 5 days ago, when I did my first live test, that 5 seconds into the stream, I would have 6 people in here. And it was just like, oh my God, guys, like, what are you doing? Like, you're not supposed to see me like this. I'm testing. And so I deleted the first 2. And then by the third, when I went, I don't want to delete these. These are fun. Some people have to go to bed and they want to see what I was talking about last night. And I never take offense. If you want to fast forward through it and like hit key points or watch the chat and hit key points, do it. I love it. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. But yeah, that's kind of what we're doing here. We're doing this kind of content. We're going to be doing on the ground streaming at the parks as well. We'll be doing Busch Gardens. Excuse me. There's also several other things in the works. And, it could be anything. It could be camping. It could be fishing. It could be hiking. It could be just driving down a trail. It could be more Jeep content for the 2024 Willys Edition Wrangler, which I absolutely love that color, by the way, the Bikini Pearl. Such a pretty color. That teal is amazing. But, that kind of enables us to be able to do more stuff in the next 12 months as far as things here more locally in my area. And by area, I mean like this area of like North Carolina as a whole. That being said, there are some other things in the works as far as other content creators. There might even be some other styles of live streams that I will be presenting. Hopefully we'll also be getting some blogs out there, some more short streams. I do go back to work day after tomorrow, so I don't know how late I'll be able to stream or if I'm going to stream at all tomorrow. But like I said, if you want to keep up with what we're doing here, because a lot's happening and you guys are getting in right on the ground floor of this thing, hit that notification bell, hit that subscribe, hit that like, throw a thumbs up in the chat to me. I appreciate all of you for watching. I really, really do. This whole thing that we're doing right now just kind of morphed out of nowhere. I was going to do the live stream. I did not expect to do this style of live stream when I started. So this just kind of happened, and I'm loving it. And I think it's very special what we do here. and a lot of that, and the majority of that is not me. The majority of that is you guys, like coming in, hanging out in the chat, talking to each other, coming up with ideas. If you missed it earlier, there were a couple of ideas thrown around that I wasn't kidding. If they message me and we get together and we work it out, I am totally open to doing all kinds of things. So this is just kind of the start, and we're going to go from here. But I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to spend about 10 more minutes on here, and then I'm probably going to wrap up for the night. But again, I appreciate every single one of you that have, whether you came in for a minute, an hour, or whether you're like me and Miss Garcia and you have been here since the beginning and you're going to be here till the end. I appreciate every single one of you. I cannot say that enough. I am going to go ahead and reload my page because I'm pretty sure my computer just froze, and that does not help me if you guys do want to talk to me to be able to talk to you. So let me go ahead and just reload that real quick, and I'm going to check this quick direct message that I did get and just make sure that I didn't miss anything else. Okay, good there. Okay. And thank you again, Miss Garcia. You are a rock star for sticking with me through this. I feel like it's we start out and it gets really busy and then everybody gets really tired, and then by the end of this thing, it's me and Miss Garcia and whoever's ninja watching. And we appreciate whoever's ninja watching. Thank you so much. We really, really, really do appreciate you. We have hit 78 subscribers. Our goal is to get to 100 as quickly as possible. And then we also have a little bit of a treat. If we can hit 150 subscribers before I show up to Disney on March 15th, I will be unlocking one of the mod commands. It is the dance command. Right now we have kind of a beta version of it, but it is customizable. So I can definitely do different ones of those. That is not a problem. I've already worked out how to do that, but it's just kind of a little fun thing where we can dance it out and chat if we want to. And you guys, even if you're not a moderator, you can actually have fun and do the little command thing because it's fun. It is fun to do the command thing. I enjoy it. I mod for a couple of channels myself. I know Miss Garcia right now is probably just cursing my name because she's just command, and doing the thing. But I appreciate the heck out of her. And there it is right there. That's our beta test of Let's Dance It Out, y'all. And like I said, I can customize that. There's actually several ways I can customize that. So we'll be unlocking that for everybody. There's also some other perks that I am hoping to be able to kind of bring your way if we hit a couple more of those benchmarks. Obviously, if we can keep growing this thing, if we can get to 500 subscribers, that's when we can unlock super chats and memberships. And that's when things get fun. That's when they get real. I mean, even more real. We're already having fun, but that's when it gets real. So if we can get there, sky's the limit. Sky is the limit. So I am here for it. If you guys are here for it, I appreciate every single one of you. I can't say it enough. I really, really, really do. Last couple of things. I have introduced myself. I've talked about things coming up. If you ever have any questions or anything, please feel free to direct message me on Instagram. Those links are at the top of my page. Also, make sure you hit that bell. If you don't hit the bell, you're probably not going to know I'm live until I've been live way into this thing, or not at all until after the fact. And then you miss the fun of getting to interact live with so many cool people that come through here. And I really, really do count myself as just honored to be able to have an area that I get to host some of these creators and some of these, some of these mod superstars and chat superstars and people that are actually on the ground at Walt Disney World and Walt Disneyland, especially Walt Disneyland right now. And, they come in and they hang out and they chat, and we chat outside of this. And, it's a really cool thing that we're building here. So I really appreciate you coming in and being a part of it. I am probably going to sign off here in about 6 more minutes. So if you're watching and you have any questions for me, let me know. I'm going to take about a 20-second timeout so that I can get some water in me real quick because I've been talking a lot. And like I said, this will give you a chance. If you see something or you want to say something, you want to say, hey, ask me a question, whether it's Disney, about me, about life, about my opinions, I'll either answer, or if it's something that I can't answer, I'll wink at the camera, and if I see you live, I can answer that. So I'll give about 20 seconds of a pause here to take a drink and, just, yeah, say hey. All right. Miss Garcia, thanks again. I know I've said it a ton of times, but thanks again. I'm going to double check that I don't have any more direct messages that I need to respond to or shout out or otherwise talk about. Because sometimes people do send me messages, they're too shy to talk in the chat, and they'll send me a message. So just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Also, I do apologize if you hear the buzzing. I need to go in and change some of the settings on the actual phone that I'm using to make sure that it doesn't, buzz in you guys' ear when you're trying to watch. So, again, I really appreciate you guys coming in. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Can't say that enough. And thank you so much, guys, for coming in. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with me and, for just coming in and saying, hey, even if it's just for a few minutes, or if you stay with me all night. I mean, this is what we do. We hang out, we chat, we talk. I mean, we've talked about all kinds of things tonight. So if you are just now tuning in, please go back, check that out. We've gone over updates for things coming up. We've gone over ride updates. We've gone over plans. We've gone over things I'm planning to do. Real quick recap, and then I'm probably going to go ahead and call it a night so Miss Garcia and I can go to bed. But, again, I'm Little Roo Plus 2. Welcome to the channel. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up now. We'll be going live from Disney on the 15th of March. We'll also be going live from Busch Gardens, Williamsburg for Food and Wine on the 16th of May. There are other things already in the works, both with other creators as well as with me. The other two parts of my channel, I'm Little Roo. My plus 2 is going to be Mrs. Roo, and then my little one. When you meet her, you're going to love it. She likes to take over the channel. Also, it looks like I got some cats over here cuddling with Mickey, so I think it's about time for me to wrap this thing up. Miss Garcia, I really appreciate you. I will chat with you later. People watching, thank you so much, so much. We have hit 78 subscribers. We are almost at 100. It is awesome. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. I appreciate all the support. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day and get some rest. And I will see all of you in the chats or in the streams or in the stream chats or maybe back here. But like I said, if you are watching this later, hit that subscribe, hit that like, go see my friends and tell them I said hey and that I sent you. Their links should all be in the chat. Also, hit that notification bell so you know when I go live, because this, like I said, doesn't always have a warning before it. Sometimes it just happens. I literally have done it at 5 minutes notice. I've done it at 4 hours notice. I never know. Well, sometimes I do and I don't share. Other times I literally have no idea and then I just do it. So, please hit that notification button if you want to keep up with us for future things. We got a lot of things coming down the pipe. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited. You guys hopefully are excited. We're just going to keep hyping each other up. I will see everyone later. Miss Garcia, get some rest. I'm going to get some rest. If you're watching, you have a fantastic day. An absolutely fantastic day. And don't forget to check out some of those other streams. If you're like me, a little bit of Disney magic sometimes goes a long way. And a lot of these creators, all the creators I've called out, are great. They're fantastic. They're all a little bit different, but they all have a little bit, maybe a different focus or a different style, but they're all great. Go check them out. It's an amazing community here. If you're just joining the community, welcome. it is awesome here. So thank you so much for watching tonight. Again, I am Little Root Plus 2. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for tonight. I got my MVP mod, Miss Garcia, in the chat still with me. Thanks again, hon. I am out of here. You guys have a fantastic day, and I will see you soon.